It's fucked. It's like the least amount of rain we've had in a summer in like the last 2 decades or something. We're breaking so many records. It's also been the hottest October. Like it straight up feels like August still. I still have my door open. Normally October's at this point we'd be getting frost. And it was like almost 30 degrees Celsius the other day. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, let's go play some Longdeath. So, for anybody who hasn't seen this save before, as it has been a little bit since I've played it, Longdeath is an attempt at keeping a fortress alive for 1,000 years in game time. We're on year, well, I guess 421, because the last time we played it was year 420. We're in midwinter of the year 425. There are 29 dwarves in this fortress because we haven't had a migrant wave in about 400 years? Not quite 400 years. In about 340 years, we haven't had a migrant wave. Currently, the dwarves in the fortress that are named are Dragon Letharticus Anonymo, Anthony Malden Disco, Diamond Destruct, Volleylol, Mist, Tygo, Lilum Katsu, Zindros, Bloodcat, Hoshan, The Skoid, Rory, Stone, Paranoid Metroid, Arch, Do It, followed by Hops, and Deadliest, and Nieko, and Jimmy Tibby, and Hiccups, and Farana, Ayer, Havoc, Aquafunkalistic, Booty, Whap, Pilot, Cannon Fodder, Fight Attack, Lamond, and of course, at the bottom, Navy. Currently we are working on a small zoo because I've had this collection of giants and giantesses and minotaurs for quite some time. And I was like, you know what? I should build them little enclosures. So I'm working on that. I'm making them little enclosures, including like statues of them, which has been a bit of fun. So that's what we're working on. That's what we're going to keep working on today. We're going to keep building them enclosures. We are at war with humans because they're dumb and decided to invade us. So we may have to deal with those, in which I, burninate them to death. And that's usually pretty efficient. So did I ever set any of this to be melted? No, I didn't. And I also never opened this door. So we're going to open this door. I'm going to set all this to be melted. We're going to check in on the king's request, or not the king's, the mayor's request because the king died. We're going to check in on the mayor's requests, and then we're going to go get back to chit-chatting with you guys. That's what we're going to do for the next little bit. Melt metal object. I can remove one of those because I don't know why I have two. No mandates. Sweet. Magic is a much better game than Yu-Gi-Oh! And I can say that with pretty hefty confidence, even as somebody who barely played either of those games. I'm going to see what cages we still have. Still have Cyclops. Who is Cyclops? It's just the 2 Cyclops, and then the other ones I need to re-trap out of the... Yeah, it's just the 2 Cyclops, I think. 2 Cyclops. Okay, so we gotta do 2 more cages. Magic equals actually well-designed video game. Well, card game, whereas Yu-Gi-Oh! Equals not well-designed card game. The only deck building game you ever enjoyed was Dominion. You liked how everyone started with the same deck of cards. The only deck building game I've ever like genuinely sat down and was like, man, that was an enjoyable experience, was the one time I played Netrunner. But I don't have an active enough group of friends to even attempt that. I much preferred my experience messing around with. You have to keep an eye on these guys. I much more enjoyed my time messing around with. I want to practice a craft. Could I? Weaving and clothes making, stone crafting and leather working, and we'll see what we can do with you. Netrunner is neat because Netrunner, although does Netrunner even still exist? I don't even know if they're still making Netrunner. Netrunner was it's a 2-person card game, so it's 1 player versus another player. And whenever an expansion came out, you just buy the box. And that was it. And that was enough for 2 people to play. And whenever an expansion would come out, you'd buy that expansion, and it would be the new box, and you could add it to the old box, or you could keep them separate. They stopped making cards a while ago. Yeah, that sounds about right. But that was Netrunner, and that was the way Netrunner worked. But I don't own any of the cards and never really played it outside of that one time because like my ex invited back years ago, back when I still had a job. That shows how long ago it was. My ex at the time invited me to one of her friends' houses, and they were all playing D&D, and then one of their roommates was just like there and wasn't playing, and they were like, "Hey, do you want to play some Netrunner?" I was like, "What that?" So we played Netrunner. It was neat. It's like hacker be hacked kind of cyberpunk card game. That said, Wizards OTC, people who make Magic, are now gonna sell a $1,000 pack of 4 boosters and 15 random cards each, except for the cards for proxies and the old cards. And the cards of the end of event tournament playable as their way of celebrating their 30th anniversary and giving back. You know, it's funny because, like, did any of you guys see any of those headlines about how Blizzard hates poor people? It's like, you can't play Overwatch 2 if you only have a pay-as-you-go phone. You can only play Overwatch 2 if you have a proper phone plan. So if you just had a prepaid pay-as-you-go, like, cheapo phone, you couldn't verify a new account for Overwatch 2. And that's still the same. That's still the case. And unless you played the game previously and have a pay-as-you-go phone, your phone number has to be registered to a active, full, like, service phone. I think that Wizards hates poor people. Truly. But yeah, no, I've just kind of accepted that tabletop gaming isn't for me, and that includes collectible card games. It's just like for the same reason that I have no interest in playing. It's for the same reason that I have no interest in playing Genshin Impact or any kind of gacha style of game. I have no interest in playing those because I have an addictive personality, and I kind of like was mentioned by Kamikaze, I think, earlier in chat. I would never be able to play those games because I would not have any money. That is, I would find a set of cards that I would want to complete, and I would do everything in my power to complete that set. And if I couldn't, it would hurt me. And I would be very sad. So that's my take, is bah. So it's like it ties into all of the bad pieces of my brain, which is why, like, you know, if I want to buy myself an expensive toy, I will buy myself like a Playdate, which I really need to do something with. I've had this thing for a while now, and I've been playing the little games every week when they release, but I really need to do something with this. I haven't figured out a good way of streaming it, so reason I haven't. But if I want to buy myself an expensive toy, I will do that instead because it doesn't require a second person. Which means it's much easier to organize when I play. I can just like, one of my favorite things to do now, actually, on my days off, is just like go down to the coffee shop and just sit outside on their patio, drink an espresso, and like play the newest games that came out the past week on that thing. It's like the way I start my weekend now. It's most Fridays. Walk to the coffee shop, sit down, and do that. Netrunner, you keep getting that suggested to me. You enjoy Race for the Galaxy 2, but that's not deck building. It just has cards. Same with Glory to Rome. No idea what that is. You like when cards have multiple functions and there's infinite different ways to win. I really like the replayability of card games, and I like physical card games. And this is where my opinion becomes unpopular. I don't like digital card games. Like, for me, physical card games are their reason to exist is that they're physical items that you hold. And it bothers the ever-living crap out of me when they're represented as cards in video games. And I don't want to play them when they're represented in video games, especially if you have to build your own deck. It's like, you're a video game. You have a computer behind you. Why can't I just be like, click button, give best deck, let's go? Like, why are you making me do this? Video game, you're wasting my time. Also, see, also Diablo Immortal. To be fair, Diablo, well, actually, I think, doesn't Diablo Immortal have a PC port? I think you can play that thing on PC. I don't know. Did you see people were going into debt with Diablo Immortal, though? Because, like, there are sketchy as fuck third-party sites that you can buy codes for Diablo Immortal. Premium currencies. But the hilarious bit, what's your name? What's the name of this Minotaur? Ichor. Okay. Ichor? No, okay. So you are the one that I... Gut is its name. This Minotaur. Well, I guess I screwed up. What's your name? Z-U-M U-T-U-X. Guts of Grizzle. Maybe that is the right one. Let's just see. Is that the right statue? Yeah, okay, the Guts of Grizzle. It must be the right one. But anyway, when, where was I going with that? But yeah, you could buy like third-party premium currency in Diablo Immortal from third-party sites, and so Blizzard's response to that wasn't ban the account that was buying them. It wasn't remove the money and their earnings from the account. It was literally charge them for it and remove the money from the account. So the result was you went into debt and you had negative orbs or whatever that thing was, which to me is one of the funniest things I've ever seen, because it's just like, oh yeah, how do you stop? Okay, I'm gonna actually move this dwarf to being a performer in the temple because you seem upset about not being able to pray enough. So let's let you go pray. Their response was literally just, oh yeah, well, remove their access to the money, also charge them the equivalent for the money, so they have to pay for it, which is kind of incredible to me. You frankly don't really follow that anymore. You gave up on Blizz a long time ago and sort of enjoyed any of the my raid and other video game companies that, yeah, not offer products. No, totally. Oh, the reveal event of Diablo Immortal was the last you heard of it? Oh, fair enough. Blizzard hasn't been doing good things. You can just, like, end it there. Like Sola said, yes. That doesn't sound legal. We're talking phone games here. They're above the law. What type of stone was I building these out of? Granite? Okay. But, you know, on the bright side, you know, it doesn't matter how many crappy games exist, because we'll still have Dwarf Fortress. And Dwarf Fortress is pretty fucking fair. You know, regardless of, like, how many crappy gacha games are out there and how many, like, questionably allowed products exist, we still have Dwarf Fortress. That's pretty good. Oh, I mean, like, there's a ad for a city builder that I've seen on phones a couple of times, because I do play a couple of things on... I do a few things on phones that have ads.
All hail more fortress.
And it literally is just, like, real-time footage of city skylines. It's just like, intense city building action, free to play, blah, blah, blah. It's literally just like a YouTube video of city skylines that is not even recent. Just playing in the background, and they're talking about their city builder that's completely unrelated to any Paradox product. And then they show footage of it at the very end, and then it just kind of ends, and it's like... All hail Dwarf Fortress indeed. Kodiak, how you doing today? It's good to see you. Thank you very much for the 1 whole year. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for 1 year of subscription from Kodiak as I build cages for my Cyclops. Thank you very much, seriously. Because that's a long goddamn time, and that's nothing to snoot at. Thanks for sticking with me for all these years, you know? Because generally when somebody's been subscribed for, you know, a year, they've probably been watching for longer than a year. That's a pretty safe assumption, right? I think that's a safe assumption. I'm going to make that assumption. Because I personally have no concept of what time is anymore. How long have you been watching the stream, Kodiak? Yeah, over a year. Not that much over a year, but over a year. You can't gremlin as mayor instead of beer because the bot doesn't count it. Repeat. Conform! Yeah. Damn right. Started watching me on YouTube? Yep, very likely. I've actually gone back and privated a bunch of old YouTube videos recently because I don't like them anymore. It's kind of funny. It's like, I don't like deleting stuff from YouTube, but when it comes to older stuff that I'm just like, man, this doesn't like even remotely fairly represent my content anymore. I just like private it. I've done that with a bunch of old stuff these days. I feel like there was a point in about, because I started streaming in 2013, in 2012, right? Well, my first few streams were in 2012, but I started in 2013. And it's like, and then I kind of got going in 2014, but I don't think that my streams got good until 2015, 2016. Late 2015, early 2016 was when like, there was actually like a little bit of production value there. Like I didn't even have a decent microphone until 2016. And by decent, I mean Blue Yeti. And I'll be honest, like I go back and I look at a lot of that old footage of me and it's just like, man, I don't know why anybody watched me back then. But I guess like overall expectations of streams on Twitch were lower back then. I guess is probably the actual reality there. What mic do I have now? It's more recognizable when I pull the fuzz condom off. It's a Rode Pod mic. It's a $99 microphone. And then the fuzz MacGuffin on top of it was like $8 on Amazon. These are all very, very, very technical terms, by the way. Foam condom and fuzz MacGuffin. Investments are up if you want to throw fake money at it. It's garbage truck day. Stream reported for Naked Mike. Oh no! Whatever shall we do? God. My hair's in a bun and it's like I can't put my hair straight back up against the chair. 99 USD. This thing was like 120 bucks, or it was like $134 for me in Canadian money. And then I use a Zoom U44 audio interface, which I can show you on this camera, which is this fucking thing, which also was $100. And then right next to it is this, which is just an $80 like keyboard hotkey pad, which quite literally for a second there I thought there was a second creature in there. But that hotkey pad is just it's what I use to, you know, just do this. It's like a very, 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 very simple Stream Deck. Except a Stream Deck was like $500 for the decent size one, $600. This was like $80. Went for that instead. Shoutouts to B-Luck who helped me fund that. But yeah, are these all silver? Silver, yes. Vertical boards. You have a $5 mic that you have to boost via the NVIDIA broadcast? Then anyone can hear you. I mean, hell yeah. Here's the thing. You do not need, like, this setup. But even this, like, as far as, like, a streamer is concerned, like, this is, like, I have a $300 microphone setup. Like, this boom arm is, like, $80. This mic is, like, 100. This is all American prices, just so people know what I'm talking about. This mic is about $100. This foam condom is like $10, and then the audio interface is another $100. It's a very, 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 very cheap setup for streaming, and I don't. And it's kind of funny. Every now and again, people are just like, "Yo, what should I buy if I were to get started streaming?" It's like, don't buy the cheapest fucking thing you can. That's my advice. Just get the cheapest thing. Spend as little money as possible and try and squeeze as much quality out of that as possible. I need to find that Cyclops. I think it's this. Gel is a Cyclops. Is one of the only ones of his kind. Gel is associated with thunder, strength, minerals, longevity, lightning, and light. Ooh. Yeah, that's something else. Like a Shure SM7B in Canadian dollars is like $800. Like I couldn't imagine spending that much on a microphone. Like they sound fantastic. It's undeniable. Like genuinely, they sound fantastic. They are a wonderfully nice microphone, and I've had the pleasure of using them in a few different occasions. I stated the name of it 3 times, but I'll state it a 4th time. It's a Zoom 44U, or U44. Zoom U44. Here, I'll give you a linky redo. I don't like Scarlett because I owned a Scarlett once and it stopped working after 6 months, so I RMA'd it and got a refund. Apparently they've gone up in price slightly since I purchased mine, but is to be understandables. All Gucci. I can repeat myself. But then let's see. Can I show you this link without doxing myself? Certain websites don't allow that. Yes, seems fine. But yeah, the neat thing about this little interface is it's got, you can't see it here, but there's like plugs on the sides and there's modular bits and you can buy attachments for it. So you can actually buy like additions. Oh, hey, they made a difference to it. Mine has little LEDs beneath the buttons, and now the buttons are just LEDs. That's kind of interesting. But yeah, no, it's extraordinarily basic. It's literally just like input, headphone output, and that's basically it. But like you can like buy batteries. You can get battery pack for it, and you can use it as like a mobile recorder and stuff. Like there is other uses for it. And there are like plugins for it and like additional things that you can get for it, but I don't bother. All right, so we got the first statue of Gel. Take a peek at Guts of Grizzle. An image of Guts of Grizzle, a Minotaur. In Iron by Kivish, Guts of Grizzle is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the Minotaur. Guts of Grizzle in the admired barbs in year 1. Is that all it ever did was settle? I feel kind of bad in that case. It's settled. It's settled. Wow, that's kind of sad. How about you? Striking down Pilla Birthlinks. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf Pilla Birthlinks by the Minotaur Icor in the midsummer of year 4 during the rampage of the Minotaur Icor Zealdung in Style Rushed. Neat. Wow. I guess he killed that one elf. And Saigut is striking down the Elf Rofa, shot waxes by the Minotaur Icor. Interesting. Cool. So this guy actually, this Minotaur Icor here was able to kill some elves at one point in a past life. Now the question is, can I get one more of these? But no, I'm very much into budget streaming, and I think I always kind of will be. Like, even if Dwarf Fortress comes out and I get, like, I don't know, 500,000 subscribers in a couple months and get big, I do not expect that habit to change much. Okay, so I need to remove those two. Because we're going to go 1, 2, 3. Okay, so not that one. But I can remove these. I very much expect that habit to stay the same about me being a painfully budget stream. It's like, yeah, I just bought a 3070, but it's like, one, I got that for $100 under market value. 2, it's a brand new card. And 3, I kind of intend on using that card for the next, like, 4 or 5 years. Like, just kind of straight up, like, I do intend on using that card for a pretty extended period of time. Just because, like, why would I be purchasing an expensive graphics card if I'm not intending on using it for that long? And, like, let's be honest, Dwarf Fortress ain't gonna need those fucking graphics. That's more for rendering. And it also gives me a Christmas gift that I can give to my brother-in-law because I gave him a 780 Ti for last Christmas because I just had it sitting in my closet and I was like, graphics card for Christmas, here you go. So I've already told him like that. I'm giving this to you for next time you come into town, which is Christmas. Deadliest, hello, how are you? It's good to see you. And also Blog 2, it's good to see you as well. Also that too, yeah, the Shure SM7B requires a lot. One thing I'll say about this like nice little microphone though, is if you really want to bludgeon somebody to death, I can also link that. It's great because it weighs a lot. It weighs a whole lot. It's like weirdly heavy. That's my microphone. I've seen other streamers with it as well too. Like it's not a bad little device. It's a neat little mic though because it's like a miniature version of their radio broadcast microphone, which is because they have the Rode Pod mic, the Rode Podcaster, and then the Rode Procaster, and they're all just like the spoken word line of microphones that they have. So they were originally designed for like radio usage. And heavy enough to I mean, like, here's the thing, right? It's a joke, but at the same time, like, that's what you want from a microphone. You want a microphone to be heavy enough that you can beat somebody to death with it. Because that's how you can tell if a microphone's good quality. Is it heavy enough to beat somebody to death over the head with it? If yes, it's a well-made microphone and uses good materials and good parts. If it feels like it's hollow, you probably bought a shitty microphone. I hate to break it to you. Doing okay figuring out your finances since you're messing it all up? How so? Sitting in a guard shack? I mean, ain't much, but it's honest work. I mean, come on. Okay, so like, Bread Knight, tell me, have you ever bought like an electronic device and you're all excited for it to arrive, and then it arrives and you pick it up and it weighs nothing and you're like, oh no, I've been scammed? Have you never had that feeling? Because that's very true with microphones. Like, if you buy a microphone, you want to buy something that is heavy, feels chunky, has a little bit of weight to it, something that like you can pick up and just be like, oh yeah, no, this is a well-made device. Like, you want it to be mostly metal. Like, this entire thing is like brushed metal casing, and like it feels good. Like, it's a nice microphone. And I'm not worried about it just like falling apart randomly or anything like that. Same with yeah, exactly the same with kitchen knives. Right. Yeah, no, you want when you purchase like anything for the kitchen and you pick it up and you're like, whew. Yeah, no, this has some heft to it. Like if like my nicest kitchen knife is a I'd show it to you guys, but I fear Twitch might ban me for brandishing a weapon. It's like one of those big, like, the fucking rectangular, like, chef's cleavers is my nicest knife. And I use it for virtually everything, except for very small, delicate work, obviously. But, like, the vast majority of stuff that I use that thing for, like, it's just like, donk, 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 donk when I'm chopping with it. And it's like, yeah, I remember when I purchased it from a store that sells knives because or that sells knives, kitchen knives specifically, because I had a big gift card for it, which I got for Christmas. I was like, yeah, let's go to the knife shop and we'll buy this knife for myself. And the guy working there was just like, yeah, no, the key to telling whether or not a knife is good is if it feels like it's heavy enough to cut your hand off. If it feels like it's heavy enough to cut your hand off, it's a good knife. It's like, all right, I'm sure this guy knows what he's talking about. And ever since then, I've kind of used that for like audio equipment and electronics. It's like, if you can beat somebody to death with it, it's a good piece of audio equipment. Which actually isn't totally true for the Zoom U44 because it's supposed to be portable and light, but you should just use an axe. I mean, hey, if it works. How you doing, Tygo? My sliding glass door is all the way open, and I can hear people audibly talking outside, and I guarantee you they can hear me talking about, if it's heavy enough to kill somebody with it, it's definitely a good piece of equipment. Your keyboard, OLKB Plank, has a milled aluminum case and a steel plate and weighs a couple of pounds. Damn! I've always kind of wanted a nicer keyboard. Picks up knife, cuts off arm. Oh man. In The Boys, there's that one superhero who just regrows his limbs and he just makes money by like, I think it was The Boys. I think it was either the first or second season of The Boys. He only makes money. He makes all of his money by going to motel rooms and just letting sociopaths cut him to pieces, or psychopaths cut him to pieces, and like RP murder. And he's like, just like, there's that one scene where he just like looks the guy in the eye. And he's like, $1,000 and you can cut my head off. And he goes, how much to cut off other stuff? And he goes, that'll be a bit more. A weird show. Getting an actually good knife is such a game changer. You don't expect it to be that much better until you were like, how did I survive? Yeah, no, absolutely. I have about 4 kitchen knives I need to get rid of. Like, I need to, at some point, I need to do a round where I pack up old stuff that I don't use anymore and just take it all to the used stuff store because, it's starting to show its age and not have as much, I don't have much reason to own it anymore. At this point. Where did my granite go? But yeah, I'm happy that you got like people. This is just like my own like feedback loop in my brain talking. But like I feel like when people are just like, "Blind, what microphone is that?" It means I have a good microphone. Because like you guys are saying, "What microphone is that?" Not "What microphone is that?" Because it sounds like shit. It's very much a, what microphone is that? End of question. It's like, yeah, my audio's decent. In other news, I can't find my granite blocks anymore. I don't think I used them all. It's Garnerite. Lana. Fuck it. I'll just use a boulder. It's fine. I've never owned or used a ceramic knife, so I wouldn't know. I wanted that dust keyboard without print on the keys. Some hackers. Oh, you wanted like a stealth keyboard that has no print on the keys? To me, those are fun. Because I used to have a keyboard that I bought custom keycaps for and removed all of the print. And I really like them. Until I'm drunk. And I forget how to type. And then they're not very useful. So now I just, like, yeah, they look cool, but yeah. I wouldn't mind one that had no print on the numpad, actually. That'd be kind of cool. Shouldn't be dropped. I assume they'd shatter. I don't want walls, I want vertical bars. Actually, no, I want to get that clothing out of there. Otherwise, that's just going to be there forever. No demands, no requirements. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Yeah, that's not good. Are you looking for financial advice, or are you just thinking out loud? If you want to vent, feel free, Deadliest. This past summer, I've been a little bit more flippant with my finances than in the past few years. Normally, I'm very good about not spending money and saving money and all that. But I want to say it was like just a contrast of like having to deal with the pandemic for so long and not being able to do anything. Just because, like, you know, I normally will, during normal times, we'll go to a couple concerts a month and have some like activities where I get to at least pretend to be a functioning human member of society, right? And that's generally healthy, right? And now that we're back in a world where we're still in a pandemic, but it's at least like society is more or less accepted. This is life now. Also, shoutouts to Anthony for punching an owl to death. Good for you. The clother punches the great horned owl in the right lower leg, and the injured part it collapses. The force bend and yeah, that's The force bends the right knee apart and splits in gore. Excellent. But now that we're like in a point in society where we're able to be social and do things again, like I spent kind of a lot of money this past summer on camping gear. Like, I'm not even gonna dance around it. I probably spent like probably close to twice as much as I would normally spend in a year on myself just on camping gear. But like, the benefit of that is I have all the camping gear now, and that stuff isn't going to change. And I don't really need much more. I basically just need to buy crampons, an ice pick, and a folding snow shovel. And at that point, like, I will be good for winter camping too. So most of that money was spent on clothing, though. Like, lightweight clothing is expensive. Like, clothing for backpacking is expensive. And like, if you want like decent moisture wicking stuff, and because I don't really like just going to Sport Check and buying sporting goods stuff. All right, so who's this one? UCUCONAFI. UCUCONAFI. Stat U, iron. UCUCO. Oh. The rapidity of talking. I think it me. You're super jealous of my garden? I don't know where you live, H2O, but look up community gardens. They're becoming like a very at least in Canada, they're becoming a very popular thing. Like, it's pretty hard to travel around now without finding a couple community. Like, even when I was out in Quebec, I counted like 8. If you're in an even remotely city-ish area, I would just like look around and see what's available. I mean, like, I have my patio garden, but anybody with a patio can do that. As for that garden, like, that garden cost us $80 a year. Like, that's it. And 30 of that we get back when we leave, because that's a key deposit. Unless we lose the key, obviously. Oh, of taking. I read that as talking. Well, I'll read it closer once we're actually in game. What the fuck happened up here? Don't even know. Humans went nuts when they attacked us last, I guess. Oh, I will claim all that. Elves are here to trade because we're into early spring now. Nobody died of old age, which is good. Game, why are none of those in pots? What the hell? Well, I don't know what to sell them then. Can't type today, apparently. Guess I'll just sell you some of these. Your wife and you sold your house last month, buying 12 acres and starting your own homestead? Yay! I kind of wish I could do something like that, but like that's the big like double-edged sword of, I guess, being disabled, right? Like being disabled comes with some weird societal advantages, but also comes with some major societal disadvantages. It's like I really wish that I could, you know, just go buy some acreage and just become self-sufficient, but I legit can't, because if I'm far enough out of the city limits that I could afford that much land, I wouldn't be able to live because I have to go to the pharmacy once a week and my psychologist once a month. And like, I have to be able to drive. And so then like I'm dependent on somebody else to drive, which if I had a partner at that point would be unfair on them. Let alone like me being able to take care of myself. You have a nice 6-year plan. Hopefully it all works out. Just get solar panels, loop your toilet water into watering your own gardens, build big garden beds, raised garden beds closer to the house, flat garden beds further away from the house. You want the raised garden beds closer to the house because it keeps rodents away. Don't forget rat traps, because you'll need those, or a house cat. Does seem like a good spot for it, yeah, Aqua. But I don't know. It's always been like kind of a passive dream of mine, but because like I grew up in the country, right? Like that's the kind of environment that I was raised in, really. Congrats, Bastet. You used to be rich. Back can I get a round of beers for Bastet, who used to be rich? Well done. But Magna, I hope that you've had a good weekend, and I hope that your day's going well today. What's up? How's things? My nose is like weirdly itchy, and it won't stop. Dear nose, please stop itching. Oh, also, small thing. Well, maybe not small thing, but small thing for me. We hit 12,000 YouTube subs yesterday, which is cool. Pretty cool. Fall allergy season? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't really get affected by seasonal allergies, really. But it's like, I mean, that's probably what it is. Just like random sneezing fits, just like out of nowhere. It's like, achoo! Jesus fucking Christ. What's up, Burner? Actually, honestly, for me, it's less the fall allergy season and more the, if you go outside right now and look up, it looks like the apocalypse is falling, because it's like, how do I word this? It looks like the apocalypse is falling because there is brown ash and acid in the sky at all times, because shit's on fire. People can't stop checking cigarettes. You know, it's that kind of like abject nightmare of just like there's smoke in the air and I can't breathe. Okay, so apparently there's like no value in those. Okay, so why in the world are you not putting the fucking pig intestines in a pot? Or the hamster brain, for fuck's sakes. Am I like actually just like out of food? There's no way that's the case. Let's make 300 lavish meals, I suppose. You have to build a water park? So growing up, there was this church that my parents would like dump me and my sisters at for 2 weeks of the year for summer Bible school, whatever the fuck. It wasn't much of a Bible study thing. It was much more of a, here's some basic lessons, now go play tag. Like, it was very much just like 2 weeks of babysitting in the summer, but like a church was running it, so they'd like make you sing like hymns or some shit in the morning. And at the end of this 2 week period every year, we would go to this, I'm not going to say his name because I only know him as his last name and I don't feel like outing the whole family, but like we would go to this one guy's house, and this guy used to be a carny. So he would build fairground rides and maintain and work on fairground rides, right? And we're trading with these elves. Let's just buy a sock from them. Excellent. I just want them to not go to war with me, so that'll be more than enough. Anyway, so he was a carny, right? And he had fair rides in his backyard. So he had an old partially constructed Ferris wheel that he jury-rigged into a climbing structure. He had like, you know those swings that like spin like this and then like you kind of fly out onto the end, and like you'd strap yourself in like a normal fair, but he just had tires on the ends of them, and he had it like hooked up to a gas generator, so we'd like pull the generator and all the kids would jump on it and would go in circles. We had to sign a fucking waiver to go into his backyard, by the way. He had like this huge like iron drum that had like one side just cut out the side, and on the inside was just like water, and then at the back was like these large glass jars, and he had this huge like metal bar that I think he welded to like a massive piece of concrete that was partially buried, and you'd put like these huge rocks that he would find from the local streams into this and just pull it back and just snap it forward, and shatter these glass jars. He had a huge zip line that he built throughout the backyard. He had a giant slide that went down a hill on like this weird plastic shit that would give you burns if you touched it, so you'd sit on a potato sack and go down it. Like, it was great fun. Like, I went there like maybe 4 or 5 years in a row, and no kids ever got hurt, not majorly hurt anyway. Like, there was always like somebody would fall over and get a bruise or something, but like it was never like I wouldn't call it a death trap. Like, nothing went fast enough or high enough to be a death trap, with the exception of maybe the zip line, but even that you were actually strapped in. What else was there? There was like oh yeah, he had a potato cannon, which he would fire full cans of beer, potatoes, and rolls of toilet paper out of. Which was air-powered, which none of the kids were allowed to touch. The parents got to play with that. And he had targets up in the forest that were, you know, like those plastic tables that you can buy at, like, Walmart for, like, $30 that are like, oh, yeah, it'll work for a summer, but then it'll disintegrate over the winter. He had those with, like, giant targets painted on them and would, like, string them up into the trees. But anyway, like, this... We would I've kind of like lost the point of this initial thing. That entire house was like a homestead and was completely self-sufficient. And so it's just like when you're talking about like your kid wants a water park, it's just like, man, that's a slippery slope. It's like this was in like, I don't know, like maybe 2006, 2007. Guy had like solar panels on his roof. He had like a huge fucking garden. He had like one of his daughter, because all of his kids were foster children, and one of his daughters lived on his property in like this small house in the corner, because he was getting elderly. Like, he's since passed away, but he was getting elderly at the time when I knew him, and like one of his daughters basically lived there as like his full-time carekeeper, and he like built her a house like next to his house so that she could stay with him and help him like exist and take care of his garden and stuff. He was weird dude, but like trust me, building a water park is a slippery slope, but it can be a lot of fun. Why not just build your own theme park? Come on. When you're out in the middle of nowhere, how expensive can an old Ferris wheel be? I mean, come on. It's probably cheaper to run than a car these days. It's definitely going to be worth the lawsuits. And then did I make a pun? Whoosh. Where did that pissed off dwarf go? There you are. Rana, how are you? Satisfied at work? Have you been able to pray to your god yet? No, but you did have a truly decent drink. Well, fudge. Did they ever get rid of the thingy behind the... yes. Slipper slope? I mean, I suppose that's a pun. You know, honestly, I wouldn't stand by that pun because that's a crappy pun. It's such a bad pun that I didn't even realize I made it. All right, what's this? Can I make this? These statues? Did I not finish gels? Eh. All right, well, oh no, I didn't. That's a slab, not a statue. And then I got to do the front for both of these. Is your dwarf still alive? So that dwarf was in a different fortress. That dwarf was in the Plank of Nations. This is Longdeath that we're currently playing. So the number of dwarves in this fort is very low because of how old this fort is. As for that particular fort, let's just say we went to war with Satan. Not going to say that we won, but I'm also not going to say that we lost because we didn't lose, but we certainly didn't win. We contained hell. Lots and lots and lots of dwarven lives were lost in the making of containing hell. How are things? How's your streams been, man? My things are all right. I had a relatively productive weekend. I did a lot of gardening. Oh, I guess I could show the pictures because I don't feel like getting it down. But I made a thing that was accidentally very fitting for Halloween. I made my last batch of sauerkraut for the year. Took the last few cabbages from the garden, and made sauerkraut. But I tried something, which is I made beet kraut. So beet kraut is where you take beets and you grate them and you make sauerkraut with a couple of grated beets in them. It gives it a different color and a slightly different flavor. Now, it's very fitting because I have to open the jar on Halloween. That's the day that it's finished. Is the 31st. Obviously, I'll have to like open it up and like make sure it doesn't like rot or anything, but and press it down. But it looks like I fucking committed a crime. Like, you should have seen my kitchen when I was done with this before I, like, put the plastic on top of it and whatnot to let it start fermenting. Like, like my kitchen just looked like I'd dissected a body. Like, it was just blasted. And they seem really interested. I tend to avoid streamer Twitch servers because they often tend to be a bunch of pyramid-y weirdos, but best of luck. Looks like intestines. I thought it looked like brains in a jar, personally, Burner, but, you know, intestines works. It certainly looks like I committed a crime. It looks like I dissected something that shouldn't be dissected, and I'm very amused by it because it's currently, I guess, my only Halloween decoration. Anyway, it tastes delicious. It's got my homegrown organic garlic in it, homegrown organic beets in it, and homegrown organic cabbage. Does not look very appetizing? I mean, no more or less appetizing than anything good. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm old. I like old Twitch. So, like, I do have quite a few, like, better Twitch and FFZ emotes in this channel, but I tend to lean towards keeping chat less cluttered, I guess. Onyx, you finally made the name change. I'm assuming. Unless there's somehow a second Onyx who knows me, which would be weird because I don't know any other Onyxes other than this Onyx. So, hi, Onyx. But congrats. What was different about old Twitch? Less clutter in the chat, less begging for money constantly. The site crashed more frequently. What was different? So, back in my day, if you weren't a Twitch partner, you had a 2-minute guaranteed delay at all times. No sub button and bits didn't exist. You're kind of dumb currently. What are the 2 rows of 3 squared things plus the 2 below? 2 rows of 3 squared things. 2 rows of 3 squared things. You mean these things just like in the center of the screen? Because these are enclosures for great beasts. So I got Cyclops, Giant, 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 Cyclops, Minotaur, and Minotaur. Basically, I've had all of these creatures like in my basement in cages for the last, I don't know, 250 years. So quite literally like a year of real-time gameplay. And then down in this maze, I've got these Ettins over here, as well as like other shit. And I'm just kind of like at a point with this fortress where I'm like, I should really just like actually do something with them, which is what I'm doing. I'm trying to like make a zoo, basically. So we're making a little zoo. Sup, Mist Runner? How's things? But Twitch is weird. Looks like weird is weird and blocks user score underscores and usernames now. What? Huh? You need my help? That's not a good sign. What do you need my help with? Spooky zoo? Not really a spooky zoo. For a unpaid due to the vid, is that what we're calling it now? Is because if you're out with COVID, and so's my petty, that's 2 people as of today. Jeez, feel better soon. I mean, does that mean that you get to like just hang around and stream for a week at the very least? I have all the knowledge about Twitch subscriptions. This is true. This is true, unfortunately. I'm an encyclopedia for 2 things. All things bullshit Twitch related and all things video games related. Because I'm some kind of weird nerd. It's better than being some sort of Suicide Squad, frankly. It was a terrible movie. If you have a viewer called Sucks, you're sorry for adding them. At Sucks. I mean, that would sucks, wouldn't it? Soul Shiner. We're not again gonna send you Coke in the mail. Yeah, just don't worry about timing. Just don't worry about timing. It's fine. I mean, it'd be like Jake Sucky, Mr. Burner. I've got 2 fortify. Peace. Ah! Bad tech. Grenades!
Grenades.
You know, it's kind of sad because like this is not a real donation. I'm going to do this because it's fitting, because it makes the right sound effect. Hold on, just give me a second while I log into this terrible piece of software that doesn't want to work right now. And then actually, can I even do this manually from this end? No, I can't. Want me to re-verify? Well, that sucks. I was going to trigger a fake donation sound because it makes an explosion sound, which would be fitting for your grenades comment, but Jesus Christ. I don't actually have an explosion sound, believe it or not.
Nuclear
It's true. Nuclear valve. You know, honestly, like, it's funny because, like, when I first added that sound effect, one of my mods, Cutest, was like, that might be a problem because that's, like, you know, Russia's a little, like, nuts and using that old Star Trek line. I was like, it'll be fine. Meanwhile, there it is. Perfect. Little late, but...
This is a test donation for
Stream Deck?
39 Yhdysvaltain dollaria.
Oh yeah, by the way, I have Finnish text-to-speech. Stream Deck? I don't know when you tuned in, Mr. Burner, but I don't have a Stream Deck. I have this thing that I bought for $80 on AliExpress and assigned all the hotkeys to it because fuck spending $600 on a piece of fucking plastic from a terrible company that has awful customer support. Fuck Elgato. Sorry, it's a natural response. I should add that to the annoying sounds with just the roller coaster tycoon exploding. Thanks for the 25 cents. You're stupid. It's 4 different macro pads. Fuck. That's not gonna get old. Better invest in Touch Portal? You know, to quote a good friend of mine from streaming, Tornus, as he says, all of these, he posted a GIF and it was just like hands doing this, and he captioned it, all of these streamers complaining every single time all of their plugins are broken when OBS updates. I update OBS every time because I don't run any fancy plugins, and I'm exactly the same as that shit. It's like, no plugins can break when I'm not running any. Although I'm kind of still pissed that OBS broke my captions, because I had captions for a bit. But you just got done dealing with the Elgato because they said that your order, it's funny, actually. I do use an Elgato product. This is a GoPro, black. Can't even remember what model number. A couple years old. Anyway, it's using an Elgato stream something or another. USB connector that it captures. Well, how do I fix you, Dwarf? I don't know if I can. Mayor doesn't want anything. All right, let's lock them in the bunker. Go celebrate, you dwarfs. Take a break. You've earned it. That is the correct amount of money to spend on an Elgato. I don't like Elgato products. They're consistently significantly more expensive than they need to be and are awful value. It's sort of like buying a Blue Yeti. It's like, Blue Yeti, sure, it's fine, but there are better microphones for cheaper. Why are we bopping all the drums? It's funny, as I say that as somebody who owned a Blue Yeti and used it actively for like almost 5 years. You know how earlier I was talking about how a microphone needs to feel heavy enough to kill somebody with it in order to know that it's a good microphone? The Blue Yeti without its stand weighs like nothing. It's like, it feels hollow. With the Blue Yeti stand, on the other hand, that's a good bludgeoning weapon. This microphone is heavier than the Blue Yeti and the stand. So, yeah. Why are we attending a meeting? Why are you stuck trying to attend a meeting? You know what? I'm going to give you your own squad. No uniform. Creative quietness. I'm going to name this squad. Oh, no, not that one. I'm gonna name this squad Depression. So that's what this dwarf has right now. Snap into it. You know, it's funny that I'm talking shit about my old Blue Yeti because I gave it away for free to the developer of this game. What's up, Shenran? How thing? Well, anyway, back to your problem. You want to use your free Prime sub, but you can't find the use Prime sub button anywhere? Oh. They do a really, really, really good job hiding it. Yeah, hold on. Let me, like, use Sui's stream as an example. I'm sure she'll be fine with that. So this is my friend Sui. You should go follow her. I'd shout her out right now, but I currently can't. Literally, you click on this, although I'm subbed currently, so like, that doesn't even work. Who else could I use? Who am I not subbed to? I don't think I'm subbed to Arch. Arch, can I use your stream? Is that okay? Don't hate me, Arch. Am I subbed to Arch? No, I'm not. Perfect. So you click on this, and then there's a little checkbox that's right there. You click that, and then it lets you sub for free. But yeah, they do a really good job hiding it because Twitch wants you to pay for things. They don't want you to have things that you've already paid for. That would be ridiculous. It's not there, then it's not available yet. Did you like just link your account? Try refreshing if you haven't yet. Pool of Paranoid Metroid's blood, I'm assuming. Paranoid Metroid, why is your blood on the ground? Oh. Hold on. No, you weren't fighting with an owl. Thanks the full force of the... Did you fall off of something? What the fuck? You didn't die. What? The hell did that dwarf do? That just shows how old this fort is, actually, because I still have a dwarf named Paranoid Metroid when Tekid's been named Tekid for a while. I mean, I know you're utterly harrowed by the nightmare, but that is your tragic life, but what the fuck happened? His foot is mangled, or sorry, her foot is mangled beyond recognition. What? So, Onyx, second question. Does it say something along the lines of, like, sub will be available on this day? Because if you don't even see the icon, then you probably need to, like, refresh your connection to Twitch Prime. But, like, you do have the like, badge, so I assume it. Is this really your kid? Damn right, it is your kid. And Axon, man, I haven't seen Axon in a while. Axon graduated school and got a job. Doesn't even show up. Weird. I don't know. I would assume that's some sort of, like, weird Twitch connection issue. You could tweet at Twitch support about it. But aside from that, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I haven't connected a... You know what? Dwarf, since you're, like, completely obliterated in your ability to exist as a dwarf, I should probably remove the vast majority of your tasks. Just leave you with metalsmithing, and that's about it. Paranoid and Banana? You had Banana as a kid? Oh, fun fact, you're cheating on your husband. Or I guess you're now passed away husband. So you're moving on with life. There we go. You have a niece? Farana's your niece? That's fascinating. Yeah, no, IDZ, Letharticus, Navy. Navy's your kid, Diamond. Sorry, half-brother. Is there a relation to you? Wow. That's the Navy. Keeping this whole channel funded. Do you have any opinions on View Dwarves? I don't know what that is. Oh no, stepbro Navy. Not stepbro. Well, I guess technically stepbro because half sibling. Half sibling is a step sibling. Murder. In case you didn't notice, literally every single one of these dwarves is named after somebody. The ones I don't have named are merchants, because merchants tend to go nuts, because they can't actually function as full dwarves and there's certain jobs they can't do. But I got nothing against naming them either. I mean, it's weird that I'm talking about how Diamond had kids in my in my fortress. If it would be really weird if I wasn't even naming dwarves. But yeah, no, I always name dwarves. It's just first come, first serve, ask nicely. I would try and do it on PC because I've never subbed via mobile, but at the end of the day, like, also, it doesn't matter all that much. It'll figure itself eventually. It should be linked since you've got the badge. Yeah, I don't know. Like, honestly, I do not know. You know, people always ask for that. Dwarves don't stand out like that. Dwarves aren't idiots, right? Like, there's never just a derpy... Like, everybody's like, I want to be the idiot. It's like, well, no, they're tragic, usually. It's like, I've never had a dwarf that I've looked at and been like, oh, that's the village idiot. No, because they're all perfectly good at what they're good at. That's not really a character trait for dwarves. Like, that's not how the game works. Like, you can have depressed dwarves, but those are tragic dwarves. Those aren't idiots. They're perfectly functional dwarves. They're just sad. And I don't think you want to be a sad dwarf that's gonna, like, off themselves by jumping into a vat of lava. So, no. And I don't really take requests like that. What I do take, though, is, like, do you want to be, like, a specific job? Okay. Do you want, like, a male or female dwarf? Okay, I can do that. Do you want, like, a dwarf of a particular status? I can probably do that. But if you're just, like, if you want idiotic colonists, Playo and I... Yeah, I mean, the dwarves in Dwarf Fortress, like, people make fun of them for being idiots, but, like, they're generally pretty self-sufficient. Sounds kind of epic, though. You know, I actually witnessed a dwarf kill themselves once, and it was a depressing thing to watch. He literally walked up onto a wall and fell off the wall, walked up on the wall again, fell off the wall again, walked up to a wall a third time, fell off the wall a third time, splatted on the ground, and died of blood loss. It was really hard to watch. You're on PC. Dude, I don't know. Like, I'm not Twitch support. I legit have no idea. So, like, my advice to you is to reach out to Twitch support. Oi, you're not supposed to give me money when you only have $20 in your bank account. Deadliest. Sheesh. Shame on you. Thanks for the second month. Welcome back. I will simply repeat the thing I said previously. I mean, I've had dwarves that it's like, why are you lovers with 18 people? I've had that before, which is literally the village whore, but like that's not something that I will notice unless I specifically go looking for that. And even then, I probably still wouldn't find it to be able to give you that dwarf. Yeah, I would write a support ticket. That or just wait. I mean, oddly, it's probably just Amazon being slow. I don't know when you linked your account, but I would just wait. It's good you got this figured out. Uh-huh. I mind everything you do, VadTech. I'll have you know. Where's mind when I need him? But I don't know. If you guys want merchants, I could give you merchants, but they're not going to be job specific, and they're not the most useful dwarves. Grenades minded. Why are my unicorns dying? Humble. Actually, I think it's because the humans killed them. Very much so. That is exactly what happened. I don't know, when will people realize that you can't name animals in Dwarf Fortress? The dwarves name the pets, and the dwarves name them a dwarfy thing that the dwarves want to name them. I can't name a pet for you. The dwarves do that. I mean, what, Diamond? I'm sorry, what are you inhaling? Because it ain't oxygen. I mean, here's the thing. At the end of the day, Onyx, in my experience, Twitch Prime bullshit just works. And if it's not just working, then I would just, like, point the finger at Amazon and be like, fix your shit! And that's basically where my advice ends. Because, like, I don't know. It's a big website. Sometimes things just don't work. And if they don't work, then there really is only so much I can do. And me just, like, trying to troubleshoot your problem doesn't really benefit anybody. But, you know, it's not like I run scheduled ad breaks or anything annoying like that. So the most you'll see here is just like the pre-rolls when you refresh. But I would just try it again tomorrow, see if it's working then. You know, like sometimes Amazon stuff just takes a while to sync. Jen, thank you very much for the tier 1 for the second month. Well, welcome back. Cheers, clink. Unlike Deadliest, I don't need to harangue you for giving me money when you shouldn't be. You're out again. See you maybe later. I mean, you know where I'll be. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays for way too many fucking hours. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Although today we'll just be, you know, chilling with the Longdeath, followed by... God, these doors get stuck. Chilling with Longdeath for like a good 4 or 5 hours, and then after Longdeath we'll dive into Thief, most likely. Unless, like, Okay, who ripped the door off the hinges? The door missing. Net Jam Jr., thank you very much for the $1. Appreciate you, Ming. Saying there aren't half-breed dwarves, you enjoy being a dwarf elf? A dwelf? Yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have crossbreeding. You could be a very elfy dwarf, though. You could be a dwarf that was raised by elves that has an elven name and shaves their beard like some sort of cretin and, like, enjoys nature and doesn't want to burn all the forests to the ground and create a great mining pit. Never seen train operators that are doing stuff? How neat. On SkyTrain here in Vancouver, you can actually, like, just get onto the train and... like, go through the turnaround. So you can, like, not see train operators, but you can see, like, well, I guess them in the control center up above you, like, managing and turning the trains around and stuff. Actually, somebody who used to be in my stream team until he went on to permanent streaming hiatus, Evil Trick, actually got a job as part of the commuter rail union in Denmark, where he's from. And he, as of last time I checked, his full-time job was literally just, like, micromanaging, like, trains and making sure that nothing collided. Although the last few times I spoke with him, he's just like, yeah, it's a super chill job. He's like, it's extremely chill until it isn't. You just, like, sit indoors in a little control room, staring at screens, making sure trains aren't going to collide. And then when you see trains that are going to be a problem, then in a very short period of time, you panic and fix it and then go back to playing, like, something on your Switch. It's like, I don't know how I feel about just, like, train operators just, like, playing video games, but, I mean, yeah, it's comfy, comfy, comfy. Oh, shit, comfy, comfy, comfy. Exactly. Exactly. But thank you very much for the $2 and the old micro train right there. Appreciate you guys. Aqua re-upping that sub for 22nd month of tier 2. Leveling up the train into level 1. Cheers, man. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for all that? I was thinking Sid Meier's Trains Diamond, but Factorio is also a game with trains in it. Speaking of games with trains in it, there's in fact a train in the chat right now, so be careful. Don't get run over. It's dangerous. We need, like, I think it's 5 tier 1 subs, or I think about $25 in bits. So I would guess probably around $24 in bits, or maybe like 4 subs and a couple bits to level her up next. Preparing lavish meals for the dwarves. Thanks for the 50 cents, Ire Stupid. You know, I feel like I need to say this every time, but no, you're not stupid. He named himself that, not the other way around. Raz, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Keeping this channel funded. Maybe at this rate, we'll get back up to 1,000 subs. Spartanus Mr. Nimbus, that's a name. I actually don't know any of those. Those are all first-time subs. Maybe we've finally, like, we've got so many subscriptions on this channel now, we're finally starting to work through all the people that have been subbed previously. Which is kind of a funny concept. But thanks a lot, Raz. Appreciate you, man, for your continued incredible amounts of kindness and support. Also, that sub goal there, thanks for the 34 cents, Rick Albert. all goes to the same place eventually. Fun fact, that sub goal there is the amount that we need to unlock a 5th emote slot, and I haven't even used the 4 that I have right now, so. That's all you had? Don't worry about it, dude.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Appreciate you, Peek. Giggity. What's this dwarf doing? It is helping. It is, in fact, helping. I'm worried about this dwarf, and I'm trying to keep them from going nuts. We did add some other good ones on the unofficial. Yes, this is true. I mean, I could just make, like, wide pog official until Cooler, like, makes the emotes. The only reason I'm not, like, bugging Cooler to, like, finish emotes is because he lives in Russia, and I don't envy anybody who lives in Russia right now. So, you know, if he's being slow about things, that's fine. Also, I literally can't pay him because he's in Russia. Which sucks. His emotes are phenomenal. His art's great. That, or I could actually, you know what I could do? I could just double up the follower emotes. You might have just bought 4 Planet Zoo DLCs. Are they on sale or something? Is they like a humble bundle? What's my favorite emote? Chat, what's your favorite emote that I have? What's my favorite one? Honestly, probably... Probably these 2. Or actually, no, these 3. Blank is really good. And Record Spin is really good. And then I really like Bois just because of how, like, ludicrous it is. Also, like, Bois is probably the most money I've spent on a single piece of artwork. The waving one lately? Fun fact, Cooler didn't actually draw the waving one. He just animated it. Galad Warder did that one. Although he stopped doing emote commissions a couple years ago when he became a full-time hentai furry fuda artist. I'm not joking. And last I checked, he was making NFTs of those. So I don't know what he's up to these days. Hopefully paying his rent. It's like, I don't actually know what he's up to these days. Man of culture? I'm sure. He's the guy who did the skull emotes back in the day and the original iterations of all that stuff. Chasing fat stacks? Well, I mean, last I checked, he's like, the last time I got him to do an emote for me, it took him like 4 times as long as it did previously. Like, the amount of time it took him to actually put together an emote just like accelerated drastically. I was like, what's the holdup on this one? He's like, oh, I just had twins. Like, he'd like just moved in with his girlfriend and they just had twins. And he's like, yeah, and like, so I have to take a lot of like day jobs. Might stop doing emotes soon. I'm like, you know what, dude, honestly, I fucking respect it. Like, if you've just had kids, like the Twitch hustle isn't exactly like, the Twitch emote making hustle living in Korea is not exactly the most actively profitable line of work. Like, it's certainly like you can make money doing it. Like, that, we're not going to dance around that. Like, that's the truth. But I kind of want to just get rid of this whole thing. Let's do some remodeling in here. It's like, yeah, you can certainly make money doing it, but it's not the most profitable line of work that an artist of his stature could be doing. So y'all are getting paid. I mean, you can make money doing emotes for people. It's just like, yeah, you have to kind of hustle a little bit. Whereas Cooler, the American dollars goes much further when you live in Russia. But thank you very much for the train chat. If you can suppress the projectile vomiting, I don't know. It's really funny stating the sentence of furry fuda hentai NFT artist, because it sounds like I just like fell out of a random word generator. But it's true. I mean, it's what the guy did for a while. And yes, it is solid employment. I mean, yeah, the point where like I just kind of started to squint because I still follow the guy on Twitter even though I don't like I haven't commissioned anything from him in ages. But Grant, which was his name or is his name, like I still follow him on Twitter, but I have him muted ever since he started tweeting about OpenSea nonstop. It's like, you know what, fucking just shut up, dude. I hope he did all right with it, but like. And I hope he wasn't one of those people that just kind of got crushed in the aftermath. It's like people got to make their money, and I'm not gonna judge them for that. Sex sells. Weird sex sells better. Often much more profitable. Yeah, no, it's my issue with his product was that he got slow. Not that like. The quality was bad or anything, but like for anybody who's wondering, the stuff that Galad Warder did for me was all of the original skull emotes. So when you look at my emotes and you're like, there's like the Crypt Wave was originally one of his. All of the skull emotes were his. The original versions of this and this were his, but then I got Cooler to redo them because I wanted it to fit. I wanted it to be more stylistically coherent, but everything beyond that, like, Cooler's done, which is why I say Cooler did the vast majority of the artwork on this channel. Cooler also did all the sub badges. I had other sub badges previously that Grant did, but I didn't like them as much, so I got Cooler to do them, and he did a much better job. Oh yeah, no, each to their own. Although I will NFT shame, because flaunting your wealth with fucking PNGs is stupid. But you know, there's a reason, like, I just kind of automatically block anybody I see on Twitter with the octagon-shaped profile image. Because, number one, they're paying Twitter every month for the privilege of doing that with Twitter Blue, which is laughable in and of itself. Also, they spent a lot of money on a fucking screenshotable image, which is hilarious. But you know what I'll also shame, chat room? I will shame people who go to, like, art shows and bid a lot of money on individual pieces of artwork as an investment. You know? Just like I will complain about, like, the parent company of, what's it called? Why am I blanking on? The Joy of Painting. Bob Ross. I will grumble about Bob Ross's parent company owning like the vast majority of his entirety of the entirety of his artworks. Stuff like that. Like that stuff just makes me feel kind of gross, and I'm not a big fan of it. Like, no, they bought a copy of the script for whatever the fuck that director's name was, Dune, which was a canceled movie script for a version of Dune that's absolutely nothing like Dune. That actually has a really interesting artwork, or not artwork, that has a really interesting documentary about it. Absolutely, Rick Albert. But, like, I say that as somebody who owns a few pieces of artwork. I own a unique, one-of-a-kind crayon piece by Zach and Tarn Adams. That's got to be worth something someday, right? I also own, like, a piece of that my aunt painted for me, and she does hobbyist art, and she's been in art shows and sold pieces for hundreds of dollars, which, you know, like, ain't bad, but, you know, certainly not crazy investment amounts. Since we're talking about it, I'm gonna go grab the thing and brag about it. See, this is worth more than any fucking NFT. I mean, it's going to be worth, like, at least as much as a prepared meal, right? Yeah, I love this little thing. Adorable. Screenshot it. Damn right. You should. I mean, I've taken like nice photos of it and just like posted it on like Reddit before. Also, Zone Soldier, thanks for the $2. Cheers. Guys, the hype train's over. What? Thanks for the $1, Frog. Oh, hey, they brought... Did they get rid of the rip bits for a while and bring them back, or am I crazy? Friend of mine lost his drawing when he moved houses. No! 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 Save your money and spend it on Dwarf Fortress instead, Kodiak. That sucks, dude. Although, to be honest with you, there is a piece of artwork I do kind of want to buy. I want to commission something from Krug Smash. Something I want to do. Jer Henning, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Cheers. I need to pour more coffee. It looks like the train hit the end of an 8-hour shift, so they just got picked up, and it's just on the track, and you don't know if it's blocking any other tracks. I mean, I'm sure they're planning around it, Deadliest. Gremlin Mayor, maybe? Not. Oh, what? Like for? Actually, you know that would be kind of because I know Krugs has done commissions in the past, but they're pretty rare. But if I were to commission something from Krugs, I'd want it flat-packed mailed to me. I'd want the physical version. Which is why I didn't commission any time he did it. Yeah, he's done a few YouTube streams. He did an art stream, and then he did an actual gaming stream. Which bothers the crap out of me, because he did it on YouTube. Wrong platform. Come on, Krugs. Get with the program. Stream on Twitch. YouTube's on videos. What? Gotta split that audience over multiple platforms. Best way to make the best money. But yeah, no, it's good to see Krug streaming, because the last time I spoke with him on a call, he was talking about how like concerned and afraid he is about streaming. So it's nice to see that he's gotten over that. I guess social anxiety, is that the right word to use? Because, like, streaming has never given me any kind of social anxiety. It's always been very much oh, yeah, no, I just stream. You need to make some mayo. I'm so sorry for your loss. Jeez. You just ate the last of our tomatoes. Frost warning tonight. Oh, really? You got a frost warning? That's so nice. God, I wish we could get a frost warning. Some of them may have been a bit green. You gotta fry the green ones, dude. Come on. Fried green tomatoes. Or bake them. Yeah, I saw. And he gave you a token? You mean like a what's it called? A help form token? Or rather, I didn't read the whole conversation, but tell Craigie you love him. Tell him yourself. Literally just add him on Twitter. Krug's like follows his social media, or literally tell him in a comment on YouTube. Like he reads all of his comments, even if he doesn't respond. He's like me. He's like kind of he's a small enough YouTuber that he can just like sit there and read all that stuff. I don't know what a Twitch Prime sub token is, so you've learned something about Twitch Prime that I've never heard before. Does it like let you subscribe once or something? That's made at home. You can't bear to pay for it. Hate mail. Shit's disgusting, Ming. Fresh or not, doesn't matter. Unless it's like used as an ingredient in things. To me, it's like straight mayo is like telling me to eat straight egg whites uncooked. It's like, no. But like mayo in a salad, like with other things is fine. There you go, problem solved. Ire Stupid's got you. Thanks, Ire Stupid, for giving a sub to Onyx. Welcome back, Onyx. You ate a fisheye when you were in Japan? You know, I'm totally fine with eating raw fish, though. Tasted like egg yolk. I've never eaten plain egg yolk, so... Well, uncooked anyway. Unless you mean, like, cooked egg yolk. Weirdest thing I've ever eaten, though, was a, roasted, moose testicle. Probably the strangest thing I've ever eaten. Yeah, I've also had a bull's tongue. That was odd. Moose nostril was really good, though. So I used to go to this charity fundraiser once a year, which was just an all-you-can-eat buffet, and it was, I think it was like $100 a person. It wasn't cheap, but it was an all-you-can-eat buffet, and it was put on by one of the indigenous tribes that we grew up that was close to us. And it was just like a pay money, and then it was just all-you-can-eat foods. And so it was like whatever they'd hunted, right? So there was like venison, there was moose, there was bull, there was salmon, there was like various different homegrown vegetables. It was a really, 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 really good food every time. Turkey testicle? Why is like my knee-jerk response like, how big were they? Were they like the size of a grape? Because that's what I'm imagining. The heck? Yeah? Huh. Weird. Handy Hoosers, I don't know where to go from this. But, yeah, no, like, those all-you-can-eat buffets were fantastic. It was literally just, like, there was a table of meats and a table of non-meats, and go ham. It was great. Golf ball? Fucking hell. Turkey got big testicle. Amazon's support isn't shitty? What? Amazon support used to be legendarily good. Like, the reason Amazon took off the way it did was because you could refund something without actually, like, sending them the product back. Like, Amazon used to be incredible for their support. I don't know what their current support's like now, but... 'cause I haven't had to use their support in a while, but... Twitch's support's pretty terrible, but Amazon support, eh... Also, hey, I just got key for another video game. Now I have 808 games in my Steam library, just like a certain kick drum. I just got key for this. I don't know if anybody here's played it, but literally a moment ago. But I've heard good things about it, so. I mean, it's kind of ugly looking, but it seems neat. Heard good things. I don't care if games are ugly. Look at the game I'm playing right now. Green Man Gaming email deleted. All right, I can close my... God, I will never, like, be okay with the term mountain oysters. Just say what it is. Like, I will never be okay with that term. But, although when you first had them, you were terribly hungry and they were very good. Okay, good. This weekend you embarked near 3 necromancer towers and some humans in your civ, and there was a war with, and you sieged the necromancers in the autumn of the first year, and foolishly you had not finished sealing the fort off. That was the quickest you've ever had a fort fall. The quickest I've ever had a fort fall was I settled, and I got a notification saying the dead walk, hide while you still can, and we all died. I didn't even get to like build anything or start digging. Like we just died. It was just the dead walk, hide while you still can, dead. By the time you get bull balls, they're probably included in your beef sausage. Like everyone has probably had cow testicle. And I say this as somebody who's vegan the vast majority of the time. It's like, you've definitely eaten cow testicle. It's like, I haven't had meat in like probably about 2-3 weeks now. But like, you've eaten bull testicle, you just don't know. We didn't die though. Like the flooded map was draining as fast as it was flooding Aqua. So I didn't actually lose that. We just like decided to not worry about it. And I just like quit. But assuming the game would have let me build stuff, that wouldn't have actually been a loss. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Welcome back to the crazy humans. Assuming it's still the same faction and everything. On the item is an image of a rendition of the Seal of Liberating, a well-designed image of an alfalfa. The image is the symbol of the Confederacy of Sport, a human civilization. It is made from jelly opal. Well, that's fancy, but unfortunately, you're gonna have to die. So celebrate, good dwarfs, come on. Do 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 do. Yeah. I love that there's just like the occasional dead human just, like around places like whoops. But you know you don't need to be carrying all of that stuff, right? Are you carrying a cage with a marmot in it? As well as all of that? Yeah, wow, you are. Okay, well good luck, good luck, Dwarfy. We will peek over here. Yeah, that's not a small army. So let's seal off some doors, shall we? Them sending squads out while the other sieges are due to diplomacy and Fort Wealth. Well, I mean, the dead walk, hide while you still can, are not like intended attacks. They're just like crowds of zombies that are wandering around because there just happens to be. Those humans are murdering a marmot because there just happens to be necromancers there. You mean thriller, not triller? Triller's a different thing, Diamond. Ugh, gosh. Can't stop yawning. The gate's shut. All right, let's. What time of year is it? Early summer? The way is shut. They must go this way. Just making sure this way is open. Although I do need to pull this lever so that they don't run directly into my fortress. Yeah, excellent. All right, so we're getting there. Need to close the drain, though. It was made by the dead. Dead, keep it. You guys could hear my tummy grumbling. I will be impressed. I don't know why my tummy's grumbling. I'm not actually hungry. But it's like... Well, actually, in this case, it was made by the dwarfs, and the dwarfs keep it. The human wrestler, Papos. Papos? Papos. I'm not ready for Pap OS. Although I'm sure it's much better than Temple OS. Hopefully less sad. Can you guys stop murdering all the marmots? They did nothing wrong, guys. Wow, they sent so many recruits this time. Pull the lever, Dwarf. Well, that's my tummy. Oh, good to know. Thanks. Appreciate the insight on how my body functions. All right. The drains are shut. Looks like the humans are starting to move where I need them to move. You're enjoying... I'm not familiar with those audiobooks. I haven't listened to an audiobook in a long time. The last audiobook I actually listened to was it was more of an audio drama rendition of Dune, which was very good. I can't even remember who did it. I know that feeling when you're just like, my brain just like stopped working halfway through typing that. I don't know why I just wrote word salad, but whoopsie daisies, I just wrote word salad. Or Warhammer 40K novels? Yeah. I do enjoy audiobooks. Actually, like, it's weird because, like, I associate certain books with franchises of video games because those were the audiobooks I was listening to when I was playing that video game. Like, I associate the racing game Roll Cage with Harry Potter because I was listening to the Harry Potter audiobooks while playing Roll Cage. And I associate, like, Dune with Age of Empires because I was listening to the Dune audiobooks while playing Age of Empires 1, and then around halfway through the series I started playing Age of Empires 2 back in the day, so you can figure out what year that was. Age of Empires 2, The Age of Kings, and then Age of Empires 3 I associate with a bunch of Star Wars audiobooks I had at the time. And oh god, what was the name of that fucking video game? The Star Wars Age of Empires RTS. Can't even remember the name of it, but it ran in the Age of Empires engine. And then there was an FPS. Trying to remember the name of it that I played a bunch of. Battlegrounds? Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds, maybe? Galactic Battlegrounds. Yes, Galactic Battlegrounds. Much unsimilar to PlayerUnknown's Galactic Battlegrounds. Very different game. But yeah, no, there's a whole bunch of like old audiobooks that I associate with various video games for that reason. Oh, Dark Tower I listened to while playing Counter-Strike. When it was late at night and nobody was playing, I listened to books 1 through 3 of Dark Tower when nobody was on Vent. So when people wouldn't log into Vent, I would go into the muted audiobooks room and I would sit there listening to the Dark Tower. Which is pretty rad, actually. That was a good series of books to listen to while playing Counter-Strike. Galactic Battlegrounds and not finding people? That sounds like my entire experience playing that one game that started with an S. Oh, was it an S? Shit. I know another game that studio went and made. So let me just look it up. Savage! That was it! Did anybody here play Savage 2? Because I played Savage 2, A Tortured Soul, this fucking video game. That was another game that I was playing Dark Tower while listening to, and could never get like full games in that stupid thing. Savage was a neat game. It was one of those original games where, or it was one of those games where it was like, it was an RTS that 2 people played, and then all of the soldiers were players. And then they went on to make Heroes of Newerth. And Savage Battle for Newerth and Savage 2 A Tortured Soul both took place in the Newerth universe. They made Strife, yeah, which was, that was another MOBA, right? I never played Strife. Actually, that's not true. I think I played it once for like a couple of minutes. I think I played like a match with bots and was like, nah. And just went back to playing League or Dota or whatever I was playing at the time. Before I uninstalled all of those games altogether and now don't play them at all. Because fuck MOBAs. I mean, don't fuck MOBAs, but fuck MOBAs. You know what I'm saying? Terrible video game. No! Stop hurting my unicorns. They did nothing wrong. I'm really gonna need to like pasture my unicorns underground because these humans are like going for my unicorns now and it bothers me. Just lock that door. You really enjoyed Natural Selection 2 when it still had an active player base? Yeah, I never played Natural Selection or Natural Selection 2. I remember recommending it to somebody, though. I did play Nuclear Dawn, though. Nuclear Dawn was neat. I wonder if Nuclear Dawn still has a player base. I doubt it. But that was on Steam. Oh, it's $10. I doubt it. Yeah, it came out in 2011. Yeah, I played a bit of this, too. Although I didn't have it on Steam, though. Nuclear Dawn, it was another RTS game, except like the RTS player would build like turrets and walls, so it was less of a base builder and more of a they're like controlling the flow of the map sort of thing. So it required less coordination, which in theory would make it better, but really didn't. You fuckers. That's all I have to say about these humans. I need the majority of these to be in there before they kill all of my unicorns. I'm sorry, why is there blood everywhere? What happened? Unicorn blood. How are you still... Oh, I see, because there's a unicorn in the walkway. Sad. They're murdering my unicorns, chat. But I can't open the door. If I open the door, then the humans will get in. Can't have that. Like watching it and seeing Fear of Turtles and no one around, you know why? What? You played it at a LAN party, it was great, 5v5 full LAN. Honestly, most MOBAs are great, 5v5 on LAN. Well, one of my merchants is throwing a tantrum. That's unfortunate. Not much I can help you with though, dude. Do you have any kids? Yes, okay, so I have to wait for Pilot to grow up or for you to die. Otherwise, we'll lose Pilot, and I don't want to lose Pilot. How old's Pilot? 10! Okay, only 2 more years until I can expel your parent. There's a recruit coming up here. Are you going to get caught in that trap? Nope. Wow, I really, truly just straight up failed to reload all these traps. That sounds like Bloodline Champions, which was then, based on your description of it, Soul Shinery, which was then abandoned so that they could develop Battle Right, which was then abandoned so that they could develop Battle Right Battle Royale, and then they went back to developing Battle Right briefly, and then they abandoned that game's development to make V Rising. So I was kind of salty about that studio after they abandoned Bloodline Champions the first time. So hopefully V Rising is making people happy still. Looking at reviews. It's got very positive reviews. Seems to be selling pretty well still. I'm not seeing any negative reviews by scrolling down, so I guess people like Vampire Game. Good for them, I suppose. All right, we're gonna have to start killing humans. We will wait until this next little group gets down in there. How many of my unicorns are still alive? Okay, good number of them. That's good. And the human that's killing them seems to be getting exhausted, so that's also a good sign. I could probably just pull the lever now, but I'm going to wait until that final group gets in here. All right, my dwarves, Letharticus, is about to go kill a human maceman. The Spearmaster stabs the maceman in the left foot with their named spear, fracturing the bone through a large wool shoe, and many nerves have been torn, and a ligament has been torn, and a tendon has been torn. The force bends the ankle, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. Spearmaster then strikes the human maceman in the fourth finger with the left muscle with their named spear, tearing apart the skin and bruising the muscle. And and then they and it goes straight through their rope reed mitten. And an artery has been opened by the attack, and the nerves have been severed, and the human loses hold of their morning star. The Spearmaster doesn't have anything to say about this. The human also doesn't have anything to say about this. We let the combat move a little further, and pretty quickly, human maceman, let's check in on you. Spearmaster stabs the human maceman in the right lower leg with their named spear, and a motor nerve has been torn. The Spearmaster stabs the human maceman in the lower body with the named spear, tearing the guts through the large chain leggings, and the human gives into pain and starts vomiting. The dwarves are now on top of the human, and I assume that means that the human has died. The human, nope, that's a unicorn. Human wrestler is fighting with the unicorns and seems to have collapsed under the ground in exhaustion. Well, that's good. Letharticus has something to say, which is, can it all end so quickly? This does not scare me. Violence. Dark time indeed. All right, we're waiting on one more group of humans. You know what? Fuck it. No, we're not. Let's turn off that squad. Check down here. Yep. Get them out of there. Sweet. They're all backing up. Now they're all backing up. Let's lock this. And pull the lava whoosh lever. If you haven't seen the trap yet, now might be a good time to look up because stuff is about to burninate. Cyrelac, enjoy your lurks. V Rising was fun and a lot of vampire trips. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. I just ugh. No, we're not talking about Vampire the Masquerade. We are not. I was complaining about the Splash Damage Studios who made a game that I really, really liked called Bloodline Champions, followed by another game that I really, really liked called Battle Right, and then abandoned both of those for silly side projects, followed by absolutely nothing of value. That is a lot of humans. It's okay. They're all about to burn to death, just like humans on Earth. Anyway, hopefully these humans like lava for breakfast. Which fort is this? It's in the title. It's always in the title. That's a lot of math happening in game right now. Pull the lever. Also. Speed that up. But also, hi, Brabimo. What's up? How's things? Anyway, there go the humans. Some of them will actually escape. Like this one, most likely. Nope, nope, never mind. Will not escape because the door closed. Bad news for... Uh-oh. Human made it in. Go stab this guy to death. That should be easy enough. But for the rest of them, we can turn off the waiting game because... Stabby Daddy? I thought I read that as Stabby Daddy first. Just for reference. It's definitely what I read that as. Alright, well, sweet. None of them made it up to the top side, which means this will actually burn much faster than it would otherwise. Been going good. Good to hear, man. Hope you've had a great weekend. I didn't have as productive a weekend as I would want, as I spent most of it doing non-work related things. Sweet, we were able to like get the vast majority of these humans pretty locked down, so this will go rather quickly, which is really nice. Hey, do it, the mayor's been reelected. I mean, with such a legitimate defense, I'm not surprised. So now I've just got these pesky humans on the surface that are still fighting with my unicorns. It's a bloody shame. You know, it's funny. I've had some people say that this trap's a little bit disturbing, just like imagining these humans like scrambling away from this lava, and I'm just like, you know what? Tend to agree, it is a little disturbing, especially seeing them like jump away and then like you read their dialogue and they're just like screaming for their friends. It's like, I almost feel bad. Not really. Anyway, they're all leaving now, so the ones that aren't burning to death will make it out. There's a dead unicorn in that hallway, so I'm actually going to open this lever. Just let like this unicorn corpse right here just burn to death. That's fine. Seeing bodies exploding, you know, the good stuff, right? But I do gotta say, you know, thanks a lot to everybody who's tuned into the stream. You know, like we are 3.5 hours in, and Longdeath is a lot of very samey, slow stuff because of how old this fort is. It's kind of hard to avoid, unfortunately. But thank you to everybody, you know, who's made it to the stream so far. Like, I wouldn't be able to have the coolest job in the world if it wasn't for people tuning in and for people supporting the channel and watching the channel and hanging around the channel and chatting with the channel and watching YouTube when I'm not on Twitch and all that jazz. It means a lot. It really does. Which particular generator I'm using for my noise? I'm using the Tape Memories soundscape generator. Also, if you like my noise, I do recommend giving them $5 because they're a really cool service. Because, you know, I'm too spooked about using any kind of copyrighted music. All right, I got stuff that's burning indefinitely, so I'm just going to quickly save the fortress and reload the fortress. Also, Cams, I hope you're doing well as well, by the way. Yeah. Investments are open if you want to throw your fake channel currency into the void with the chance of maybe getting more fake channel currency in return. I do kind of have like too many forts running concurrently right now. I mean, I got this one. I got the Halloween fort. I've got the failed Halloween fort, which some of you probably saw. And I've also got the like Longdeath plus that other save, the Rim of Savants save. It's like I got like 3 forts running concurrently right now. Very briefly, I had 4, so it makes sense that people would get confused as to which one I'm streaming currently. Which is like more than I like to have. I like to keep the numbers of forts lower, but yeah. Eels what it is. Let's reload her. You'd like to complain Frog's got too many tickets? And how exactly are you going to complain about this? What method of complaining are you going to do? It's honestly, I would say, just straight up fair investment competition. And then just went with the sub. They pester me to give them $5 every so often, and I give them $5 whenever they pester me. This human just like jumped to nowhere. What? Well, anyway, that's the majority of them burned. So that means I can open the front gate now. How many of them are left? Like 30 of them. Let's dump these human remains. Dump those human remains. Actually, like 2 of them got into the fort? Hot damn. It does kind of seem like I got them out of there. That's a fucking shame, man. Again, a couple of days ago, you decided you're sticking with a basic tile set with no bells and whistles until the Steam release. You know, I'm actually kind of amazed that a couple of people have been like, yeah, playing Dwarf Fortress again. And I have to state that I feel like that means that it's taking too long. People are like, you know, 4 or 5 months ago, it was very rare that I saw people saying, oh yeah, no, playing Dwarf Fortress again. Because everybody was waiting for the Steam release, and then they started playing again, and then Tarn was like, yeah, it'll probably be out this fall. And now people are suddenly like, playing Dwarf Fortress again, which means I feel like people are giving up. Although, that being said, there was an update to the Steam version 44 minutes ago. So, you know, gotta mean something, right? It's gotta mean at least something, if not multiple things. $5 minutes till release. God, if they did that. So, Hobo's posting unfair cooking photos again. Look at this shit. God damn it. Looks delicious. Those are some fancy crunchy Doritos. No, indeed. Thick Doritos, more like. Also, hey, Lamont, by the way. You tried playing for a bit, but it's so complex that you decided to just wait for an easier UI. I don't blame you, dude. Like, honestly, wait. they said so, but then they said so at the last news post, but they didn't give us a date. So, you know, I'm gonna go poke Alexandra, actually. Maybe we can get a date. Also, hi, Clino. Yeah, Longdeath. Not dead yet. Still going. Soon is very relative when it comes to game releases. Like I've said many times, you'll have a week's or two's notice to book time off work. Pretty much all of high school, no date. Oh man, I feel attacked, man. That's most of my adult life too. Time is relative. So are relationships. Anyway, what? But how you doing, Clino? How's things? Oh man, they never got the last statue done. The rapidity of taking, yes, you are correct, is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the Cyclops, the rapidity of taking. I guess he took a place, and that was how they got the name. Yep. Statue of a cow? This is an image of a cow. Call Canyon, The Quest of Braving, and The Giant by Lear. The Quest of Braving is striking down the cow. Oh. The artwork relates to the slaughter of a cow by the giant Call Canyon, The Quest of Braving, and Longdeath in the early autumn of 228 during the rampage of the giant Call Canyon, The Quest of Braving, and Longdeath. Right. Killed one of my cows. This giant killed one of my cows. They're at a conference. Is that a conference? Question mark? I mean, generally Dwarven rule is 100+ years. Iron statue of a cow, only one. Von Roland, thanks for the prime sub for 55 months. Cheers, man. Thanks for continuing to watch this stream after a 55th month. So which conference are people at, Clino? Be honest, I haven't been paying attention to what the fuck's going on recently. I've just been trying to sleep when I'm not streaming. Shamed wearing old clothing. I'm sorry, what? Guess you need new shoes. Oh, they're at a conference in Montreal. Hold up. Video Games Conference Montreal 2022. Let's see what I can find. Mega Migs. I mean, that checks out. October 19th to October 22nd. Montreal, Quebec. Never heard of this before. It's all going to be in French, is it not? Yep. It's all in French. This looks like a video games convention. I always do the squint at the thing and be like, do I know anybody? Oh, hey, suddenly it's in English. What the fuck? Huh, yeah, no, that's happening. Mega party! Uh-huh, that sounds like a good way to get sick. Frenchies, yeah, well. I wonder if Kit Fox has a booth. This is a... You know, I normally zoom in websites I thought this was zoomed in. No, this is just the website. So let's zoom this out, actually, so I can actually see what I'm looking at. It's also a really poorly designed website. You have to, like, click on these individually. I doubt they'd actually have Dwarf Fortress there. That would be weird. Le Game or Mentor? Yeah, that's the most French reading thing I've seen in a while. Multiplayer group. What a boring company name. Ah. Oh, I see. If you double... Hey, Ubisoft has a booth. Who's surprised? What's funny is Ubisoft didn't even have a booth at the last PAX I was at. But they have a booth here. Names I recognize here. Gotta head to work. Thanks for streaming so regularly. It's funny is, like, I feel like I don't stream regularly enough these days, but no problem. See if you can actually manage to subscribe this time around before someone gifts you one. Yeah, we have a... Hey, EA Motive's there. Yeah, we have a problem there. Exolia has a booth? Why? Nobody likes them. Yeah, I don't see a Kit Fox booth. Not a very French-sounding booth names. Oh. Healthcare Canada has a booth. This is a very Canadian convention. All right, well, cool. Best of luck to them, I suppose. I hear they lead to erectile dysfunction. Ubisoft game. You know, I almost want to just, like, screen grab that statement, Lamond, and, like, no context Twitch chat it onto Twitter, but I'm not going to. It's just funny to me. Tend to avoid Ubisoft games. They tend to lead to erectile dysfunction. You heard that first. You heard that here first, chat. Don't purchase Ubisoft games. You'll get erectile dysfunction. Once suggested that Kit Fox was probably required by Canadian law to answer any DF questions in French, and Exala replied in a crying emoji, and not one of the happy crying emojis. Yeah, I don't even think she speaks French, because she's a Torontonian. Andros making meals. Very much lavish meals. Does 2 negatives make a positive? I think that's math. I don't know. You're asking someone, chat, who knows math? Does 2 negatives make a positive? You know, it's funny, Lamond. I felt that way about, like, EA games for a really long time, and I still feel that way about EA games. But I recently purchased Need for Speed Heat while it was on sale for 95% off because $4.31 felt like a decent price to spend on a slightly below average arcade racing game. So for people with erectile dysfunction, they might need to buy Ubisoft games to make it up again. No, I think you buy Cialis. Ask your doctor. Or Viagra. Or some equivalent. I don't think that Ubisoft games are going to help with that. All of your favorite developers? You know, my when it comes to Ubisoft, the one, like, rule about Ubisoft games for years was, like, I don't like Ubisoft and I don't generally buy Ubisoft games. But I will always play the new Trackmania. See, here's the thing. All of the dudes from Westwood went and started multiple other studios. Like, go fucking support Petroglyph if you like Westwood. Because Petroglyph is literally Westwood. What's sad is, like, what people are just like, Petroglyph, like, they make garbage games. It's like, yeah, well, they don't have, like, EA Games budgets anymore, you know? But like, seriously, go fucking support Petroglyph. They still make games. Like, although I'm weirdly curious about Earthbreakers. I have a feeling this game's gonna suck. What if it doesn't? If it doesn't, it's literally whatever the name of that first-person CNC game. Again, those gun models are mighty big, but I don't expect it to be good. But I'm curious, hopeful. It's gone dig. Good for you. I mean, like, they tried with Grey Goo. They really, really did. And they've been, like, financially destroyed ever since. I enjoyed that campaign. That was a fun campaign for Grey Goo. I mean, like, what have they done recently? Oh yeah, they did the CNC remastered, which did really well. I hope that made them a lot of money. Conan Unconquered. Oh, I forgot that existed. Remember this? No? Yeah, no, it makes sense. It's still easy to hate EA because they're actively really ruining the development teams you liked. You assume that I liked development teams owned by EA. But see, here's the thing, right? It's like, do I like EA? No. But like the development team like the majority of the development team that made Dead Space is now with Krafton making this. So it's like, if you liked those teams, go support those teams elsewhere, right? But for me, it's like, I hate EA less because of them destroying the development teams that you liked. Because yes, I did like those development teams, but they're all other places now. It's like The Sims 4 is free to play now, so you guys can't even complain about it being super expensive. And like, what I actually hate about EA isn't them destroying those old studios, because those old studios are dead and who cares? That's history. What I hate about EA is that their business models are so fucking bad that the people who buy their games hate them. That's what I hate about EA. Oh, by the way, speaking of games that you guys should go do a thing with, just because I've made multiple videos about this game already, go wishlist this shit. This game's cool. Go wishlist this video game. Go do that. Go wishlist it. Go do that. Hope you're doing well, Listless. What's up? You thought it was going to be 6 again? No. What, have you been playing Songs of 6 or something? But no, that's a game that I've made 3 videos on YouTube, and he updates the game once a week, always with like pretty large amounts of content. Yeah, right, Soul. Fair. Also been watching content of Songs of 6. Songs of 6 is neat. It's a neat game. I need to, I think I'm going to wait until the next patch comes out before I play it again, though. I put my 15 hours and 30 hours into 2 different cities, and I will wait until the next update, I think. It should have more clout than it does. I fear that when that game gets a whole bunch of clout, it's going to be from people that are unpleasant, though. Just because of the amount of unpleasantness that game allows you to simulate. So, I'm enjoying it while I still can tolerate its community. But yes, it is incredible. There's 3 games that 2 games that I follow that I'm like, fuck, I'm constantly angry that these games don't make more money. And that's Songs of 6 and Odd Realm. Like, I'm constantly irritated that Odd Realm isn't making money hand over fist. I would say the same about Warsim, but I understand why Warsim doesn't make money hand over fist, because Warsim is almost a novelty product. Odd Realm has your favorite system of any colony management sim? Really? Jupiter Hell, like, I would say that Jupiter Hell hasn't gotten, like, the amount of credit that it's due, but at this point, Jupiter Hell has actually sold well enough that it, like, it makes money. So it could always be doing better, but, like, I feel like Jupiter Hell has mostly found its audience at this point. And it's sad that, you know, it hasn't sold, like, I don't know, 200,000 copies, but, like, it's sold 50,000 copies, and for what it is, I think it's done quite well. I need to play Odd Realm again once Waylon releases the current patch into the main branch. I really need to do that. What, Odd Realm? Once it releases the next patch. I mean, I've played all three, or all of the races that are in the game currently. I just like the humans the most. I like the humans and the little skelly guys with the demons. They're fun. What, did you just buy it or wishlist it? Because Warsim is like a fantastic little time waster that can be played with one hand and runs super lightweight. You made a bunch of haphazardly huts and haphazardly rooms stuck in them? Yep, sounds about right. There you go. Wrong. I will say Warsim gets like 20 to 40% off discounts pretty frequently. Hey, so a little Osan, what's up? Day good, I hope. It's like chucking dead unicorns and I sad. I guess I can pull this lever down here now. Don't need to pull the drain just yet because the lava will spread. Just need it to get to the end of here. What's my opinion of Tales of Majel? It's the closest thing you can get to Diablo while still being a roguelike. It's fantastic. Play the free version before you play the paid version. Because the only difference between the free and the paid version is the free version, you download it from the website directly, and it has no online connectivity. Whereas the paid version has some online connectivity, as in there's a global chat where you can brag about your items and laugh at people when they die at level 1 and then get laughed at when you also die on level 1. I don't speak with experience. I don't know what you're talking about. Quit accusing me of crimes. And whenever people donate money to the game, when you have online connectivity, everybody gets a drop and like a big enemy invades you. It's kind of fun. But it's a neat game. I recommend it. Dark God seems cool. I don't know Dark God, but Dark God seems cool. It's truly a crowdfunded game, especially because like Dark God, which is like the name, like the username that the creator of that game goes by, will just like pop into chat sometimes, and if you get a particularly good drop, he will give you a gift, which is like a modifier to the item that gives it like a special particle effect and shit. He'll be like, oh, somebody got a cool item, and he'll give you a gift, and you'll get a gift from Dark God while you're fucking playing this single player game. Like, he's legitimately like the god of his little world, and there's like a couple hundred people usually playing at any given time, and people will be talking, and the chat's like kind of cool. So it's online connectivity that I'm all for, unlike some other games' online connectivity. That's cool. I recommend it. I mean, if you want a really, really, really good roguelike with way too much fucking shit in it, like, that's Tome. Tales of Majel. you know. Also, if you do buy the game, either buy the game on Steam or buy it on the website, DRM free. And don't worry about any of the like expansions until you've beaten it. Like just do not do not worry about buying any of the expansions until you finish the game, because they're all of the expansions add more to the end game, and you will never see, like, you'll pay for the content and you will never see any of it. So if you do buy the game, just buy the base game until you've finished it. Like, it's like additional stuff. That one guy that friended everyone on MySpace? What? I have no idea what you're talking about. One guy friended everybody on MySpace? That seems suicidal. Do you remember when people were just like collecting Facebook friends like it was Twitter, and like people would just like compete about who could get to like 1,000 followers or something? Remember that? Or a 1,000 friends? Like, I guess it was like, my God. I swear to God, like, Facebook ruined friendships. It's a weird sentence to say, but it did. It genuinely did. Not the marmots. The folds, yes. But yeah, no, Tome's great. So is Zorbus. Zorbus is also worth the money. Yep, same. Soul Shiner. Same. One is your mum. Shoutouts to your mum for being your friend. I don't know, my like entire family collectively deleted their Facebook accounts when I made a Discord server and just added my entire immediate family to it. I mean, Tales of Maj'El is Tome. Yes, glass half empty. Not Tom. Tome. Tome. Tales of Maj'El. We'll call it Tome. Tom is a streamer I watch sometimes. Canadian guy. Why does it smell like burning tires? What the fuck? Gross. From the Steam page, if you didn't download Tome immediately, then please do so now, unless you're at work, in which case it's acceptable to wait until your lunch break. Take your lunch break immediately and rock paper, shotgun. Yes, that is a quality rock, paper, shotgun. Oh, also, chat, I would like some Fs in the chat, and hopefully this serious issue gets remedied shortly, because everybody's favorite video game journalist who actually writes decent articles about Dwarf Fortress, Gita Jackson, got laid off again. So she's no longer at Vice. There goes, like, the only good Dwarf Fortress writer, except for that one guy at Rock, Paper, Shotgun. But Grumples. I was listening to I was listening to the Waypoint podcast relatively recently, and this was an older episode, and they were talking about like unionizing in video game journalism and like job security and stuff like that. And I'm almost at the point now where I feel like being a self-employed I think I'm actually at the point now where I think being self-employed and crowdfunded is better job security than working for a corporation in the games industry. Vice, yes. Vice is the parent company of Waypoint, and Motherboard is who employed Gita up until, well, they're recently off. But yeah, I'm genuinely like of the opinion that like I have better job security than most people who work in like this industry. just purely because, like, I don't think simultaneously everybody who supports me through Twitch, Patreon, and YouTube and all the different platforms, I don't think simultaneously everybody's going to stop watching me all at once. And I don't think simultaneously everybody's going to unsubscribe. And, like, you know, people come and go from the Patreon every month. That's fine. People come and go from, like, the Twitch subs every month. That's fine. But, like, unless, like, my YouTube account, my Patreon account, my Twitter account, and my Twitch account all get deleted at the exact same time for some unknown reason, at which point they could also still be restored. So unless, like, I start, like, throwing around something stupid enough to get me canceled, and even then I could move to, like, cancellation-free platforms, which I wouldn't do because I'm not that kind of person, but, like, unless, like, I somehow moronically canceled myself for some dumb reason, like, there's almost no way to suddenly lose your job in this industry. As long as you're crowdfunded. Like, once you have an audience, you're kind of okay, unless you let it diminish. And I don't think Dwarf Fortress is ever going to die, like Evertoaster says. Unless, like, something horrible happens to Zach and Tarn. But even if that happens and the worst happens, the project will probably be open sourced, which means it'll keep going. So it's like, I feel like I have more job security than most people who, and like, Jeff Gerstmann, who was one of the founders of Giant Bomb and worked at GameSpot for years and has been reviewing games since like the late 80s, early 90s. He's doing a podcast with a friend of his who got him into the games industry initially. And he's been talking about how he feels like he has more job security just being crowdfunded through Patreon now versus like working on a website that was owned by a parent company that he co-founded. It's like, it's weird to me that it's like, I feel like I have more job security than like traditional journalists. Like there's something wrong there. Like that's not okay. Like that's a bad place for the world to be in. Like the guy running a business off of like largely tips is more stable than people that are in a union. And why are you tantruming? Well, that's unfortunate. This is Pilot's. This is Pilot's mom. Well, worst case scenario, we throw you in prison. Well, Dwarf Fortress will never die, but losing is fun, so even if it does. Euro population, get better labor laws. I mean, Rock Paper Shotgun had layoffs recently. And Rock Paper Shotgun is based in the UK. I guess they're not in EU. But, like, come on. Like, not... Eurogamer got completely obliterated relatively recently, too. And Eurogamer is based out of Europe. That's why they're called Eurogamer. But their parent company is GameStop. So, you know... Doesn't matter if your labor laws are any good. If the company has no money to give to employees, then job go bye-bye. Doesn't matter how good your labor laws are. I think it's fucked up that I feel like I have more job security than people who've been in this industry for decades. I guess I've been in this industry now for a decade, but... Also, where was Fanbyte located? I know that they were owned by Tencent, but... I'm just gonna try and find them on Wiki. Oh, well, they were originally Wowhead. Thanks for the $1, I was stupid. Cheers. Okay, they were mostly working remote from around the world. I know that they were owned by Tencent. I'm just trying to figure out where they were located. Oh, they were owned by Alakazam at one point. That's a wild. But I don't know. Closing that. Where do you find
Off to be a
generally
rabbit.
critical reviews? Off to be a rabbit? Well, best of luck being a... I mean, speaking of websites, what's Destructoid up to these days? Where do you find critical reviews? Yeah, YouTube? I don't... Honestly, I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. I don't look for reviews anymore. I just look for a live stream. Like, if there's a game that I'm like, does this run? I will go to Digital Foundry and look how it runs on various different graphics cards and hardware. And I will look at how long to beat for how long to beat. I will gauge an average, like, Steam reviews and ask friends. Like, and I listen to podcasts. I mean, I listen to Nextlander. They're generally pretty blunt and honest. They're all ex-Giant Bomb guys. I listen to Jeff Gerstmann for like mainstream industry commentary because that's what he's good at. But I don't know. I also don't really, outside of like Mandalore, I don't really read reviews or watch reviews, or like Super Bunny Hop, who doesn't really review games anymore. I don't really read or watch reviews. I simply like, I wouldn't want to read a review because then I would be biased, right? So I don't know. Where do you find reviews these days? That's hard to say. Just ask blind. I don't play every video game though, so I'm not gonna have an opinion on the most recent Assassin's Creed. Or like, I don't know. I wonder if all those places expanded based on games playing during lockdowns, and a lot of media did that and then let people go since. Well, I mean, sites like Giant Bomb have been on like a weird downward spiral for a long time, and like they have like ups and downs because they're so personality based. So if people leave the site due to like work environment or whatever, they lose a bunch of subs and then they gain in new people or bring old people back and then they gain a bunch. It's so like some sites are weird like that, but I don't know, dude. I really don't. How to think about video games? Buy video games from people that you respect, that you want to continue making video games. If you don't want them to continue making video games or you don't like them as a company, don't buy their video games. That's my advice on buying video games. Which is why I might, and I do, so I want to do a stream on Halloween. Or more accurately, I want to do I will be doing a stream on Halloween because I'll be doing a Hyper Strange stream on Halloween. But I want to do a stream on the 30th because that's my partner anniversary, which might be Halloween themed. And I mean, I might give these guys $2 for this FMV QuickTime adventure about getting stabbed to death by whatever that thing is. This looks like a bunch of teenagers with a video camera, and I wonder if they even have driver's licenses. But like, this looks like a bit of fun. I think people should keep making video games because video games are stupid. And I like them. Also, if anybody's sitting on a resub, we could maybe get a second hype train of the day. I don't know. You guys do you. Are we beating up a barn owl, or did this... Yeah, never mind. That's a top beer game? Yep. B game, yes. Apparently it's about 20 minutes long. Let me grab you the Steam page. I'm sure it's terrible, but apparently it's about 20 minutes long. Who doesn't want to spend $1.50 or whatever on like a 20-minute long student short film QuickTime event adventure? Like, that seems great. Like, that just seems like a bit of stupid fun. Why not? Enjoy. That's how I feel about video games. Have stupid fun. If you're enjoying it, it must be good. Evertoaster, thanks for the 5-pack. Cheers, dude. Getting us weirdly close back up to that 1,000 sub mark, which we're going to drop down drastically in a couple days, by the way. We're going to come crashing back down to reality pretty soon. But thank you very much. Cheers. Means a lot. It really does. Yeah, we're at 998 again. But we're not going to hold it much longer. I mean, it was what, the 24th that we lose all of them, I think? Not all of them, but I mean, a ludicrously stupid number of subs were gifted in like 3 days. I mean, yeah, so on the 22nd we will lose 105 gifted subs. On the 27th we will lose 520 gifted subs. On the 28th we will lose another 50 and another 40 the day after. So yeah, no, but in the next like few days we're gonna lose a lot of subs, but we're gonna go back down to probably like 250, I guess. Shanryan, thank you very much for gifting the 2 to bring us back up to 1,000. Appreciate you. It feels nice to hold on to that number, even though I know it's just it's largely like 4 people's generosity. So it means a lot. Cheers. Back at 1,000. God damn. Dwarves are literally just tossing garbage right now. Let's get all of this stuff melted. Or set to be melted, and then claim it all. See how deep this lava is. Okay, it's draining. It's getting there.
Ups. I pressed the bits button.
Ups? Ups indeed. Thanks for the train. Second train of the day. You guys are very kind. Thanks a lot. Seriously. Wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. And that's the truth. Yeah. I'm sorry. Gosh. Oh. Zoom tap indeed. I don't know why she's just like smacking the table repeatedly. That emote kind of scares me a little bit, to be honest. Like, what did that table do? Is there any more that I'm missing? Just a marmot. It's a great emote. Her emotes are real good. Sui's artist did a great job on her most recent set. Like, seriously, they did great. Do all of these have cages? I don't even know if this is accessible. I also don't know what this is hooked up to. Did I name any of these? Nope. I did not name any of them. Oh, wait, never mind. I see Etten Release, Etten Cages, Iron Leap. I'm assuming that's the one that lowers that drawbridge? I don't know if I can even get to that lever. Like, it's been long enough since I fucked with this maze that I'm not even sure how it works anymore. Frana, how's your days been? You have functioning? Okay, Frana appears to be doing a little bit better. Delighted, putting an exception, I have a pretty decent drink. Just hanging out in the temple. I might just need to dig into my own maze to make it work. Ask people that are rewatching Longdeath. I mean, you know it's a maze when I forgot how my own maze works. Although I'm not going to let the Minotaur out of there. The Minotaur needs to stay in the cage. Yeah, so I'm assuming that they just can't get to it. So... let's just put a door right there. Cut through that wall. And I will go pull that lever, because I'm assuming that links to that. Assuming. Although I'm also going to need to deconstruct this in order for this to work. "45 seconds to level up the hype train if anybody does want to. Needs probably around 3 gifted subs or probably around $15 in bits. Regardless, thanks for keeping this weird channel funded. You guys keep me here and streaming weird video games and allow me to stay employed, so thank you. Oh shit, I don't actually need to do that. Are you going to go remove construction? User numbers, thank you very much for gifting out a 5-pack. And I know literally every single one of those people, so cheers. That was like a solid 5-pack, because I recognize all of those. And Kodiak as well with the 5-pack. Cheers, lads. And it just like propelled through 2 levels. I mean, hell yeah. Okay, so how come... oh, wait, we did pull that lever. Guess it didn't do anything. The cages. Guess that's the lever I need to pull then? Sounds like a bot channel? No, that's not a bot. That's a Dota streamer that I watch sometimes, who plays Dwarf Fortress once every 6 years or something. It's a Brazilian channel, or a Portuguese-speaking channel. But she very rarely plays Dwarf Fortress, so I will very rarely tune in. There you go. The Ettins have been released. Let's hope this works. 1, 2. Celebrate, Dwarf, turn around. That's the wounded one. All right, sweet. We can now release the doors because we've released the Ettins. How long were they in there? I don't even... be honest, I don't even know. But yeah, no, I know Dope Nest Monster, who streams. I know Disco, who's here all the time. Kettle Lars is a serial lurker here. Dong Harvey's here pretty frequently, so they deserve one. And Squirrely's cool. He's fun. I know Loathsome Greg, who tunes in sometimes on the 2nd pack. It's nice to see names I recognize on gift subs. It's cool. It's like, yay, you deserve it. Even if they don't tune in all that often. Because, like, the way that, like, being blunt, gift subs are the least financially efficient way to support a stream. But the thing that they do is they remind people that I exist. And I've had, like, people come back and resub after not watching the stream in multiple years because they got gifted a sub. And they're like, oh, man, I miss being here and shit like that. Which is actually, like, you know, does help a lot. It's just not the most financially direct format. Whereas, you know, tips are, right? But So we're collecting those ettins out of here now. Also, I can tell you why that channel's named that too, Diamond. It's because it squirrely rhymes with their actual name. Oh. Can remove all these traps. I don't need these here now. So I'm kind of tempted to put all of the ettins into one room, but maybe not. Construction present. Oh, right. How we doing, Thesaurus Hex? Hope things are good, dude. Just because you guys have been real kind, this will help a little bit. I'm gifting the next sub in the chat. So people don't go, nah, it's not you. If I do it this way, then it counts towards the train. There you go. Dodge this, Cyralac. Tanks, no problem, Ming. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for everybody who took part in that train? Lovely as always. Thank you very much for the 18 gift subs and the $1. You guys are very kind. Congrats, chat. You guys have paid for my groceries this week. Jumping up to the surface because it is fall and the humans have arrived. The humans that are not at war with us have arrived with their annual tribute. That dwarf has 2 left thumbs. Here's the thing. You could mirror one of them. Actually, The Sims 4 is free to play now. Sims 4 is free to play. Speaking of free to play, I wonder if Twitch has announced what they're doing with gambling yet. They said anything? No. No. Nope. Okay. You still prefer The Sims 3? I don't like any of the Sims video games, so I don't really have a take on that. Also, cheers, Evertoaster, for the Patreon support. If it's okay with you, can I add just your Twitch name to the credits list? Might as well do that live since we're all still here. And Ravad has given birth to a baby girl. We have a brand new baby in the fortress, chat. Any takers? Preferably someone who hasn't had a baby in Longdeath yet. Raz, you've had many. The Kia will take it. And Ryan. Shenron. Elikabu is your sibling who's dead. And you have two parents, who's Ravod and Lair. She is the daughter of Ravod and is a casual worshiper of Shistek and a dubious worshiper of the fuchsia. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her hair is crinkly, and her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her cobalt eyes are close set, and her nose bridge is convex. Her hair is somewhat narrow. Her ears are somewhat narrow, and she has a slightly upturned nose that is somewhat short. Her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe. She is quick to heal and very agile, and likes rock crystal, rope reed fabric, and giant kangaroo parchment, and greaves and scepters and sheep for their tendency to flock, kobolds for their mischief, damn right, and the sound of the blossom of songs, and when possible prefers to consume mead. Welp, and absolutely hates lizards. She personally sees the whole idea of taking time to master skill appalling while you're a baby, and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, but dreams of raising a family, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, such as crawling away from mommy as fast as she can, and tends to reveal personal information by squeaming loudly. She doesn't often feel envious of others because she doesn't really have the concept of self yet, and generally finds herself quite hopeful about the future because she's constantly learning things as she's a baby. She thinks she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, find me a baby that isn't, and has an active imagination, like most babies. She is quick to anger because she cries when she's hungry, and she is often cheerful by giggling when she's tickled. She often feels discouraged, and she enjoys the company of others, preferably mom, and she is a friendly individual. Happy baby. When she's thinking, her body becomes very still, okay, sounds like a baby, and begins speaking in a monotone voice. Dama nama 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 na instead of dama nama. She likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Like most babies. Definitely sounds like a happy, healthy baby dwarf. Means our population is now up to 30. It's pretty pog, frankly. Just a baby already, so just like all babies. Yep. Mm-hmm. Good win, diamond, and mist runner. Woohoo, indeed. Is there still a you around? I think that you got, like, deathed by some depressed tantrumer. Listless. That or elderly age. It's hard for me to remember with this fort, to be honest. But you do have a dwarf in a different fort currently, I think. I want to say you're in the, what's it called? The volcano fort that I have running. The Rim of Savants fort. Stonewater? Yes, Stonewater. Also, I'm just going to say this out loud. Sims 4 should have been free to play for a long time. Well, thanks for being around to be able to be gifted a sub, Zarin. Cheers, friend. I'm sorry, what now? They put out a new Crash Bandicoot? Is this new? I've never been a Crash Bandicoot person. Weird. Baba Durf? Yes. Baby Durf. You know, I don't know if it's just like the era that I grew up, but calling Planet Zoo DLC the Twilight Pack, and the fact that it doesn't have vampires in it, I think is like a crime. You have a train now? Squeeze me? When will you be a squid now? If you're a train now. Oh, a train badge, I see, yes. Because you did, in fact, take part in the train, yes. You found my channel on YouTube on Friday, and between then and now, you've marathoned my Stonewater, I think it was Stonewater VODs, but, and began to watch through the Plank of Nations playlist, been dealing with stuff, and your content has helped you get through the weekend. Well, I'm glad to have helped. I've, like, a lot of that stuff is just, like, it's just stream archives, right? But, I had someone once say that I am the best solo podcast they've ever listened to, even though they don't know what I'm talking about half the time, which is why it's even better, because the fact that you don't know what I'm talking about half the time and you just have voices in the background is like, makes the other voices go away, which is why I talk so much when I play video games and why I talked so much before I streamed when I played video. Like, believe it or not, before I streamed video games at all, I would literally just like sit there and commentate my own gameplay. Not like because I watched a lot of YouTubers do it. Like, I know some kids do that now because they're pretending to be streamers, but like, that was just how I played games. I would just talk to myself. I would just sit there and talk to myself for hours. It's like, hey, it's nice to not be all by yourself in a room. Nice to be able to listen to other people talk. So I don't know what the fuck to do with this maze now, guys. I just have this maze. And I guess I kind of broke this wall. I can fix that. But like... it is largely just kind of like a decorative piece. I mean, there's a Forgotten Beast over here too, so I should be careful about levers I pull. I mean, I have voices in my head, Soul Shinery, so I don't know what kind of neurodivergence you have, but the reason I talk to myself is because I don't like silence. Actually, it's the reason I listen to so many podcasts is because I don't like silence. So I will just like put on my headphones and just like exist in real life. Like when I say I go and I hang out somewhere, it's because I'm listening to like multiple other conversations at the same time through my headphones when I'm in public because I don't like the sound of my own thoughts. What's funny is you got suggested my YouTube channel because you introduced your nested partner to Boat Murdered audiobook on YouTube. Gotcha. I've had some people ask me to do a recording of Boat Murdered, and one of these years I'll do it. On YouTube, and of course, since then, it's also got you back into playing Dwarf Fortress, which you haven't touched in almost 10 years, and it's coming out on Steam sometime in the next couple months, question mark, asterisk, quotations. You're fairly certain that you sometimes keep your partner awake by commentating your own gameplay? I used to wake my ex up with my keyboard, so I got a quieter keyboard. But no, I used to mutter. Like, I wouldn't do it in full volume voice. Like, I certainly wouldn't do it in streamer voice, but I would do it quietly like this. And, like, I'll do that, like, to myself when, like, I'm walking places, too. Which is actually... I miss when everybody wore masks because I could quietly talk to myself in public and people wouldn't look at me like I'm nuts. Like, legitimately, I very much miss when, like, it was, like... culturally accepted that everybody just wore masks on public transit because I could sit there and like natter on it myself and nobody would notice. Anyway, at this point you're only even playing old games. You raid and EQ on the weekends. During the week you're playing Dwarf Fortress and Space Station 13. Do you watch Russ? Because Russ is like my go-to for Space Station 13 content. Yeah, exactly. I can sit there and mumble at myself and like, or even better, when like I would, cause like, it's not a secret. I smoke weed, right? Like, I will just like go be in public and just be stoned out of my mind, and people won't look at me like I'm a sociopath when I'm sitting in the corner of like a public space just grinning hysterically because I'm just like stoned out of my mind and pretty damn high and just like, you know, people watching. And like, Like, I'll just be sitting, like, next to a coffee shop or something, just, like, sipping a cup of coffee, just, like, grinning incessantly. And, like, I used to be able to feel like I could get away with it. Now I can't do that anymore, so I have to, like, be more mindful of what my face is doing when I'm in public. You're not familiar with that person? Well, I guess I could do this. That dude streams SS13 on the regular. He runs multiple SS13 servers, including a Dwarf Fortress themed SS13 server. Complete with dwarfy sprites. And clowns, of course. Thanks for stream. You're headed out. You gotta bounce. I get you. We'll see you when we see you. SS13, Space Station 13. Okay, so Space Station 13. It's Among Us, but old, and there's 50 people on a server, and it's got Dwarf Fortress-ish depth. That's SS13. It's Among Us, but old. And there's a person or a group of people making a follow-up called SS14, which I'm in the playtest for, and I've played a little bit, and it's pretty cool. Hopefully it shows up. Yeah, I mean, like, it runs on software that you feel like you should be installing on a Windows 98 computer. Zan! Nilinod says, I'm Eliason from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? I don't fucking know. I don't need anything. So, let's request all of the cheese. The atrocious engine it runs on? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Beyond. The weird thing about Beyond is, like, other games run in Beyond, and does anybody play any of them? Do it says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rather than fall together, assuming the humans aren't invading when you decide to show up. We're gonna sell a bunch of stuff. Like, a lot of stuff. In the next couple minutes. These are all names that I feel like I've seen before, Lamond. Can't you do that in Among Us, Listless Onion? It's like 20 to 30 people per game on like Space Station 13's 2,000 concurrent. Is it really still at 2,000 concurrents? Man, I haven't played SS13 in like a number of years. It's been a while since I played SS13 at this point. Maybe, actually, I think the last time I played SS13 was around the start of the pandemic. I was just being a janitor on Russ's server. Just picking up mop buckets and moving wet floor signs. And oh, yeah, no, I mean, like, SS13 has a pretty active community. I just carefully avoid it because I don't see, it's no secret, I don't see very well. It's hard enough for me to read Twitch chat. Now imagine I'm trying to read Twitch chat, read in-game SS13 chat, and play the video game. I have a hard time just playing the video game while reading the chat. And what makes SS13 interesting is like the weird player interactions, right? So for me, that's a very difficult game to play, let alone a difficult game to stream. So you only play on Paradise. When I played back in the day, I played on Goon Station because I was one of those. And now when I play, I just play on Rust Station. When I play, which is rare. Yeah, they're just not noob friendly in the slightest. Which is the problem with Goon Station. All right, it's Mafia is Among Us. Among Us is Mafia. Have you ever played Mafia? You got gifted a sub, yes, around the time you left. And also welcome back, Onyx. I mean, my experience with Goon Station was like 2017, so who knows? Maybe it's changed. I think it was I or Stupid that gifted you a sub, Onyx. I think. Scroll back. Yeah, it was I or Stupid. Yeah, they've probably just like gotten their act together a little bit. Also, like, I played around. Actually, it might have been around the time that Mandalore did his review of it, because I remembered. Oh, hey, that game exists. Okay, yeah, that was 6 years ago. So yeah, it was probably around the time that Mandalore's review of SS13 came out that I last tried playing SS13. Yeah, 2016, yeah, that about lines up. So, yeah, it was around that era that I played that, so... Mandalore is great, but also the problem when really big YouTubers put out a video about a game, the game tends to everybody starts playing it all at the same time in a really short period of time, right? And that means you get everybody, even the people you don't want playing. Didn't start SS13 until 2020. Okay, fair enough. Then you have a very different experience than me. The YouTube times? I mean, like, when giant YouTuber who I don't like, who I refuse to name on my channel, made a video about Dwarf Fortress, I stopped streaming Dwarf Fortress for about a month because, like, the community became so insufferable for a very brief period there, which was unfortunate, but... not really much you can do there. All right, that seems to be pretty much everything. Get through a shift without blowing up. Thankfully, that stuff got handled quickly on RP servers since those folks didn't try RP at all. Yeah, I hope that I hope SS14 ends up being as cool as it looks, because I would love a Space Station 13 variant that's on a server that is. Oops, no, I need infort pulled, not enter fort. I want a variant of SS13 that runs on a modern engine. Haven't had a chance to play it yet. Yeah, no, there's one of the maintainers for it actually frequents this channel. Doesn't talk about it much though. Although there was one time I brought it up and he was like, "Yo, I'm one of those maintainers. If you need a playtest, let me know." I'm like, "I'm already in it. It's fine." I won't out who it is though. Actually wonder. How many people are playing Space Station 14? Yeah, there's like fucking a couple hundred people playing SS14, which is like kind of wild. They've really opened it up a bit. Like, I know that, like, the first year it was up, it was very small on their playtest, but, like, they've... Like, that's not bad. That's not bad at all, actually. Hell yeah for them. You haven't looked into the server stuff yet since you don't need to be around folks shouting slurs. Yeah, which is why I stopped playing, or why one of the reasons I like just kind of never bothered streaming is because the only servers I want to play on are streamer servers, and yeah. As far as you can tell, it's just possible to download it now. Oh, is it just out? No, no, it's a public playtest, but it's not technically out. It's a public playtest. There's a difference. It's an open beta. Previously, it was closed playtest, but yeah, you can just download it. Yes, it is technically a open beta, which means the game isn't out. But yes, you can just go download it. But no, that's actually good to see that, like, you know, it really hasn't had any public news around it, yet that game has, you know, a few hundred people playing. That's a really good sign. No, Dwarf Fortress is going to... I will say this for the umpteenth, thousandth, trillionth time. Dwarf Fortress is never going to release in early access. It's going to be a full release on Steam, as they do not qualify for Steam's early access requirements. Also, it would be stupid for them to release into early access because, like, it's a fully playable video game. Even if, like, in the behind the scenes, they're not technically 1.0. Like, isn't, like, wasn't Warframe technically in beta for, like, 9 years or something? No, it wouldn't be funny. It would sell worse if it released into early access. So, no, it wouldn't be funny. It's going to release as a full release. You can tell that literally by just going to the store page. It would have the blue window at the bottom if it was going to release in early access, and it's not going to. I wouldn't say it's a buggy, janky mess. Dwarf Fortress is only really a buggy mess if you play with DF Hack and DF Therapist installed. And even then, it's pretty stable. Dwarf Fortress, like, has been a buggy mess in the past, but the current version is, like, actually really solid. No, it's not been early access for years. It's been in active development for years. Here's the thing, right? Calling something early access is like calling every single tissue Kleenex. Early access is Steam's brand for, the game's not done, but we're selling it to you anyway. Dwarf Fortress has never been in early access and won't ever be in early access. It's just been in active development for years. So calling it early access is like saying it's been in Steam's brand of unfinished active development, which isn't true. It hasn't been. It's never been in early access, and it never will be. Honestly, like, the commonness of early access as a term, I think, is kind of a problem. There's been various points where Dwarf Fortress has been a buggy mess, and I won't deny that. But the recent years of Dwarf Fortress development has been very stable. There was a period in about 2016 where it fell over a little bit, but, like, the last two versions have been super stable. And then the last balance update had made the game extremely playable for a lot of people who had trouble with the stress system previously, which is great. But the game's more playable for a lot of people. In fact, the version that I'm currently playing is an older version that is less stable and harder to manage, and it's fine. And this fortress is 421 years old. So, like, the game's very stable and runs quite well. I mean, yeah, there's natural slowdown, but that's the same with any city builder. I mean, if you play City Skylines and you play on the biggest possible map and you fill an entire city up, it's not going to run at 144 FPS, even on a top-end machine. Like, it's going to fall over like any other game. Do I have multiple installations of the game? Do I? I don't have multiple installations. I have dozens of installations. Like, this is just my mainline folder for Dwarf Fortress installs. That's just the main one. I have 4 different versions of the game with DF hack installed separately. I have about 5 different modded versions of the game and seasonal versions of the game. Should have been, and that's also a problem, Little O-san, is audience members who buy a game saying this should be early access. It's not your right as a purchaser of a video game to say this isn't finished. It's the right of the developer to say this is finished. If it sucks, leave it a bad review and stop playing it. It's not your right to say that a game should be early access. If the developer says the game is done, the game is done. If it doesn't have enough content, the complaint should be, this doesn't have enough content, not this should be early access. I mean, RimWorld runs like ass if you have 30 people as well. Same with Kerbal Space Program. Okay, then don't say that it should be early access. Refund the game and buy it when it's done. That's on the people who purchased it. I didn't buy that game because I didn't like the initial demo. It was simplistic and uninteresting to me. You're playing KSP right now, actually? And is it running at full FPS? But yeah, no, genuinely, I think that early access, like, being a common word of verbiage for people is a problem. Like, genuinely, I think it's a problem. But yeah, that sounds like a shitty, like, way for that developer to release the game then, Lolo-san. That sucks. But I genuinely hate it when people are like, this should be early access. It's like, no, it's not. That's not your job. It's not your job to say that this should be in early access. There's also a difference between, like, a game being 1.0 and done and it's going to get more content. That doesn't mean it should be in early access. Just had to get her off your router. Oh, no. If I had cats again, I would do what I did previously, which is put the router on top of a bookshelf. Yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is an alpha, right? And it might cease being an alpha when they have graphics for it. I don't know, but it probably will still be an alpha. Dwarf Fortress is a game that's in active development. It is not an early access game. Just like NetHack is a game that's in active development. It's not an early access game. Just like Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is a game that's in active development, but is not an early access game. Caves of Cud is a game that's in active development and also an early access game. Yeah, well, Valheim is rebuilding their whole engine, which is also an active development, and it's also going to get more content. I also haven't played it, so I don't give a shit. But, you know, like that is a early access game. It's just slow development. Dwarf Fortress is slower development than Valheim. Valheim has gotten more content more frequently than Dwarf Fortress has. It's also like 4 people working on that game. Give them time. They'll update it. Just because it doesn't get content updates at a pace that you consider to be a pace that is good for content updates doesn't mean it's not going to get more content. You know? I think people just have unrealistic expectations of developers, and I genuinely think it's a little sickening. It's like, if people want to work on a game slowly, let them work on it slowly. It's like Odd Realm didn't get an actual, like, content update for a year and a half because he retooled his entire engine. And now since then it's gotten 2 major content updates in a year. It's like, give developers the time they need to update the damn game. Pay for the content that's in the game currently, and if you're happy with that, excellent. If you're not happy with that, why did you buy an early access game? It's just like, if you kickstart a game, don't expect to get anything in return. Because what you're paying for is a promise of a potential existing product. Like, another example of this is like Xenonauts 2 was supposed to be released in 2018, according to their Kickstarter. It's still not out, but there was a demo this past Steam Next Fest, and it's going to be out sometime next year because they actually have a publisher now. And that's great. Is that game dead? No, it's been in active development the whole time. Game development is hard. The router is fine. You need to get a better router built rather than this self high-end consumer router. No, I know what you mean. You backed Star Citizen like a year ago? Well, you know what you did, though? You might be giving up, and you might look at that and be like, man, I'm sad. I'm never going to get the game that I backed. True, but you know what you did do by backing Star Citizen Wild Peak? You enabled the existence of a studio that employs a lot of people. So, you know what you did do? You helped enable the existence of jobs. Is that a negative thing? I don't think so. I mean, that game exists, and it's being made for an audience of people that fucking love it. Is that a negative? I don't think so. What I think is a negative is that one game that like looked kind of like Pokemon that got kickstarted not too long ago, and then the developers put all of the money into cryptocurrency and lost it all in the crash, and are like, by the way, we're not developing the game anymore because we can't afford to make it anymore because we ran out of money because we spent it all on crypto. What? Though that is something to be mad about on Kickstarter. But honestly, like, when it comes to a game like Star Citizen, like, why be mad? Who cares? It probably didn't cost you life-altering money, and you enabled the existence of a lot of jobs. I don't see that as a bad thing. A lot of people are actively making a game that a lot of people are very excited for. And, you know, like, a friend of mine, Bognagus, he, you know, basically entirely... He does what I do for Dwarf Fortress except for Star Citizen, right? Except all on Twitch. And every now and again, I check in on him and I ask him how he's doing. And the people that are playing Star Citizen love it. It's not the game that a lot of us wanted initially, but who cares? Yeah, totally. I mean, like, you're not investing money unless you have stock in the company, so don't say it's investing. You didn't invest a single penny unless you bought stock, and I don't think you bought stock. I need 110 granite blocks. Sweet, we got plenty of granite. But yeah, no, like, when I throw money at a Kickstarter, I expect to get nothing in return. And if I happen to get a game in like 4 years that I enjoy, that's phenomenal. But like the majority of Kickstarters I've backed, I've either been A, disappointed by, or B, never received the product, with the exception of records that I've backed in the past. I've bought a couple of records on Kickstarter. You backed it. There you go. Like, people should not confuse investing and Kickstarters because they are very much different things. Let's just nuke that and we'll fix the floor coloring later. Put like $5,000 into Star Citizen in the past and it was on credit card. But then life happened, and then bankruptcy happened, and so RSI got their money, but your partner is still waiting on the ships they're making that she bought. Well, I mean, life happens. I wouldn't even call them donations, because donations are, like, tax deductible in a lot of cases. Like, Kickstarter is, like, tipping a product that you believe in, essentially. Like, calling it a donation is being generous. Like, it's really just like, I want this project to exist, so I will give you money. And the result is you might get a project that exists. You might also get a project that doesn't exist. But, like, if you're worried that you might not get the product back, you shouldn't be on Kickstarter. And it's unfortunate because, like, Kickstarter is held up as like, oh, it's like almost a form of pre-ordering video games. And in some instances it is. But largely, that's not what it should be looked at as, because it's not that. It is not a format for pre-ordering video games. Which it like the reason I say it's not really donations is because like if you give me money through PayPal on Twitch, right? That's not a donation. If you give money to Doctors Without Borders, that is a donation. If you tip me, it's because you like my work. That is not a donation. You are not donating anything to me. You are tipping me, right? The difference is one gives you a tax deduction and is for a charitable cause. Like the definition of tipping versus donating is completely different. Unless it's like a charitable organization running a Kickstarter, which would be questionable because they should be doing a GoFundMe, but you know. Although, does anybody here know about Space Venture? I think it was Space Venture was the name of it. It was that follow-up to Space Quest made by those two guys that made the Space Quest games back in the day. And they kickstarted it in 2011. And backers just got a build very recently. And it basically doesn't run. And it requires a step-by-step guide to get through the game without it crashing. And if you deviate from the guide at any point, the game will crash and you'll lose all your progress because there's no save function. Anyway, it's going to come out on Steam at some point soonish, I think. I'll be shocked if they actually charge money for it. That just what? Yeah, hold on. Let me find this. Space Venture Kickstarter. Yeah, this. When was it? Okay, so it was supposed to be delivered in 2013. Space Venture is a sci-fi comedy adventure that combines the interplanetary exploration and puzzle solving and space travel, not to mention pant loads of pop culture satire and some good clean potty humor. Yeah, no, this whole thing was just kind of sad. Yeah, this whole thing was just kind of sad. Here. The 80s style font. Yeah, I mean, like, they made their own engine and everything for it, and they couldn't get it to run on modern hardware. It's just plain sad. Also, I need to go use the restroom. I will be back in a moment. All right, we're back. So, yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, when it comes to throwing money at Kickstarters that you don't actually get the game in response, as long as you didn't throw a life-altering amount of money at the thing, which I wouldn't recommend doing in the first place, just there's bigger fish to fry on this planet that require more of your hard-earned energy than getting super upset over whether or not a game that you kickstarted is going to release, or whether or not a game's releasing into early access, or whether or not a game is finished. Like, if you buy a game on Steam and you don't do your proper due diligence and you find out that the game isn't finished even though it's in 1.0, yeah, I get it. That blows. But is it really worth, like, losing sleep over? I don't think so. I don't think so. Also, turns out if you release a game into early access on Steam, they don't sell as well. And you only really get one launch on Steam. And when you go from early access on Steam to full release, you don't get as much of a push from Steam unless it's a huge release already. So unless your initial release does really well in early access, which doesn't generally happen unless your game has a lot of excitement behind it, you're generally better off releasing as a full product regardless, because your game will be shown to more people. Steam will market it more because that's what Steam's algorithm wants to market, is finished releases, not early access titles. Early access was actually, believe it or not, a bandage that was put in place because of... Can I even find it on Steam anymore? Is it even for sale anymore? I don't actually think it's on Steam anymore. Nope, it is. Because of this game. This game is the reason why early access exists. Because this game released onto Steam and was so unfinished and busted that it got a bunch of mainstream press. And then Steam went, all right, we'll let people sell unfinished games then, but we won't put them in the recent new releases. And it took them about 1.5 years. But it was because of the drama surrounding that game that they made the early access product into a thing. So just remember, if you're like, man, I don't like early access games, it's kind of partially Dwarf Fortress's fault. Because Towns was one of the first Dwarf Fortress-inspired video games to release on Steam. Believe it or not. I don't even know if this is an interesting topic of discussion. I'm just nattering on at this point. I'm in full-on ramble mode now. Full-on ramble mode. Also, chat, for anybody just lurking, plan for today, I think, is we'll maybe do another hour of this fort. Then after this fort, we're going to start up a seasonal playthrough of the Looking Glass Studios classic, The Thief. Let's use Electrum for these ones. I don't know what you mean. You do know that they're on their 5th release, which means they're on their 5th major patch, right? You don't know the meaning of the word that you're spewing. For 4 minutes about early access games and other stuff, and then realized it's not really in line with the discussion, then you deleted it. I mean, you could have just pressed enter. That's fine. Well, discussions are allowed to ebb and flow. There we go. You regret bringing up early access title? You didn't realize what you were starting? This is a good discussion. This is quality content, my friend. This is the stuff I live for. So why would you regret, like, causing quality content? This is a good talk. I'm just, like, rambling. Like, I'm enjoying this. Tap content. Yeah, exactly. God dang it, I hit M first. Some fantastic EA games on Steam, but you try to buy games that are in early access that you can enjoy at launch, not to feel bad if they never get finished. No, absolutely. Like that's what like consumer due diligence is for and what the refund system is for. Right? That's what those systems are for. It's for making intelligent decisions based on what you're purchasing and knowing what you're purchasing. That's what that's for. What it will always be for. I mean, I don't want to play Baldur's Gate 3 because I want to play Baldur's Gate 3. I don't want to play Baldur's Gate 3 playtest edition. That seems silly. I mean, why? Honestly, I don't understand why Larian puts their games into early access. To me, it's just them saying, we don't want to pay for QA. It's like, fucking, you're making Baldur's Gate. Pay for fucking QA, you lazy shits. Like, come on, guys. I know you guys can make video games, so make a goddamn video game like you've done in the past, you weirdos. Can't be that difficult. Gosh. You know, if it was Indie Studio number 14 McGee, then it would make more sense to me, but the fact that it's like Larian, it's like, come on, guys. Yes, you have 2 weeks to play. It's always been 2 weeks. You have 2 weeks to put 2 hours into a game for your refund period. It's always been that. Why do you need more than that? It's always been 2 hours, 1 to 2 weeks. If you're gonna in my opinion, 2 weeks is more than enough time to download and play a game long enough to find out if you're gonna play it or not. So why would that be an issue in the first place? If that's not more than enough time, don't buy it. It's a digital product. Wait until you have the time to download it and try it. It's not like there's a scarcity issue. Come on. Sure as hell ain't a problem. You were shocked it's still not even done? Okay. I mean, did Steam change that? No, it's always been 2 weeks. Beloin, what up? It's good to see you. I went on a second run this weekend. Running still sucks, and I still hate it, but it's fine. I like walking. Preferably up pointy rocks. Running sucks. I'm wrong about lots of things in life. It's fine. In my defense, I did get hit by a car, okay? But no, I can't imagine being wrong about things because I've never been wrong about anything in my life, right? Right? Just like I've never lied in my entire life. Don't think too hard about that one. You're sorry, you're only over here with one ear since you're putting a spacecraft into orbit. It's fine. Put your spacecraft into orbit and don't strand your Poor dudes. They're poor Kerbins. They deserve 100% of your attention, even if you're only giving them 95. My nose is itchy. You believe me? How's things flowing? Etten Ismir Doslakis. Ismir. Statue. Arn. 3. What the frick was your name? Ismir. It's a human. There we go. That's our Etten. The one with the long name. Probably unpause the game. That would help. Hiking is fun. You missed when you were in Alaska, and now you can go on a walk, but there's nothing to hike up, nothing to experience in nature. There's always something to experience in nature. It's just different kinds of nature. I'm not entirely certain where you live, but there's always something to experience in nature. But like, I do tend to agree that like, or rather, I'm spoiled because I have multiple mountains with multiple free places to camp, close by. You're going to Duna? Ooh. I mean, like, I've shown these pictures on stream multiple times now, but like, scroll backwards through my Twitter. Sturf. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Rolling down. Twitter's gotten like weirdly stupid about loading stuff. Like annoyingly slow. Alright, well, I'm gonna go to the easier way to get these photos then. I mean, come on, look at this stuff. This was a pain in the dick to walk up, by the way. God damn. What? You mean it's so just like the classic mountain that they have in Saskatchewan here in Canada, where it's like their biggest mountain is their landfill? It's honestly one of my favorite examples of a mountain. See, can I get a better angle or a slightly different angle? Yeah, there's the other angle facing in the other direction. If you look really carefully, okay, no, not in this photo. There was a dude standing on top of this screaming, Geronimo! Not too much later. Also, look, it's Mount Baker off in the distance. Like those light shafts. Don't need RTX for that. Clearly, you've never walked up a mountain that tall. But no, that hike sucks. That's golden ears. It just sucks. It's the only way to describe it. It fucking sucks. It's just easy to Alder Flats. And then it's just like an angle like that for 11 hours. It's just, all right, go up. There's your elevation game. Right, ugh. And there's no like, all of the trails are like, gravel. They're like rocks like this big and they're all sharp. And then there are stairs that are built into the trail, except all of the rock has fallen out of the stairs. So they're more like weirdly angled ladders that you kind of crawl up because you can't walk on them anymore because they've all like eroded. But aside from that, it's a wonderful hike. The view at the end's amazing. Yushiri had a tantrum and got 2 points of disorderly conduct against him. Sounds like a delight. I mean, it's a wonderful hike, but it sucks. It's one of those hikes that like if you're from Vancouver, you do Golden Ears once to say that you've done it. And then 5 years later, you forget how much it sucks. And then you're like, man, that view was really good. And then you do it again, and you're like, fuck, this sucks. And that's basically like been my cadence with that hike. Like I've done it like 4 times now. And it's like every 4 to 5 years, it's like, I want to walk up Golden Ears again because it's awesome. It's a beautiful hike. The end of it is amazing. Oh my God. It's like, unlike a hike like Mount Frosty up in Manning Park, where it's like, it's just, the beginning is a little hard, and then it's gorgeous for the rest of it. Or like Garibaldi, which is like internationally famous, where it's like, the beginning is hard, it's a lot of switchbacks, it's grueling, there's quite a lot of like altitude gain right at the start, but once you kind of get to the top, it's like a little bit of up and down, but like a lot of flat and a lot of like really long periods that are just nice. Like that hike is also great, Garibaldi Mountain. But up to Panorama Ridge and literally the background of my computer, which I can just minimize a bunch of stuff and show you guys. I don't even know what that is. Like, look at this. That's the view from the top of Garibaldi. And that's Black Tusk. You can also hike up that if you want. But like, Garibaldi's incredible. I don't recommend doing it in one day, but I did it in one day. Well, me and my dad, we were going to do the first half of it, and then we just kind of like looked at each other around halfway up, and we're like, we should just keep walking, shouldn't we? And we did, and kept walking. 18 hours later, we got back down. Why, thank you. Also, there's a vile force of darkness that's arrived. We should deal with that. Also, hey, DJ, what's up, dude? How's things? The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Welp, no. Not lockety. Uppity. Pull the levy. Pull the other levy. And then we wait. It's 21 hours and 12 hours. It's a joy, and then it sucks, and then it's a joy, and then it's awesome when you're done. See, I prefer you probably do like ultralight trail running, right? I go backpacking. So I'm carrying like 50 kilos on my back when I go up these mountains, right? So what you do is ultralight trail running. I'm lugging everything that I need to eat for the next 2 days and all my stuff to sleep. So different kind of trails, man. Like I've ran trails before. There was one time I ran Golden Ears. This last time we did it, it took us 11 and a half hours the second day, right? I made it to the top of Golden Ears. Well, not the peak, because the peak is like a rock climb, so we didn't run to the peak. But we ran to the campsite at the top, and it was like 6 hours I did it. So it's like, yeah, you can run Golden Ears, and it's a lot quicker when you run it, and it's a lot easier without a backpack. But my God. The running is trail running? Gotcha. Ow, my neck. But, yeah, I don't know. It's, that trail sucks. It's just not well enough maintained for me. Which is fair. It's a pretty ludicrous elevation gain. You should fly out here at some point, Valoin, and go up Golden Ears. You can go up. I'll stay down here. I'll go up Garibaldi with you, though. Hell yeah. Baldi's lovely. Like, hold on, let me grab my other photos from Garibaldi Mountain. That are not set as my desktop currently. Like, these are my good photos from Garibaldi. My dad took that one on my phone, but that's Garibaldi Lake. That's not a good photo of it. The campground is right there, so you can sleep down there. That's my dad. It's just random shit, and then there's me sitting. And that's a better shot of Black Tusk. You can run up. And that's a shot of the mountains off in the distance. Are you saying I should make an OnlyFans for my hikes? Is that what you're stating? How about no? How about I just continue to post those photos for free on Twitter? Sheesh. If you want to pay me for them, pay up. Stop Sky appearing. The buzzard once, that's fine. It looks like Yushir is going to prison. How long? 57 days, good lord. Pretty long time in prison. Only peaks? Ha! I like it. All right, how many bad is... Oh, that's a small siege. Not even 100 of them. Black Tusk is fantastic because there's actually another way to Black Tusk. You can drive around the back because like you can see it from the highway. Actually, let's see if I can find a shot of Black Tusk from sea to sky. Black Tusk, sea to sky. Oh, here's a good shot. This is a good shot of Black Tusk, although it's very low res. Can I get a big, higher resolution version of that image? Why are these images so low res? But there's a better shot of Black Tusk. I've actually seen these planes. You can like book a flight to fly around it. Yeah, Black Tusk is like this fucking biblical monolith. The cool thing about Black Tusk though is it is like legit just a old volcano. Oh, here's a great panoramic image. This is feels like it's doctored in Photoshop, but yeah. It's the trail for Garibaldi goes all the way along here. You can kind of see it actually, and then it goes down to this little pond thing and then up that way and then back up all the way along this scree. And you're not allowed to leave the trail, and you can get fined if you leave the trail. And then there's another trail that then goes up this. And then you can either go straight up the steep side with rock climbing gear, or you can go up that side for Black Tusk. But there's all the info if you want it. Suey, what up? How things, Suey? How you beanzos? How's been the zombie survivals? I heard you died. Yeah. To find some... Well, what you need... Because Black Tusk is a volcano that collapsed. It's a volcano that collapsed. So Black Tusk was... I don't know. Thousands of years ago was a volcano, and it solidified, and since then, everything that's not volcanic rock has eroded. So if you could, like, solidify a volcano in Dwarf Fortress... Because it's all obsidian, right? And then the really neat thing about Black Tusk, though, is if you walk past Black Tusk, it's just volcano flats for, like, it's like 30 kilometers of just flat black sand and volcanic rock and little puddles. It's a mosquito hellhole in the summer, though. It's full of fucking mosquitoes. Find a volcano and mine an entire layer through the middle of it? I mean, you can encase it, but your bed is calling? If your bed is calling, you've had too much to drink. But, like, have a good night. Who gave your bed your phone number? It's the other joke I was going to make. Should have gone to that one first. It was better. Anyway. Uh-oh. Crap. Gave them a shortcut because I forgot to close the drain. My bad. Not that it's like much of a tired. You have a good night, dude. Sleep well, man. You need to get your current embark to fail so that you can get yourself to find another volcano since the one you settled on doesn't have a vent or something. Huh. Weird. How does it not have a vent? It wouldn't be a volcano then. Two Gobbo sieges back to back and then a Swamp Titan. That's fun. Was the Swamp Titan anything fun? We'll see you when we see you, Feline. There's a zebra with mandibles for a... Okay. I once had a winged humanoid with horns, which is made of fire titan. It was a desert titan. It was literally a Belrog, and it died because it burned a tree down, which had a log in it, and the log came down and hit it in the head, and it, like, destroyed it. Which was kind of hilarious. It's one of the funnier interactions I've had. Also, Diamond, enjoy your comfy bed. It is that time of day. Literal slapstick. More like a crunch stick, but... Speaking of slapstick, one of my favorite questions I've ever gotten for Zach and Tarn Adams was like kind of a broken English question, but it was literally just like, why don't tree produce log after cave-in? Which is very funny to me because it's like, why don't tree produce log after cave-in? Your embark just missed the vent on the volcano. Oh, that's possible, actually. You may have, like, embarked next to the volcano, but not on the volcano itself. Same map square, but, like, not in the right spot. Right on top of it. Because you need to, like, UMKH yourself onto the volcano red dot on the little tiny tab map that you get in the embark screen. You know, I very rarely do this, but I'm going to say a thing about video games. If you pre-purchase Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 right now, you can play the campaign up to a week early. So, as of like, I think it's I guess it would be like the 21st or the 22nd, people who have pre-ordered Call of Duty have access to the campaign. That's really smart. That is really, really, really smart for Activision to do that. Because nobody plays the fucking campaign. Because everybody just jumps straight into multiplayer. So if you do a staggered release where the campaign is released before the multiplayer, that is really smart. Like, I have no interest in beat the campaign. You would not be able to refund it after you hit the 2 hours mark. But you could pre-order it and play it for an hour and 45 minutes and then refund it. That's not how that works, dude. Still counts towards your total time played. At that point, just get it from the Swedish Public Library, Casey. I have zero desire. Oh, actually, Saren, you haven't played the game in a very long time, right? Aquifers ain't shit now. You want an aquifer. There are 3 kinds of aquifers now. There's light aquifers, varied aquifers, and heavy aquifers. Heavy aquifers are like the old aquifers where it's like a fucking torrent of water out of nowhere for some fucking reason, which are very rare. Varied aquifers are generally fine. And then light aquifers are like a drip, 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 which you can largely ignore. But like you still want to like dig down and then dig into them and like block them up, but like they're a free well basically. Like they operate the way they would in real life now instead of being like ludicrously over dumb, which is what they were for years. Yeah, so embark on an aquifer. You're totally fine. Aquifers are a non-issue now, as long as it's a light or a varied. But I would avoid varied. Just go for a light aquifer and you'll be totally fine. I mean, you'll still get the digging cancellations because they dug through a Are they retreating? They're retreating. It's a cold dam. Hardy, hardy, har. But yeah, no, aquifers are like absolutely like usable now. Base burned to nothing. You know, I'm surprised that you've been enjoying Project Zomboid. Because, like, I know that you, like, run around, grab resources, crafty games. I didn't think that you would enjoy Project Zomboid at all. And I'm kind of shocked that you suddenly got way into it. How did that even happen, Sui? Is it because it's bringing the numbers, or is it because, like, something about that game tickles your brain? I don't know. It's just we've tried to stream Zomboid as a group multiple times, and you've never been interested. So it's like, every time it's like, where did that come from? All of a sudden, Sui's into Zomboid. Oh, you didn't have the game. Oh, okay. Also, this is just me talking. I'm thinking out loud. You should set your leaderboards to weekly as of the start of next month if you keep playing Zomboid. I'm just saying. What? Also, if you guys don't watch Sui, go watch Sui. She's cool. You couldn't hear that over the AC? It's fine. I'll DM you later. You have a river? Okay, rivers are actively dangerous. Rivers, dangerous. Lava, kind of dangerous. Generally, you can walk around it, though, because it usually moves slowly. Aquifers, light aquifers, not dangerous. As long as, like, you know how to plug holes. Like, yeah. Lava's not dangerous. And aquifers are not dangerous. When they got encased in ice Fs. The bodies reappeared and got stuck underground on your grates, and now you can't even get to the bodies since you see this. See, now next time you'll know to dig in an automatic drainage system. Right, that side's sealed and that side's sealed. Sweet. Burning 8 to humans. Unless you're smart and you dig a ditch river up in the lip and then the river itself and then install grates so that when the aforementioned drainage system, then channel the river and you're gonna, yeah, no, absolutely. You channel the floors from the lower levels instead of up top. Oh. Yep, that'll do it. Live and learn, as they say. Losing is fun. I honestly say that losing is learning more than losing is fun. I find that once you've made a mistake once in Dwarf Fortress, you'll generally only make it 1 or 2 more times before you learn. It's sometimes like the reason why, like, I'll be building a project in Dwarf Fortress and chat will be like, when are you going to, like, turn the thing on? I'm like, when I'm finished building in my safety precautions. And they're like, but you have dwarves running around on the surface with lava everywhere. It's like, yeah, that's safe. You were needing to block it off so you could fix it, but instead you just lost 3 legendary miners to the ice, refreezing behind your channel. I mean, it is what it is. Set up a zombie burninator. Who doesn't want a humanator or a zombie burninator? I mean, come on, it's all fun and games, especially when they burst into flames. It's great for fishing. Man, this dwarf's fucked. And you can see Cyan's steam. Blood steam! I love how many people have been referencing that on, like, the Dwarf Fortress subreddit now, just because of that stupid short that I made. It's like, I make a short commenting, by the way, you can see blood evaporating. And now people are like, oh my god, you can see blood evaporating. I keep seeing people, like, fun-facting that on Reddit now. Just something I never saw previously. I've educated people on completely useless bullshit. Guess I live to serve. I mean, just do it on a volcano, Kodiak. It takes much less time, and it's, like, harder to fuck up. I'm a trendsetter for DF bullshit. I mean, it's just like Krug Smash has inspired like 90% of, maybe not 90, a large portion of recent Dwarf Fortress fan art. It all just looks like Krug Smash art. Like Krug Smash's kind of unique-ish style. So often I'll just see like a post on the subreddit and it'll be like, I drew my fort. It's like, that looks like Krug Smash art. It's like a lot of Dwarf Fortress art now is less like Dwarf Fortress fan art and it's more like Krug Smash fan art, which is super cool and I'm here for it. But like, I'll take that any day over like just AI generated images of dwarves, which I'll just start to look the same after a bit. Not that they're bad, but. Yeah, same. I'm a bit behind as well. Because he took like a month off a while ago after he finally finished up the tournament, and I haven't watched much since. Need to get caught up. I like how Krug found that one Spanish streamer, unfortunately does not seem to stream anymore, who made videos with the most incredible art and tooltips and shit, and then integrated it into his own stuff. Yeah, oh, totally. I mean, like, there's been a lot of really talented... Honestly, okay, I'm going to self-deprecate for a second here, and please don't get mad at me, chat. I feel like I'm not worthy to be considered, like, a member of, like, the Dwarf Fortress content community from time to time, because I look at the stuff that I make, and I'm like, my god, I put up effortless shit. And all these people are putting up such, like, incredible, like, works of art, and I'm over here just like, yeah, so I stream, and, like, I talk to people. Any Hoosers, guys, want to see some more screenshots of Dwarf Fortress? It's like, there's times where it's just like, man, I feel like a... Nothing. Where did my granite go? God damn it. Can't I find granite? It's taking it for granted how easy it was to find granite. Okay. Streaming is the actually important part. I suppose. I don't know. I think the actual important thing that I do, though, is I give Zach and Tarn a platform to talk to their community in a live format without them having to stream. Because we all know that they'll never stream. we all know that Zach and Tarn are never going to install OBS and futz around on YouTube or Twitch. Like, that's not going to happen. So that's the actual, like, important thing that I do. But... Quantity has a quality of its own. I suppose. I feel like I'm just like the clickbait tabloid of the Dwarf Fortress community, you know? Which isn't the best feeling in the world, but it's not the worst. Tarn can sit and talk for pretty extended periods of time. Give him some credit, dude. He's just an easily distracted soul. To quote my favorite Total Biscuit comment of all time, I could listen to this man read the fucking dictionary and I would listen intently and pay very close attention. It's about the same for me and Tarn. He could talk about the dictionary and I would listen intently. Not everyone can be those kind of folks. You can't sustain a community like that since it sets the bar beyond the level for people to try and get into the community and create content for it. Sorry, what? You mean like what Krug Smash does? You miss Bisky? Hey, you see his face every single time you type in a lol. I also miss TB. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Siren, but like, even Krug Smash has a hard time keeping up what Krug Smash does, which is why, like, 2 years ago I was pestering him. I'm like, dude, you should just stream. Well, I'm happy he is. I'm just sad he's streaming on the wrong platform, but not much I can do about that. On the wrong platform, meaning he's streaming on YouTube, not Twitch. Yes, I'm still Twitch loyal, because free. Strangely enough, this is where I make my money. You build audience on YouTube, and you bring them to Twitch. Because Twitch is such a better platform for streaming content. Far better. YouTube's chat sucks. Trust me, there's plenty of things that sucks about Twitch too. Don't worry. I have so many marmots. Where the hell does my granite keep going? You're going to cook some food? What's for lunch or dinner? I need to go get lunch soon. I also won't be able to do a full 12-hour stream today because I'll probably still do 11 and a half hours. I do need to go to the pharmacy, there it is, tonight and pick up my meds. There's a Canada-wide shortage on insulin. So insulin that I ordered on for Friday last week, or this most recent Friday, not ready until today. I'm almost out of insulin. It's fun. For whatever it's worth, it's only the AstraZeneca government-provided free alternative to the name brand stuff, which means I could just fork over $150 and buy the name brand shit, but I don't quite feel like doing that, so I've been like rationing myself off on insulin the last 5 days. Yeah, almost 5 days. We'll make it, though. Do I at least have hot water? Yeah, the hot water problem got solved like a month and a half ago. That was solved like faster than expected. I'll put it that way. That was solved like within a week and a half. It was like total of like 13 days or something. We had no hot water. What in the ever-living fuck is up? I don't know what that means, but not much. Yourself, Pablo? I'd say we're gonna probably be playing another 40 minutes to an hour of Dwarfs, and then I'm gonna start Thief, because that's what we're streaming for. A moody kind of Halloweenish feeling game. I know it's not a horror game, but it's a moody game. And ever since I played Gloomwood, I was like, they want to play Thief. Bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich. Ooh, love me a BLT. Wait, was Thief the first time you ever knocked out an authority figure? I'm trying to, like, unpack that. Okay. I was like, what? I mean, yeah, no, there's, like, weird... It's been a long time since I've played Thief, and I don't believe I ever finished it back in the day. First time you ever knocked out an authority figure. Oof. Thief was another one of those games that I never owned when I was younger. It was a game that friends owned. So it's gonna be a lot of me remembering it. This oil flask, which you remember from Thief 3. I played Thief Gold and Thief 2. But also, like, you know, a decade after they came out. I never played that reboot, which apparently some people have, like, started to say, it's not that bad, which is weird. I kind of wish that they would reboot it or do, like, a remaster of it. On Bloodcat, you can get that cage with the Etten in it hooked up. Oh, fair enough, Metalhead. Makes sense. Also, Metalhead, since there's a Metalhead in my chat, I saw Exodus like a week ago. And Testament. And Death Angel. That was a hell of a lineup. And on the 26th, I get to... Oh, fuck yeah, I was sick. And then on the 26th, I get to see Animals as Leaders and Carbomb. So, very excited. Carbomb is fantastic if you've never seen them or heard them. And Animals as Leaders is Animals as Leaders, so. Mwah. Thief Reboot was okay. Yeah, but it got critically panned, and it's one of those games that I've started seeing weird retrospectives on it. You need to look up Carbomb? You haven't heard of Carbomb? They're a mathcore band. So they're loud. But we're gonna go to an Irish bar that we like, and we're gonna order Carbombs before we go see Carbomb. You being where you're from, did I ever see 3 Inches of Blood before they split? No. I think that was before my time, actually. When did they split? No, that was like right when I first started going to concerts frequently. I started going to concerts in 2014, heavily. Because I was only born in 94, right? So 2013 was when I, like, was legally allowed to drink and go to most of those shows. And 2014 was when I started going to shows, and they were pretty much done by then. Yeah, I'm only 28. I don't know how old you think I am, but... Your teens with your dad? Yeah, all of the venues here in Vancouver that have metal bands at them are like entirely like 19 plus venues. Like you basically can't go to shows here in Vancouver unless you're 19. There's like one venue that'll let you go. Billionaire, thanks for the raid. Cheers, man. How was the Sims thingy you were doing? I think you were playing The Sims. Did they ruin it with the free-to-play, or is it fine? The shows you went to were all outdoor. Before I was a adult and had a job, my parents were always broke while I was growing up. They're doing fine now, but for years we had like no money, so concerts were not a thing that I got to do until I was an adult. My parents saw AC/DC in the early 80s as an opener for the Police, which I still can't get over. Yeah, I mean, well, like pre-drinking age, let's see, I saw Deadmau5, I saw Muse, and I saw Iron Maiden. Pre-drinking age. Post-drinking age, that was when I got into weird, loud shows. But yeah, no, 3 Inches of Blood was never something I saw. It's just the base game's free? Cool. I actually saved a friend from buying that game the other day. The friend of mine was like, yeah, I think I might buy The Sims. I was like, don't buy The Sims. Or just like another stream I was watching. Not really somebody I know, but another stream I was watching, they were like, yeah, I'm thinking we might buy, like they had like a tip goal and everything. Like, yeah, we're going to buy The Sims and some DLC. I was like, put that money for the base game into DLC, otherwise. You love early-ish Muse? I kind of really like their most recent album, but yeah. I have this weird like love-hate on and off relationship with Muse. I think Uprising is phenomenal though. And Supermassive Black Hole is awesome. Just weird. The thing about Muse is there just really isn't anything else like Muse. And they're kind of the closest thing we have to like a weird modern ballad band. And there just is so few of those these days. It's like, I guess there's always been so few of them, but they're like the closest thing we have to like a modern Queen. Long time ago, yeah. Burning Witches is fun. Goofy fucking band, but fun. You hope to get to see them if they tour around the air. They've never. I don't even think they've been outside of Europe. Yes, Car Bomb is very much Dillinger Escape Plan kind of spastic mathcore. Speaking of like random mathcore bands, Metalhead, have you heard Botch? BOTCH. They're kind of a super band. They have one release. Speaking of metalheads, Belliner in chat's also a metalhead, and I should give him a shout out. Where are my manners? If you guys don't know Belliner, go give him a follow. Remember my stream team, fantastic dude. My favorite comment about Burning Witches is like they're not the best band ever, right? They're just like a bunch of pretty ladies that play like 80s themed hair metal, right? Like it's just goofy, right? Like it's silly, don't take it too seriously music, right? But my favorite comment I've ever seen about them was just on like the music video for I think it's Dance with the Devil was the name of the song. But the comment was literally just because like they all wear like pretty scantily clad, but like a lot of leather and a lot of like chains, right? Yeah, that's not a bad take actually. But they're all covered in chains and studs and like lots of metal, right? And the comment was just, these ladies' laundry machines must be really loud. Just like I think it was just like I was just like the right level of intoxicated when I saw that comment because I just started crying. I was like, this is perfect. Absolutely how I feel about this band. Their laundry must be really loud. You gotta check out Will of the People. You've been hesitant because you heard some rumblings about it being anti-masker thing. Muse is anti-establishment. Take it or leave it. Is it anti-masker? They're also pro-metaverse and have done multiple shows in multiple metaverses. So, like, their politics aside, it's great fucking music. And there's a lot of really good fuck the system stuff on that album. But, like, it's no different politics-wise than Uprising was. And they still are, right? I mean, you could point at that and be like, they're talking about masks, or you could point at that and be like, they're talking about Russia. What? I mean, like, they don't state anything explicitly like that at any point. You could interpret it that way and state that that's what they're saying, but, like, no? What? Not really. It's like, I'm anti-authoritarian, but yeah, you should wear masks if you feel sick. Don't be a cunt. It's like, it's that simple. It's like, it's not politics to me, it's just public decency. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't fucking care. Like, you live your life, and I'll live mine. And if my life includes staying far away from people that, like, don't get vaccinated, then that's my life and that's theirs. Like, you could listen to Muse's 2009's Uprising and just be like, this entire album is anti-COVID, anti-mask propaganda. You could, like, interpret that album that way. It's not. They're talking about oppressive regimes, not... And if you think being told to wear a mask is oppressive, honey, you should live somewhere oppressive. That's all I have to say about that. Fucking go outside. Jesus Christ. Touch some grass. Stop driving your goddamn truck everywhere and breathe some goddamn oxygen. You're inhaling too many car fumes. Can you tell this is a touchy subject? Take public transit once in a while, you disgusting cunts. All right, got that out of my system. We're good. Oh, it's definitely a weird hill to die on. It's very much a weird hill to die on. Although I will say that the most recent Slipknot album, meh. I'm talking about people that are so now when I'm like rambling about that shit, I'm talking about the people from Vancouver that are protesting against it. That we definitely had some really obnoxious protesters earlier in the year about that stuff. So I'm referring to my local experience. I'm not referring to everybody's experience. Their last album was good. Not Your Kind. That was a good album. I enjoyed it. Most recent one's a little, it's fine. We're Not Your Kind had some really good songs on it, though. To me, it's kind of like... It's like 10,000 Fists era Disturbed. And yes, I put Disturbed and Slipknot on kind of the same era these days. Bad? Really annoying? Yes. Calling it bad is maybe an exaggeration. Annoying? Yes. Not to just, like, dive into annoying Canadian politics, but... I'll put it this way. If you believe everybody should have the right to do what they want, I should have the right to wear a mask. Multiple members of Slipknot have passed away over the last 10 years. It's like 2 of them, I think. But Slipknot also has 9 people in that fucking band, and like 6 of them are drummers, so... Besides, it's basically just Corey Taylor plus his friends, so. Although when it comes to like dumb music, you know what still rocks, chat? Sum 41. You know what also still rocks? Blink 182. That's where I've been recently. Been re-listening to old Sum 41 records, and that new Blink 182 song is pretty fucking good. And Enema of the State is still a good album. The pop punk resurgence? That's been happening for ages, though. I mean, come on, like, we have the Menzingers. The Menzingers exist. The pop punk resurgence has been back for years. It's just nobody fucking noticed. And the Get Up Kids still put out albums? Come on. Casket Lottery's still out there doing their shit? We don't need a full-on resurgence. Completely fucks. Yes, that album does indeed fuck. Thoughts on Coheed and Cambria? I've only listened to the one album that made them big and nothing beyond that. So, not really. What was the name of that one song that I've never really gotten heavily into Coheed and Cambria. I've listened to them. I know what they sound like, but Welcome Home. That's the one song I've heard by them. Suffering's pretty good. What was the name of that album? Good Apollo, I'm Burning Star. Sure, yeah, whatever the fuck that album's called. That album was good. I haven't listened to anything else they've done. You get into hardcore because it merges elements of punk with metal. Fair enough, yeah. What's another band that I've been... Drug Church. Heavier punk. Good punk. Me like Drug Church. Drug Church me like. What's the blue floor made out of? Kimberlite. Have I heard Oni? In the band? That's one of those, like, probably. Could I name a song? No. But that sounds weirdly familiar. You know what else I've been listening to recently again? That I get into, like, maybe once a decade or so for, like, a month and then forget that they exist? Is Suicide Commando. I'm listening to Bind, Torture, Kill again. Isn't straight-laced? No. No, Drug Church is like a heavier Pixies, if you ever listen to Pixies. Growing up, you were never into punk despite liking Offspring? Well, Offspring was just pop music back then, though. In the 2010s, which introduced you to other hardcore bands, which got you shown into the pop punk, and you're like, well, shit, good. I enjoy this. Excellent. Yeah, no, damn right. As you bloody well should enjoy this, 'cause it's fucking good. Investments are open if anybody wants to chuck their fake money into the ether. Hey, Tofu. I don't know. I grew up on, like, Under Oath and shit. How are the dwarves? They're dwarfing. We're still going. Now, trying to get a good session of Longdeath in. We're in late winter of the year 426. There's 30 dwarves in the fort right now. We're trying to get a good session in today's, and then we're going to start Thief later in the day. I mean, I listened to like Sum 41, a little bit of Blink-182 when I was younger, but a lot more like 3 Days Grace, Disturbed, I guess Slipknot, Iron Maiden, that kind of stuff. Still primarily a metalhead. I don't really... So, okay, so if I were to just be like, this is the types of music I've been listening to recently. Jazz, French pop, metal, like Eastern Bloc electro house, like German industrial, metal, more metal, pop punk, classical. It's like I kind of just like bounce between everything. And I just like good music generally. So, but like aesthetically, I'm a metalhead. I mean, I have the most metal t-shirts. I have 4 Creator t-shirts, 2 Slipknot shirts, a Ginger shirt. Ginger's fantastic. The vibe is dope. I mean, I own every single Boy Harsher release in some physical format. So like and I also own not every single, but the majority, all of the mainline releases for every Boards of Canada album. Well, with a name like Hanswurst, like, yeah, that checks out. That like short movie they put out was actually weirdly good. Like a decent little short thing. Self-Esteem are 2 of the first songs you remember liking as a kid. One of the first songs I remember really liking and like singing as a kid was Motivation by Sum 41. Motivation, such an aggravation. Accusations, don't know how to take them. I've seen that recommended on my Spotify before, and I've listened to a couple tracks. It's pretty good. Hanswurst. Synthwave and Darkwave. Synthwave and Darkwave is fine, but it's fine in this for me anyway. It's fine, but it's fine in the same way that lo-fi hip hop is. Like it could be just made by an algorithm and just running in the background. Like it gets a bit too samey for me. Although I do really like Mitch Murder specifically, and I do really like Makeup and Vanity Set, because they deviate quite a bit from that mold. But there's a lot of groups out there that I'm just like, oh my fucking god, you're the same song again. The reason I like Mitch Murder is because he points at a very particular style and writes an album in that style. And then he points at another very specific style and he writes an album in that style. And I like that. Okay, there's a difference between using modulars, like physical modular synths to make music, and writing down something into a line of text in a generator and it generates it for you. One requires skill, the other one requires an AI generator to do a thing for you. And there are AI generators at this point that can generate very, 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 very efficient things like synthwave. But modular synths, that's different. That requires like engineering skill. It's like the difference between a composer and a musician. People that use modular synths are composers, whereas like somebody who sits down with a guitar and plays music is a musician. What about I have 2 of John Carpenter's albums. just saying. Oh, another band I listen to way too much is King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Fucking phenomenal. I do actually, when it comes to metal these days, I listen to a lot more like, what's the word I'm looking for? I listen to a lot more like stoner metal and fuzz rock these days than just like more thrashy stuff. I prefer to see I'm not gonna sit down and listen to Exodus. That's just not gonna happen. Like I'm never going to have a point in the next like 6 months where I just sit down and go, I'm gonna listen to Exodus for an entire album. Like I'm not gonna do that. But I will listen to the Sergeant Thunderhoof for the 34th time, or I will listen to Hum's Inlet for the 50th time, which is shoegaze, but heavy shoegaze. You know, somebody actually called me out on my like Discord status recently, which freaked me out. Like I randomly got added from a server that I have all notifications disabled on, right? And it was just like, is that like Stars by Hum? Is that what's up with your Discord status? I'm like, holy shit, I've had this status for like a year and somebody finally said something. And also got it right. Blew my mind. I was just like, oh my god, someone else has heard of Hum. What the fuck? Someone else knows my favorite band of all time. What the actual fuck? Electric Wizard's pretty good. So is Truck Fighters. I got you to listen. I can get most people to listen to Hum, and it's like so fucking good. It's like Weezer if they had balls. Also a top, like, A+ YouTube comment. To make 3 pairs of gloves. Let's actually just make 50 pairs of leather gloves. Weed Pecker is another good one that I listen to quite frequently. I have 2 of their albums on rec. Actually, for those of you who are curious about my music taste, go to my channel, okay? This is my channel, once it loads, eventually. Anytime this year. Come on, you can do it. Come on, you can do it. And then scroll down to here, and then click on this right there. Discogs. It'll give you my whole Discogs collection. If you're just like, what the heck does this guy own? It's not entirely up to date. There's like maybe about 20 things that I have in my collection that I don't have on my Discogs, but most of it's up there. Vast majority. Oh shit! Speaking of punk, Idols. Idols is good. Really good. Especially Ultra Mono. That album was pretty... it's great. What's the name of this Etten right here? You? So you're the one that still needs... BEM! G-E-M-U-R. Okay. Ah. That's easy. An important announcement to make. All right. I'm ready to witness your important announcement, El Naso. You can't? Okay. Cancel the important announcement. How you been, though, El Naso? You know, it's weird to me that people can follow people on Bandcamp. Oh, it won't let you because Bastet did it earlier today. Yeah, you can only do that once per stream. And then every now and again, I'll get a literal email that's just like, somebody followed you on Bandcamp. It usually goes into my spam, but it's still weird. A shitty gacha mobile game wants to sponsor you. No, thank you. Delete. Okay, this is a good hashtag. Hashtag Bayonetta. In regards to the Bayonetta stuff, that's a good hashtag. Bayonetta! Bayonetta indeed. We're into spring. Winter's over. August is falling. I'm not super familiar. What's up with Bayonetta? Bayonetta sometime last year was announced to have a different voice actress because the original voice actress wasn't available, and it's coming out in a couple of weeks. And the original voice actress was like, "Hey, I was available. They just refused to pay me a like basic livable wage to do all of the voice work for it. They offered her $4,000 to do the entirety of the voicing for the entire game, and she said no, fuck off, because that's not even like more than 20 hours of work. That's not even like 4 sessions worth of work. So she basically is calling for a boycott of the game. So it's been a bit of a clusterfuck since then. I could give you an article on it if you want. Saw them on tour before they got big. Trying to think of bands that I've seen before they got big. Actually, this is one of my favorite ones to just be like, y'all should listen to Ninja Spy. Because that's a band that hasn't gotten big and will never get big. You guys should listen to Ninja Spy, because Ninja Spy is fantastic. We've made it to early spring. We're in the year 427. It's the third game. Well, it's a combination of Nintendo and Platinum Studios. Platinum Games, rather, not Studios. But Ninja Spy is a thrash metal band that includes a trumpet. And sometimes a trombone. They're a thrash metal ska band from Vancouver. Actually, they're from my hometown of... has an unnerving cover. They're how do I describe it? I recommend listening to Circle Pity. That's probably like not their best song, but like the best description of what that band is, because it's just like straight thrash, sudden trumpet interlude, into reggae, back into thrash. No, they went to my friend's high school growing up, so I knew their drummer. Very small band. Like, they've kickstarted all 3 of their albums, and they like recorded them in a garage. The first one in a garage, and then the second one they rented the high school recording studio for the local high school after they'd graduated to record spoken. But they've self-published everything they've ever done. Tiny little band. Before they got big was Alt J on a festival. Nothing on the time slot you're interested in, so presuming you just drink something. The one band I think I've seen, I don't know. It's hard to say. The thing is, like, it's less of a I saw them before they got big band thing, and more of a I saw them and they were fantastic, and then they broke up and never went on tour a second time and didn't release an album. I've seen a lot of those. Or like bands like Wild Throne that released 1 EP and never a full album, and that 1 EP was kind of incredible, and they never released anything else after that. Oh, actually, I know. A band that could get big that I've seen is the Gins. I've seen them twice. I mean, for what it's worth, I have multiple mutual friends with Carly Rae Jepsen. She's from Mission. Which is, like, very close to where I grew up. Not the Gins, just Jins. The Gins. They're from Surrey, British Columbia, where I'm from, and they do free shows downtown all the time. Or not all the time, but, like, by City Hall here. Yeah, Yeah, they're like, so I heard you like Nirvana. They're one of those bands. They're fun. They're good. So if you like that kind of gravelly voice things, it's good. You have a good one, Wild Peak. Cheers. But yeah, I don't know. When it comes to like random shit, like I high-fived every single member of Nickelback once. I don't know if that's something to brag about, though. I should probably cut my hands off. Some of the family in that folks band, but then left town and did not go back. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's generally not the worst thing to do. Stops pretending they don't like it. Nickelback? I think people just forgot about the memes. I believe that they have one good song and everything else they've ever done is kind of boring. Gotta Be Somebody's a pretty good song. Everything they did around that was like, oh, so you wrote that song again? Cool. Good for you. You did it. But when it comes to like local Vancouver bands, it's like, I would take Mariana's Trench for like poppy light rock bands any day over Nickelback. Because Mariana's Trench is infinitely better than Nickelback. They've got way more range, way better songwriting, way more creative, better topics, more interesting. They're not all one weird, creepy family. You know, there's like everything about Mariana's Trench is better. They're just boring. Like they're like Breaking Benjamin. Sorry to the one Breaking Benjamin fan. Or like Skillet. Y'all remember Skillet? Because you shouldn't. But if you remember Skillet, they're like Skillet. That's like they're fine. They're fine. Remember, I need a hero, save me. Wait. Yes, no, that is that band. Or like Evanescence. The only good skillet is the one on it's made of cast iron sitting on my stone. You don't need a hero? You don't need to save my life. My hero's gonna save me just in time. This has been a fun trip down memory lane, lads. Like, anybody remember Breaking Benjamin? You were never super into them? I respect them for embracing the memes as heavily as they did. Like, but yeah, not into them at all. I don't ever actually listen to them. But like I said, I do respect them for embracing the memes as heavily as they did. Oh no, you got thrown into prison. Why? No, you're not in prison. You're praying. Misread. But yeah, I don't know. To me, like, ooh, this is maybe a bad comparison. To me, Nickelback is kind of like Van Halen. Kinda. They had a good song or two back in the day, but also just kind of bridged the gap for you to discover new bands like Nightwish and Within Temptation and Epica and After Forever. You know, I've seen Within Temptation twice. Pretty fucking good. Please explain. Overproduced? You listened to the later... Like, Van Halen had, like, a few good early albums, and then they just kind of turned into pop music. And so... I've heard Nickelback's unreleased high school album before they went and got big. Because one of my scout leaders growing up had it on CD, which he got from the band when they did, when they did shows in high school, right? Because he went to their school in Richmond. It's pretty good. It's all right. It's all downhill from there. And yeah, like Van Halen has a few bangers. But when they suck, they're really fucking bad, dude. When they suck, they're really fucking bad. It's got nothing to do with the producers. It's all to do with the songwriting. It does hurt. I like Van Halen. I do. And, you know, I feel the exact same way about certain AC/DC records. I really like some AC/DC. Some AC/DC is really good. But when AC/DC sucks, holy fucking fuck, they're bad. So you complain about Avenged Sevenfold. They should have Avenged Sevenfold should have broke up. Yeah, I don't know. The first time I heard Little Piece of Heaven was actually in concert, actually. That was one of the first big concerts I went to. Totally forgot about that. I mean, yeah, Ghost is a poppy like mess. One of my mods, Stoned Hobo, he's followed Ghost on tour multiple times. Okay. He owns more Ghost shirts than I think I own t-shirts. And frequently goes to their shows in full makeup, right? Oh, I feel exactly the same way about Aerosmith, though. Aerosmith and Van Halen are one and the same in my mind. But here's the thing that I will say. Here's what I will say about Ghost. Ghost is my generation. So 20-somethings Kiss. They're literally the exact same thing. And, you know, you have to leave. We'll see you later, Shenron. Hopefully it's not because of my fighting words about Van Halen. Kiss does suck. But there is absolutely an audience for them. And Ghost, when they're good, they fucking rock. But when they suck, they're really fucking bad. Right? And, like, nobody can deny that. Like, there's a few bad Ghost songs out there, and they're really fucking bad. But, like, Square Hammer is an all-time goddamn classic. And people, when Kiss was new, there was people who said that about Kiss. Right? They're like, this is incredible. We love this. Like, there were Kiss fans out there. Since I'm throwing out fighting words here, I feel almost the same way about Slayer. Ever since Rain and Blood, they've kind of sucked. They're a machine. They write those albums real well. But guys, you're boring as shit. And that's how all my subs left. But no, seriously, like Slayer's just... Ugh. Rain and Blood, Repentless was a decent song. Repentless was fine. What's it been, 2 years? Yep. We started it in August 2020. Still going. Still not dead. I'm going to keep going post Steam release too. Longdeath is going to continue. The music didn't save them just in time. I like Rain and Blood. It's the only album by Slayer that I genuinely like. It's just like Metallica. Ride the Lightning's fantastic. I mean, here's the thing. Jump is a fun song. I'm not going to talk shit about Jump, Soulshinery. Jump is fun. You've never seen a band sound so boring live? What about in their recordings? They also sound pretty boring in their recordings. like here's the thing. When I say a band sucks, I don't mean like, oh, you shouldn't listen to them or they're like bad. They're just boring. And also, here's the other thing. You guys can like all of the music that I dismiss. Just because I'm an elitist shithead doesn't mean I should change your opinion or take on music. If you love every single Nickelback album and know all of the lyrics off by heart, more power to you. Live your life. Keep it in your car or in your house and turn the volume down so I don't have to hear it. But, you know, it's fine. Fine. It's totally fine. I don't know enough about hip-hop to be able to really say much, to be honest. Hip-hop is like one of the few genres that I'm like not versed in at all. That being said, Eminem turned 50 yesterday? Excuse me while I fall into a coffin. Not that that's really hip-hop, but... Not much change in message. Yeah, I mean, I feel very similarly, actually, to Slayer as I do to Slipknot, actually. This most recent Slipknot album was like, cool, you wrote another album. Cool, you did it again. Good job, guys. Like, weirdly enough, I've started to respect Disturbed more in their later years, because they've started to write slower songs that show off their talent more. And they've, like, that Sound of Silence cover, which is largely hated, and other things that they've done that I sit down and I go, you know, no, not Slayer. Disturbed started off as one thing, and yeah, they're like that initial Down with the Sickness is kind of a meme because of the and all that shit. But, like, David Draymond's a good fucking singer, and people need to give him more credit. Like, I would call myself a lifelong fan of Disturbed at this point because I still actively listening to them. Bluffing through, thanks for continuing that gift sub. Cheers. And all that shit. You know, it's like, it's a joke. It's goofy, but, like, it was goofy music. Like, they're singing about death and destruction and also having a fetish for violence. Like, that shit was goofy as hell. But, like, I don't know. There's something about Disturbed that just holds up in a weird way. Like, I don't know. I like Disturbed a lot. And, you know, someone could point at me and say the exact same things about Disturbed that I've just rattled off about Slayer, and you wouldn't be wrong. I just like Disturbed. You ever think about how music would sound in people in the past? If you brought a speaker in 1965 people and showed them Nickelback, they would think it's demonic? Oh, yeah, no. I mean, show them some jazz, depending on the jazz. My elitist ramblings. Here's the thing. I acknowledge my elitism, and I'm not gatekeeping. So does that make me an elitist? I don't even. I'm just picky. I don't know. Is it elitism if I'm not restricting other people's enjoyment, though? When it comes to jazz, though, Mammal Hands, Delvon Lamar Organ Trio. Let's do this. Andes. Brought arrows, don't care. Okay, I can sell them that. Wait for the rest of the stuff, give it to them as a gift. There were quotes. Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking out loud at this point. Oh, go nuts. Mind, I just can't click it. Because, you know, content ID and all that crap. This is going on YouTube, so let's... Although, if depending on what it is, maybe I could play it. I don't know what the status of Content ID and Amiga music is. Speaking of Disturbed, apparently Disturbed put out a single I haven't heard. September 2022. Would you look at that? Somebody else is putting out new music soon. Cool. I'll have to listen to that after. Okay, Cold Chamber? That sounds familiar. The early era of new metal was something special? I mean, I was listening to Dope recently. I don't know if it was necessarily something special, but... Also, I love how we were talking about punk earlier and no one mentioned Bad Religion. Gosh. True. Actually, yes, true. I do unironically listen to Limp Bizkit sometimes. I acknowledge it's awful. Make fun of me. I enjoy it. That most recent album was great. Dad Vibes is fun shit. Even though I have no idea what he's talking about for most of that song. Like, that song makes me feel old because I'm like, dude, I don't even know what you're saying anymore. I mean, you know who I saw? Well, you know what was one of the last bands I saw live before the pandemic? It was a two-pronged tour with two headliners. Static X and Fear Factory. So, and you know what? Who was singing for Static X? The vocalist for Fear Factory, whatever his name is. Which is why they were touring with Fear Factory. They're on tour again, doing the same tour, except they're co-headlining for Dope. So it's Dope, Static X, and Fear Factory. I'm terrible with human names. I'm really good with video game names and usernames, but I never remember people, like, unless it's like a band I listen to literally every day. Yeah, but no, they're doing that tour again, I guess, also with Edsel Dope and his original lineup. Also, fuck Edsel Dope, he's kind of a dick, but I'll listen to his music sometimes. Sounds like some Deus Ex music. That's pretty cool. But, like, turns out Static X and their songs are very simple. It's not hard to replicate that vocal style. He's got, like, a very particular sound, but as long as you kind of just go through your nose and also pretend that you smoked 85,000 cigarettes in the last 15 minutes, you can generally kind of pull it off pretty well. Dope was a snapshot of cringe of the early 2000s. I don't know. American Apathy ages pretty terribly, but I still like it. Like, that's kind of an awful album, but yeah, I listened to it in its entirely while stoned 2 weeks ago. It's still pretty good. I mean, come on. How can an opening line to a song that goes, let's have a bachelor party with chicks and booze and guns and fire trucks not be a good song? Like, how can that not be a good time? Like, how could you possibly listen to that and not enjoy that? So, fun fact. My sister-in-law she's a couple years younger than me, and she completely missed nu metal, but listens to like hardcore, death metal, thrash metal, and a lot of other things, but completely missed like nu metal era because she was just too little. So she listens to like late 2000s stuff forward, basically. And I introduced her to Dope, and she was just sitting there listening to it once, and she's just like, this is like shitty strip club music for metalheads. I was like, yes! That's exactly what Dope is! You nailed it! That's like the vast majority of like early 2000s nu metal. It's strip club music for metalheads. It's exactly what it is. And it's perfect! I mean, also like, some of the best music ever to play Battlefield 2 while playing. I definitely can't speak with experience or anything. Because running around just listening to kill the fucking enemy, burn, burn, burn is pretty good. That's what replaced Motley Crue. Oof. See, here's the thing with Motley Crue, right? Shout at the Devil slaps. I don't need to listen to anything else they ever put out. But Shout at the Devil? Yeah. Let's go. Shout at the Devil. Also, that Netflix movie was pretty good. I watched it on a plane, though. That was a mistake. I did not get enough sleep last night, and I don't know why I have so much energy. What the hell happened? Shout at the Devil. Since I'm talking about like cringy crap music that I listen to, let's look at my recent Spotify listenings. Oh, also, just when it comes to metal, I listen to an embarrassingly large amount of Electric Callboy right now. The once Eskimo Callboy, now Electric Callboy. I've been like going back through their releases and like re-listening to it all and going like, man, The Scene was a pretty good album. I don't know. I'm not going to say it's a great album, but certainly an enjoyable one. There's something about listening to, like, nu metal diss tracks that came out in 2017 about hating nu metal. It's like, I'm sorry, what year is this? Also, I'm listening to a nu metal diss track right now. What's happening? I think we need to do clothing for these dwarves. Two listenable tracks? Yeah, I mean they've got like one or two bangers. Let's do clothing. Silk, dress, 60. Silk, shirt, 60. Silk, tunic, 60. Silk, vest, not infinite. Silk, vest, 60. Silk cloak. Hey, Papa Lurk, what up? Fuck it. Silk. I wonder what the music choices will be. I can't wait for all of the streamers to get content ID'd. Hey, Renfield. No matter how bad you think they are, you usually have at least one good song. Well, there's a, like... Actually? Hold up. Maybe I was I'm thinking about this now when you said one good song. I'm thinking about this. Is the Nickelback Van Halen comparison a little bit unfair to Van Halen? Because they do actually have a couple good songs. Would Guns N' Roses be better? Uh-oh. Ushrier just went nuts, which is fine. We've got a merchant that just went nuts. They're going to try and kill the nearest dwarf to them. I don't know. I was going to... Have you heard Chinese democracy? I mean, you shouldn't, metalhead, for whatever it's worth. I mean, Sweet Child of Mine is great, but like, Seems like other dwarves are joining in the fight now. Beating the crap out of him. Are they just punching him? Yeah, Captain of the Guard is just punching the... And the Mayor, too, are just punching the hell out of this dwarf. Welcome to the Jungle. Welcome to the Jungle is a Van Halen level of cringe. To the point where I actually thought that was a Van Halen song when I was little. This is an awkward fight. These two dwarves are fighting from down below. God damn it, why is this dwarf doing so well? About to die, though. Nobody important's lost yet. I haven't played enough GTA recently to tell you. Okay, he died finally. Dwarves are splitting. Mayor's pretty battered. Upper spine is bruised? Ugh. May need a doctor. But you should be okay. Okay, he's just shouting. But not fighting with anybody anymore, which is good. It depends on what the question is. Popular. How's it going? You know, just rambling about why I think that every single band the chat loves is garbage. You know, just the usual. If I can't, chat might be able to help. This is a short visit. Yeah, mind, indeed. Or do we know program before you had to go to sleep? Well, I hope you have a good night's sleep. Is the fort going well? I mean, I just, like, a problem dwarf just went berserk and got beaten to death. So yeah, pretty good. But like, first death of the day. We got a new baby today. You know, I mean, this fort's just about sustaining, right? We've killed 2 raids of humans and burninated both of them. Oh, geez. I just realized I'm fucking stuff up. Wondering why the frame rate got a little sketched. But cleaned up 2 raids of humans, which is pretty good. So, you know, chilling, because Longdeath's pretty chill. I've been building a zoo of big creatures. We got minotaurs, we got giants on display, we got cyclopses. They're behind fortifications and bars, and they're all in cages, obviously. I trapped out my Ettins, and I've got the Ettins being rebuilt. Good times. Can you request a dwarf? I can give you a merchant, but all of the children get named as soon as they pop up. So if you want a merchant, I can give you a merchant. But otherwise, you'll have to wait till time of place. This sounds complicated, mind, but I wish you the most success. Yeah, but the thing is, like, the absolute number of awesome music that Queen has put out is like, it makes up for every single not so great song that they've ever released. There isn't a queue, no. So the reason I don't have a queue is because children are so few and far between, like, they don't happen in every stream. If I had a queue, it would be like 500 names long. It would probably be longer than Longdeath. And then what would happen is somebody would tune in once, put their name into the queue, and then never tune in again. So it's first come, first serve priority. That's the only way that we do it. Because otherwise, nobody would ever get an opportunity. And the people who are here all the time wouldn't get an opportunity. So I prioritize people that are here. Like I said, I can give you a merchant if you like, and we do have some pretty happy merchants, like, you know, stuff like this. But like, they're not technically members of the fort. So like, I don't, queues work if you have a small channel, right? But like, I have a big channel-ish to a degree. So like, if I were to do queues, they would be insurmountably long. Yeah, no, Queen is fantastic. I'm not going to say anything bad about Queen. I wish that there was more bands like Queen, actually. The world would be a better place if every band was half as good as Queen. So, which is also the reason I like Muse, is because they're one of the closest things we have to a modern Queen. You know, like, is Muse perfect? No, but neither was Queen. Yeah, and like Adam Lambert or whatever his name is, did a fantastic job like heading the band for like the tours that they did with him. So it's nice to see that. It's nice to see that they were able to do another tour for all those, like, so many people love them. Do they still tour with them? I haven't followed the band. I don't follow the band particularly closely, but cheers, mind, and thank you as always. He's literally a permanent member of the band now. Is he? Yeah. Like I said, I'm not I don't like follow the band directly or pay attention to what they're doing on the day to day. I have a massive amount of respect for Queen. So you know you went to bed early because you woke up early yesterday? It seems that'll be a theme. Oh, that sucks. Stone. Well, welcome back. Actually, here's a bit of a deep cut of like... Anybody here listen to Static Dress? I'm gonna just throw that name out there and see if it sticks with anybody here. Because that might be a band that I could say that I heard. I didn't see them, but heard before they got big. And they're getting big. Static Dress. Back on the heavy train, though. Like, they started up in, like, the last 2 years. Like, they got a, they got their kind of, like, production ball rolling quite literally right when the pandemic hit. Like, I think they put out a demo tape in 2019. but gave up as it wasn't working. You know, honestly, I would say that Queen has a wide enough catalog of music that they don't need to record new stuff. All right, well, you guys should go listen to Static Dress. And you're not going to hear me say this super often because it's not super common, but one of the best trans vocalists in the industry, I would say. At least as with frequency that I listen to them? Yeah. Aaron? Ow, my hands are hurting. I've been, like, sitting at a weird position all day, and I think my keyboard, like, shifted a little bit to the left. About that artist name? If you like really loud late 2000s not hardcore, post-hardcore. It's probably the best modern example of that. When I say modern, as in like last few years. Trying to think of like other bands that people may have not heard of. Anybody here listen to Thou? Thou? Two guys met and noodled at a party left and right and then smoked a reefer with a bunch of friends and then... I love it when people say the word reefer. With a bunch of friends and then got a Sony contract and one of the bigger decided to split for a solo career and then last anyone ever heard of him. Oh. I'm simple person. When Blind says check out band, I check out band. You dislike all my music? Here's the thing, right? I'm just talking about heavy music. Do you want me to talk about like synth stuff? Do you want me to talk about like jazz? Do you want me to talk about like, I mean, I could talk about how I love the dough, which is just like super poppy French music. Like, I've seen Cannibal Corpse. That was a fun show. Although with a name like Cowboy Bill, it's literally D-O with a line through the middle of it, so I can't even type it in. Hold on. Let me grab you them on Spotify. These people. Not like Eiffel 65. No. I mean, for anybody who has, there you go. But like, other poppy bands, I like Churches. Churches is great. They're a hometown band for you? Fuck yeah. Corpse Grinder seems like such a nice dude. I got plenty of local heavy bands. I just haven't been dropping all the local heavy bands. I'm just trying to do something that's like not loud so that people are like, oh, I love Holy Fuck. That's a band that I love. That's not heavy in the slightest. They write songs with synthesizers and instruments that they can buy at used stuff stores. And they have songs that include like playing on toy keyboards with a microphone pointed at it. Holy Fuck is fantastic. What else do I like? I like Aphex Twin. But that's easy to say. I think a lot of people like Aphex Twin, even if they don't know that they like Aphex, even if they don't realize that they like Aphex Twin. Richard D. James, fuck yes. Although really right now, I just want to listen to Bind, Torture, Kill by Suicide Commando on repeat all day because I'm just in that mind space right now. Oh, I like Origami Angel a whole bunch. Ever jam Square Pusher? Sometimes. It's not my go-to though. Prefer his other projects. Since we were talking about pop punk earlier, Origami Gang, the Origami Angel, fantastic band. After I get some time with their music, you can't wait to call me and say, have you ever heard of Holy Fuck? I mean, there's 2 mics in that band. Holy Fuck is a phenomenal band because they're one of the only bands that tweets back at you if you tweet at them, and their Twitter account is literally run by Mike, who's one of the frontliners of that band. He literally will just like tweet back at you. It's like, hey guy, they're a fun band. They're I've seen them once now, officially. I've seen many live stream concerts that they've done. But Holy Fuck is one of the best things about finally getting to see them live this past year was I could walk up to them and say, I stole your music on LimeWire and now I own all of your albums physically. Which is true. I own every single one of their albums. The first 2 on CDs and the rest all on vinyl. And I stole their music on LimeWire originally. What's even better was it was an accidental music theft. It was an accidental music theft, and this was like in the end of the era of LimeWire, so... Because like I was looking for something else. I can't even remember what I was looking for. And I got the entirety of their first album LP with no artist assigned to the albums. And so I knew the names of the songs, but it didn't have the band name included in it, and it didn't have the album name included. And a friend of mine had a very, 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 very early version, or a very early iPod Touch. It was like Gen 2 or something, that had Shazam on it. Like right when Shazam blew up. And so we actually fucking Shazammed it. And then after that, I just started seeking out their music. Oh, absolutely. Damn right. Zone Soldier. Absolutely. Although for me, it was like burning CDs for road trips. You still have your Kazaa stash? I mean, someone has to. I still have a bunch of old MP3s on this computer, which I've copied from computer to computer to computer over the years that are all from LimeWire. All right, I'm trying to think of like, oh, here's another not so heavy band that I really like. Muted, yes. Not so heavy band. I need to see Primus because I think I've been listening to Primus for my entire life and I've never seen Primus. I've had multiple opportunities to see Primus, and every single time something comes up and I can't go. Or it's like too expensive. I'm starting to think I will never see Primus. You got to get Napster back when it first came out before it got shut down, and yeah, it makes sense. Someone threw a cup. Les gets big mad. It's a oh no. Actually, chat. Just this is a question for all the showgoers out there. Have you ever been to a show that was so bad you hated the band in retrospect? Like, have you ever been to a show that was so fucking terrible you stopped listening to the band after that? Green Jello. Okay, that makes sense. Megadeth also makes sense. Because for me, it was Protest the Hero. Protest the Hero is the only time I've seen a vocalist spit on the crowd. We walked out. Oh, I also did that with Suicidal Tendencies. I really liked Suicidal Tendencies. Then I saw Suicidal Tendencies. Walked out. God, that was awful. Holy fuck. Although, to be fair, when I saw Suicidal Tendencies, it was more to see Havoc for like a 5th time or something. Because Havoc is so fucking good. Claxtons? One I don't know. I'll say Quinn. Trying to think of like Spotify, why are you installing an update? I'm trying to like look up things in my library right now. Stupid app. When you were stationed in Alaska, it was a shit show. I feel like a shit show is like the best thing that you could ask for from them. Oh, I'm gonna drop a weird one again. I've linked this band before, so I apologize if you've heard them before. But allow me to introduce the best band name of all time. Satan's Butt Cheeks. I like that EP enough that I put it on a cassette for myself. A classic, yes, a Blind IRL stream classic. Man to back, band crack. Also way better than it has any right to be. There's no way in hell that any of the songs on that entire album should be any good whatsoever. They're all fantastic. All fantastic. They're stupid as fuck, but they're great. The only gig you left early was in the mid-2000s, and it was Queen and Paul Rogers and Free and Bad Company, really. It was so bad you left after 7 songs. He got so many lyrics wrong, you just could not... Oh, yeah, oh, man, that sucks, dude. That sucks. That can't have been a cheap show either. I've left plenty of shows early, but they're always like, oh, it's like a bunch of nobodies or like small-ish bands. We're at a concert where Alkaline Trio was playing and a couple of obnoxious dude bro metalhead fans were kind of ruined. Oh, that sucks. I've had concerts ruined by obnoxious fans plenty of times. Good tears or bad tears? Cowboy. Because that could mean a lot of things. It was amazing. You know, honest, you know what show put me into tears? Devin Townsend. Fucking Devi, man. So Leonard Skinner, even though you didn't know there was any original members left at that point, and they were awful. Oh. So you did stay for the full gig? At the very beginning of shows returning this year, I saw Drug Church, Citizen, who were co-headlining. Citizen was fantastic. Drug Church was incredible. Like, perfect. Like, to the point where I don't like listening to their recorded stuff anymore because the live show was that good. But the opening bands were Gleamer, they were okay. Kind of like a, just like a shoegazy, like, pop punk thing. And this other band that I'm not even going to name because they were so fucking bad. Like, okay, take a dog, right? Replace its paws with testicles, and then jump up and down on its paw testicles. The sound that dog makes was the sound that vocalist was making when she was singing. She wasn't singing. She was screaming in agony because she was on stage. And me, my sister-in-law, my friend Kevin, were really stoned at the back. We were laughing hysterically. We were just like, is this actually happening right now? You feel bad for the metaphorical dog? Yeah, sure. Anybody who knows what getting kicked in the nuts feels like, that's what it sounded like. It was hysterically bad. And we just kind of like looked at each other. We're like, oh God, is the rest of the show going to be like this? And this band 2 was then like passably decent. Gleamer was fine. No complaints. Like, they weren't great, but like they were fine. Drug Church was like incredible. The only was Totenmund because they only played punk covers. Was on a punk festival. I hate it when bands play a ton of covers. Especially if they have a huge library. Like, I've seen Dope twice. Not sorry. But the second time I saw them, half their set was covers. It's like, well, guys, what? I'm not here to hear you play Master of Puppets, Edsel. Play your fucking songs. The fuck, man? Your songs are bad enough. I don't need to hear other people's worst songs played badly. Like, stop trying to cover Motley Crue, you weirdos. Go outside. Fuck. Off to bed for you. Have a good rest of the stream. Cheers, Renfield. Thanks for swinging by. But yeah, one of my main goals right now for music is I need to see Devin Townsend again. I've seen him once, and it was on his acoustic tour. I want to see him again. So fucking bad. You miss really wacky shows? It's something I'm looking forward to, because people were super generous last month, and because I have the opportunity, and because I have a sofa to crash on. Next month, I'm going to Las Vegas for a weekend. I will miss half of one stream and be gone for 4 days, and we'll be back in time for Tuesday. Because Stoned Hobo, moderator of this channel, is staying in Vegas for a couple months. And so he's renting an apartment. So I have a sofa to crash on, which means I have a sofa to crash on. He's a chef. And so we can both cook, so that's going to be easy. So I'm going to Vegas for 4 days. Rock you like a hurricane? I mean, wait, what? Rock you like a hurricane? What's happening? While I'm in Vegas, we're going to go see Amon Amarth. And they're playing in a bowling alley. If anybody is in Vegas and wants to go bowling and see a Monomarth, DM me because we need, I think it's 4 people to book a lane. That's all I'm saying. If anybody wants, like, I've seen a Monomarth before. If anybody wants to go see a Monomarth in a bowling alley in Vegas, and you happen to be in Vegas, reach out. There we go. They're placing that dwarf in the tomb. Finally. They're on your list of bands? What, to see before you die kind of thing? Because it's a minimum of 4 people, and it's like $200 to book a bowling alley during a show. That's why. Normal times, when it's just open, yes, you could just book a bowling alley and go play. But because there's a show going on, they have minimums. They also have a drink order minimum and other stuff like that. It's just because there's a show happening. I've seen Hammerfall. I've seen Hammerfall and Scar Symmetry. Number of years ago now. But Scar Symmetry, really disappointing live show, by the way. Not, like, so bad that I didn't like them anymore, but, like, they can't play their own songs. It's kind of sad. Why? I don't know why I read this like that, but I read that as Celine Dion. I was like, pardon? That makes more sense, though. I saw Dragon Force this year. They put on a shockingly good show. Like, weirdly good. Like, abnormally good for Dragon Force. On the topic of, like, just bullshit cheese. No, they haven't gotten better over the years, Dragon Force. They got rid of their singer, and they got rid of their guitarist. And they play with a backing track now, and they sound fine now. Their guitarist sucked, was the problem. Like, he was a cool dude, but, like, he fucking sucked. Embrace their cringe and their music is getting better. Oh, absolutely. I mean, like, I have genuine nostalgia for Through the Valley of the Damned and stuff. And, like, what's it called? Their new vocalist, he's, like, in his mid-20s, and did they play on X Speed Live? Yeah, no, they kept up with the song pace. No problem. The speed isn't the issue. The issue was they used to just be hammered on stage all the time, and so they just got sloppy. That was why they got that notorious, like, oh, Dragon Force is bad. There's fighting between Dragon Force and Sabaton? I mean, I've seen Sabaton like half a dozen times. What? They used to come here every year, and then the pandemic happened. I was gonna say, I'm not sure what you mean by Sabaton. Because, like, Sabaton's just Swedish tanks and army fetishism. Ailstorm. There's fighting between them and Sabaton? I've also seen Ailstorm. What? Ailstorm was also fun. Have a playful fighting and bickering? Really? Never really encountered that. Although I've never seen them at the same show, so they make fun of each other. I mean, they're all bad. Like, Ailstorm is a joke. One of my favorite YouTube comments I've ever seen about Ailstorm was somebody saying, it was like when they released Your Pirate Ship Can Eat a Bag of Dicks. I think that song is just called Pirate Ship. Anyway, when they released that song, there was a comment under it that said, haha, this band is a funny little joke. And then it's just like in brackets. And I also realized that I've been listening to this haha funny little joke for the last almost decade. What the fuck? Shipboat. That was it, yes. Your pirate ship can eat a bag of dicks. You stupid fucking ship can eat a bag of dicks. I like to think that everybody at Rare is really big Ailstorm fans. Make silk sock. Doing on the clothing. We're getting there. Slowly working our way through the leather shoes. That's going to take the longest, but... I fucked up my knee real badly listening to Fucked with an Anchor, which is a little bit ironic. I was crowd surfing. This was like the third to last. This was like late winter 2020, so like right before lockdown started too. I was crowd surfing and came down at a weird angle and my knee hit the barrier. Like, shout outs to the security guard. He caught me, but like my knee hit like the crowd barrier from like the break, the 1 meter barrier between like the crowd and the stage. And my knee just slammed on the side, and like I had to like stand to the side of the pit for the rest of the show, but yeah, no, it hurt. It hurt. That was a busy week, actually, because I saw Death Angel one day. The day before, I saw Ailstorm, and the day before that, I can't even remember who like the first band that weekend I saw. Like it was like 3 shows in a week. You ain't brave enough to crowd surf? I've crowd surfed at more shows than I can count. I've crowd surfed at Disturbed, and that was a big crowd surfing pit. I crowd surfed at Metallica because I was bored. I saw Metallica a couple of years ago, and we just got really bored in the pit because like there was people crowd surfing, but like nobody was really like moshing at all. So I was just like, yo, dude, pick me up. And he threw me onto the crowd, and I crowd surfed into the security pit, and they walked me around to the side. You're 5'10", 240 lips. See, I'm 6 foot on the dot, slightly above 6 foot. I'm like 6 foot and 1/4 or whatever the bullshit is. Depends on how well I slept that night, I guess. And on a good month, I weigh 140. So, like, yeah, no, it's I have no issues. Although so I've talked about this guy many times before. In Vancouver, there's like this little metal community. I don't hang out with any of these guys. I never see them outside of shows, but there's like these guys that are at every single show. Most of them are older, but one of them who I just saw at Exodus, and he high-fived me, so it's good to see him and good to see that he's still alive. Is a guy named Dean. Dean is in his 70s. Dean is a indigenous Vancouverite who lives in socialized housing, low income. He's disabled. He's had multiple strokes. He has no movement in either of his arms. He walks with a cane and he can't bend his left leg. He only has control of half of his face. And he walks, and he has hair down to his knees, by the way, white hair down to his knees. And he walks into the center of the pit and fucking gut punches people. Just stands in the middle of the pit. Doesn't matter the show. As long as it's a metal show, he'll probably be there, and he will be in the middle of the pit, and he will just, like, shoulder check you. And holy hell, he's strong. Like, it's very rare that, like, and I don't go into pits too much these days, especially since, like, I got diabetes and stuff, but, like, he's the only person to just, like, out of nowhere knock me over. Like, out of fucking nowhere. Like, you don't expect him, it's like, bang! Suddenly he hits you. I helped him crowd surf at Papa Roach. And that was a big show. That was a mostly sold out show. How are you in the Crazy Rife? Wrong fort, but still alive. You're in the other fort, the Halloween fort. We'll probably do that one tomorrow, but still alive. Me and another dude helped Dean crowd surf at Papa Roach, and like this guy, like he's holding his cane like on his lap and just like up and over. And what's real funny is he always gets to shows super early so that he can go up to the security pit and say, "Hey, if you see me flying, note that I can't catch myself and I have no control over my arms." Because he's just like he literally can't lift his arms. I mean, you guys have had a kid, so I guess so, Wade Master. But yeah, no, so like when I see people like him crowd surfing, it's like, okay, if he can do it, yeah, it's not that bad. I'm more concerned about people trying to steal my wallet when I crowd surf. But assuming that was a small kid outside, either that or it was a dying bird. Probably small child. Or dog. Hard to say. Anyway, this has been a fun, like, 3-hour conversation. Ooh. Small child killing a bird and getting barked at by a small dog? Definitely. Absolutely, that's the instance right there. But chat, how we all doing out there? Can we get a round of beers? Curious about how many people are listening to my nattering. I'm thinking I'm gonna go do lunch. We'll let the game run. We're into late spring now, so nothing should happen until summer. We'll play through most of summer, I think. Maybe into fall so we can get one more round of deliveries, and then we're going to swap over to Thief. And then the stream will have another hours, I would say. So I think we'll go for probably another 45 minutes of Longdeath, actually looking at the clock. And then we'll do another 3 to 4 hours, but of Thief. And I will have to end before 10 p.m. my time tonight. I have to end by about 9 to 9:15 because I have to go to the pharmacy and pick up my meds. Because otherwise I'm not going to be able to eat tomorrow. So anyway, I will be back in a couple minutes. I'm going to go get myself some lunch. I'm going to make a real quick sandwich. And then when I return, okay, that's fine. And then when I return, we can continue talking about metal or whatever. Doesn't matter. Been making an axe handle a bit this past couple of weeks. You're basically done. You just need to cut slots and wedges and hang the axe head. Hell yeah, dude. Shit. Like I said, though, chat, I will be right back. And Wade, I do hope that breakup's been not too bad. Breakups can suck. Back in a couple minutes, chat. If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat room. And BRB in a couple minutes. I've always been a late in the day lunch person. It's funny because, like, you know, a lot of people do intermittent fasting now, right? I ate breakfast at 7 o'clock in the morning. It's 4:30 p.m. I usually have breakfast between 6 and 8 in the morning, and I usually eat lunch at about 4 to 5. And then I have dinner at about 10:30 p.m. I got into the habit when I used to work night shift, and I worked by myself. I just wouldn't take a lunch break, generally. I would just work through it. And then sometimes they'd let me leave 30 minutes early, and I would just, like, snack while I worked, or I would just eat food when I finished working. And I did that for years. It was just kind of self-inflicted, and it just kind of became a habit eventually. The stream was muted, net, yeah. All right. Anyway, I'm back. Rory, hi. It's good to see you. Welcome back. Hope you had a good day of meetings or whatever you were up to today's. Cool. We made it into summer. Dwarves are singing. You never wanted to eat at school for some reason? Yeah, I understand that. I mean, I don't know. It's just whatever you're in the habit of. I don't conform to a normal work schedule. And then usually if I'm not streaming, I skip breakfast. Usually. And then I'll have a small snack around 11 and then lunch at 4 to 5. So, Wade Master. You're kind of new here, so you don't know this, but I was in a 9-year relationship that started before I started streaming that ended in 2019. Not because I wanted it to end, because she wanted it to end. You don't. That's just kind of, like, if you were actually in love with somebody, like, I don't know what your situation was, but, like, if you're actually in love with somebody, that never leaves. It never does. You just learn to deal. From my perspective, it's like depression. Like, there is no cure for it. It's just you learn to coexist with it, right? Like, if that relationship ended in a way where I could still be friends with her, I would be okay. But, like, I've had the odd girlfriend since, which I've never talked about on stream because there's no reason to. And I've had relationships before that. But they all ended amicably and, like, you know, talk occasionally, but not really. Sometimes text. But that one ended with, like, gone 2 days later, haven't seen her since. I saw her once on public transit because we just happened to be on the same bus at the same time. But it's like, if you, like, genuinely loved somebody, yeah, it never goes. It just doesn't. Because, like, there's a chemical connection there, and you have to wait for those chemicals to go away. And that takes a very, 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 very long time. I would say I wasn't, like, okay about that breakup for maybe a year and a half. At this point, I'm fine with it. Like, I've moved on. Life goes on. But, like, is there still the occasional day where I sit there and I go, man, I miss her? Yeah, absolutely. I think that's just called being human. Meetings every day. I know your schedule well. I mean, what else do? You go to meetings, and then you go to meetings about your meetings. And then after the meetings about your meetings, you go to another meeting for the meeting. And then once you meeting, then you veggieing, and then back to meeting, right? I think that's what a meeting means. So, I don't know. It's something that you just learn to coexist with. Something that I'll say, though, is life goes on, distract yourself. I distracted myself by simply streaming more. Although I do owe my ex one thing. And this is gonna... people who've watched my stream for a long time will know what I'm talking about. Others may not. But I've streamed on Twitch as of November 14th for 9 years. Okay? But I've streamed in total for 10 as of like a week ago. My first stream was over 10 years ago. And it was after I'd met my ex. And I streamed a lot for a long period of time before this became a job. And in 2018, it was almost, like by 2016, it was the majority of my income, but it was still like a part-time job. It was like half my income, or like 2/3 of my income, I would say. But like at minimum wage or below minimum wage. It was never something that like I could quit my job and sustain myself on, right? What did I do before streaming? I worked a bunch of odd jobs. Worked for McDonald's for years on the night shift. I worked in a gas station for a bit. I worked in a factory for a bit. I worked as a kayaking coach for a bit. I did a bunch of jobs. When my ex left, I sat like 2 days after like she'd left officially and she'd moved out, and I turned my stream on for the first time in 2 days. I was like, guys, I have like a month and a half of headway before I have to get a job again, because like I was just not making enough money. And yeah, let's just say that my sub count went up by about 200 in 2 days and hasn't gone down since, because before then we used to sit at like, it was like 120 to 150 subs on Twitch on a good month. Right now we're uber inflated because Navy and Animal gifted like 600 subs between the two of them, and a bunch of other people gifted a lot of subs because of September. So that number is very inflated right now, but it's actually around 300, right? The rest are all gifted, because people are extremely fucking kind. And my Patreon always sat at about $50 a month, and that wasn't enough to live off of. Like, I wouldn't have been able to afford rent. But when my ex left, my income like tripled, and I haven't had to get a job. So that's, I guess, like the one benefit for me about my ex moving out is that like suddenly it went from like, yeah, I can afford half of the rent for this apartment with the help of somebody else, to, oh, I can do this full time by myself. Where do I live that it's all those different options? I live in the greater Vancouver area of British Columbia, Canada. Technically Surrey. But nobody knows where Surrey is outside of the British Surrey. So I live in the greater Vancouver area of British Columbia, Canada. And I grew up out in the boonies where there was less work. But I worked in a injection molding factory, which my dad worked at. So he got me that job. That was a summer job I did twice in the summers. The highest paying hourly job I ever had was the kayaking coach gig. So it was like $24 an hour or something, which was fantastic because I was in the sprint kayaking. Oh yeah, no, also when your ex was a avid cosplayer and couldn't hold a job, yeah, it definitely reduces your expenses by a lot, because she never had any money. But no, I think my ex moving out in some way kind of, I think my ex moving out kind of saved my streaming career. Her. Was I financing her? Yes and no. Depended on the month. I don't know. I never encountered that net, but I also didn't really talk to many people who worked there. NetJammer. I mean, you know, when you're common law married to somebody, and you've lived with them for 6 years, whose money's who kind of just becomes liquid at a point, to put it bluntly. I mean, I was ready for my career on Twitch to end in 2019. And I've said this before, like, I'd committed pretty heavily to streaming Dwarf Fortress. And, like, the premium version had been announced, but I knew it was years off. And, like, I'd been streaming Dwarf Fortress on and off for several years. And then Twitch made some changes which hurt my view count significantly. And I went from, like, 70, 80 average, 90 on a good day, 150 on a great day, down to, like, 30, 40 when I switched to Dwarf Fortress. And, between my stream team, my ex leaving, and Dwarf Fortress news videos doing all right on YouTube, I've managed to, like, crawl back and hold on to this job, so. Yeah. Barely. Not barely. These days I do all right. I actually do pretty okay these days. So don't look at me and be like, oh no, he's about to be bankrupt. No, that's not true. I put a little bit of money into savings every month, and we're doing okay now. You know, you keep saying nesting partner, and I've never heard that term until you said it, Siren. And when I when I see that, I'm just like, I always read it as like the smart device's Nest. You know, like Nest lights and Nest cameras and Nest thermostats and all those. That's what my brain goes to. So when you say nesting partner, I'm like, okay, what kind of open source RPi setup are you doing to automate your house? And then I realize you're talking about a human. It's like, oh, okay. Have I considered living with my parents? Fuck no. Love you, mom and dad. No, never. Absolutely. Nope. Mm-mm. I would never do that again. I love my parents very, 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 very dearly. And they support me heavily now that they actually understand that this is an income. And I don't know what I would do without my dad these days. But I'm never... I mean, I figured it was some sort of poly term, but I don't know all the terminology for that stuff. Humans. Like, don't get me wrong. I adore my parents. I would rather live with my grandma, and I don't get along with my grandma very well. And my mom watches my streams sometimes, so sorry, Mom, if you're watching. But, like, legitimately, I get along... yeah, Canada's 401ks, so they're not called that, but... I get along extremely well with my parents when I don't live with them. I don't get along very well with my parents when I live with them. Me and my dad are... We get along really, really well when we're together for maximum of, like, 2 days. Longer than that, jabs start flying. And it's just, it's the way my family's always been. And the unfortunate reality of that is that heads do bash. I'll put it that way. But no, I moved out when I was 18. I moved out for a reason. Never moving back in with my parents. But these days, I get along very well with my parents. Because I don't live with them. You think of, those Russian dolls, the nesting dolls? Yeah, I know what you mean. Those are cool. Whatever they're called. I mean, here's the thing, right, random viewer? I'm also disabled. So I get certain savings benefits from Canada that make things like paying taxes easier. You're stuck living with your mother due to being unable to afford anything living-wise. You know, I have a massive amount of pride. And before I started streaming actively, before I had this apartment, I was homeless briefly, which I've talked about before. And I was homeless because I would prefer to be homeless than move back in with my parents, even for a short time. That's how dedicated I am to not living with my parents again. I was homeless for 4.5 months. No, I could get them if I lived with my parents. Trust me, not living with my parents has nothing to do with money. I could be completely fucking flat broke and have to move in with roommates, and I would do that before I would move in with my parents. Although something that I haven't stated yet today is next year I'm looking into moving in with my little sister, her husband, and my little sister, and my sister-in-law. So my little sister's husband's little sister, because we all get along great. And me and my sister-in-law are weirdly almost the same person. We have, like, identical tastes in music and shit. So because we get along, we all get along real well as a group, we're going to try and rent, like, a 5-bedroom house or something. Or buy a place if funds line up, and if the housing market crashes. Fingers crossed. But I'm not betting on that one right now. I talk about this shit relatively frequently. It's not that big of a deal. Wait. Where the fuck do you find those? Vancouver? I don't know where you live, but they exist. Just go onto Craigslist and look at 5-bedroom house, rent, or Kijiji, or any other place where you find houses for rent. Well, 5-bedroom, 4-bedroom with built-in office, unfinished basement, something where I could set up an office, right? Because I need a home office. I need a recording studio, basically. What's also really great is my little sister's husband is a professional opera singer. So he also needs a in-house, studio, and he likes to work at night, so we could share office space, too. We'll make it work. Even if I have to put my fucking office in a garage, I don't really care. But scrolling back up, because I feel like I missed half of a line. Sorry for the subject matter, it's just that you moved to university and you don't have any friends here and you don't really have an outlet nor the money to speak to a professional. Here's the thing, right? I'm not a therapist, so don't take anything I say literally, but I can speak with experience. Big same, you went to being homeless after a mutual emotional breakdown and losing your job and housing. I mean, I just lost my first apartment. It became unlivable, long story short. You couldn't do it a constant... Ugh. Well, that's fun. Understandable. Yeah, makes sense. Easier to move across the country. My brain shortens that to Neopets, no offense. Now Neopets helped me. Your nesting partner, I assume. Yeah, I mean, like, when I was homeless, I was largely couch surfing. Armor, I hope you're doing well. Sup, dude? You know what's kind of funny? People with similar life experiences tend to end up in similar places. So go nuts. I don't care. I got enough trauma already this week from watching Neon Demon. Which, by the way, very good movie. Don't watch it. That's all I have to say about Neon Demon. Your entire family are just software engineers and doctors. You know what's really funny is both halves of that side of the family were supposed to end up as software engineers. One went into music, and then the other one went into counseling and public health sector. So, but how dare you complain about your family being software engineers and doctors? Those are some of the most profitable industries in the world. Like, come on. Don't complain about that. I envy you. Just kind of let it out. Feels nice rather than just holding it on your own. No, I totally understand. I mean, like, when I had this unfair advantage of when I went through my breakup of, like, or the last big one, I guess. The unfair advantage was I had an audience of like 150 people that wanted to hang out and talk to me about it, you know? And like, when my ex lived here, she was largely my world, to be honest, and wasn't a frequent occurrence on the stream, but she was often in the background shouting at me. Or not shouting at me, but like commentating on things that I would say. So like I would say something and like her voice would pop up in the background. She would talk at me because I was, you know, if I mentioned something that she knew about, she would co-commentate. So people were used to hearing her voice. It was like suddenly like a chunk of the stream just disappeared. But it's boring when the only discussion at reunions is about cloud costs, Amazon versus Microsoft, government contracts, etc. No kidding. No kidding, eh? I mean, that's like my dad's side of the family. One of them's a cop, a very high-ranking cop. One of them wants to be a cop, and then one of them's a plumber. And then my aunt on that side is like works in a high corrections facility. So it's just like, oh, what like homicide case are you on right now? Oh, who are you taking care of in prisons? Oh, none of you trust anybody? All right, yeah, you all work with criminals all the time. And then the other one's in a union. It's like, oh my god, like, or in the Longshoremen Union, which is locally joked about as like a mafia organization here. Practically, it's like Jesus. Okay. So it's really funny having that side of the family in the house. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Small kind. Also, investments are up, by the way. Yeah, I don't really care if people trauma dump in my chat because, like, the way I see it is, like, if it's gross and bodily fluids related, I've cleaned it up. Twice, probably. If it's, like, somebody dying, been there. Lost a lot of people that I used to know that used to be friends that none of them exist anymore. If it's, like, loss of a loved one, yeah, that's happened, both intentionally and unintentionally from my, like, that I've had to deal with. Is it like a breakup? Yep, been there. Is it a bad breakup? Yep, been there. So, I don't know. I'm just kind of mute to the whole thing at this point. The one, like, real problem with people trauma dumping, though, is if it is the loss of a loved one, and I'm just, like, this psychopathic blank face that's like, yep, part of life, move on, because that's about where I'm at these days. It's literally just like, oh, someone lost somebody? Well, shrug. YouTube shorts are incredible. They're fake. What? Unless that was a short that you posted. I thought you said that you were posting that on TikTok. 100 views in 5 minutes? Wow! That's actually not bad. That's good even for me. Oh, you did both? Okay. Also, apparently my friend Ponce is streaming on YouTube. That's interesting. I'll take a look in a second. I don't have any response to that statement. That's all I have to say to that, Armor. Sui, I have a question. Why does your stream archive not link to your main channel? Because I legit can't find it right now. There it is. Not bad. Damn. Apparently I'm not subscribed to Sui's channel. This is the clip she's talking about, by the way. Yeah, apparently I'm subscribed to your stream archive, but not your main channel. Funny. What's this very colorful fort about? Exclamation point Longdeath, and I'll answer any further questions. What are we dumping? Also, I have to read Discord word story. Hold up. Oh, there it is. Learn living lamp lump logic. Time passes to flying birds. Regressions make cars. Cheese running from docks is called a crime. Cheese is money for smugglers, dangerous days. Parmesan profits make merry madness. Quince queen bee behaving badly. Forsooth wasabi, potatoes spicy. Dragons, food, aluminum, rods, helomium? What? Control decomposition. Lime horses, guys, you're supposed to write sentences. Lime horses take shaky trees to bed sometimes? Epileptic cats. Oops. There we go. What year are we in? 427. We started in year 5, so 422. 27 stone. Once we hit year 500, it will be the longest documented fortress. I think people should just stop trying to make weird rhymes and instead, like, go back to writing sentences. Initially, we kept the pop limit around 50, but we haven't gotten a migrant since year, like, 120-something. So all of the dwarves in this fortress were born in this fortress, with the exception of the merchants who I request from other locations. Yeah. Because Dwarf Fortress has a hard limit in it. When this number over here underneath dead and missing hits 3,000, you stop getting migrants. What's my strategy? Pray. I have a strategy. Why would I tell you? Sheesh. Pray to a god that doesn't exist. And hope the algorithm blesses me. But yeah, no, this fort is largely just a podcast, if I'm going to be honest. It's a lot of me just like... pray to Armok. Yeah, pray to Armok. The algorithm favors my videos. Make tutorials, make showcase videos. I plan on... uploading videos that are like, this is every biome. Obviously, like quick start guides, and redo most of my short tips and tricks series, which is just, this is how you make a bridge. This is how you make a bridge and link it up to a lever. This is how you lock a door. This is how to stop a were creature. Those kinds of things. I will... Is that 1K plus dead? No, that's 16,000 plus dead. 1,693. If you hit 3,000 dead, you stop getting migrants. It's a hard limit of the game, which apparently is getting removed. Fingers crossed. Now you're a mod. Would you look at that, Stone? But and then also right now I stream 3 days a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and I do that for mental health and physical health reasons. But I stream long hours on the days that I do stream. I stream like 10 to 14 hours. But when premium releases, I'm probably gonna stream daily for at least a week. Premium? I'm talking about Steam Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress and Steam, you know what I'm talking about. It's 3,000 dead citizens. Or 3,000 dead in general. And also animals are counted towards dead. But when I say premium, I'm talking about this. And premium launches, that. That's what premium is. Because Dwarf Fortress Classic will still exist, which will still be free, which will still get updated. As do hundreds of thousands of other people, armor. That sounds like work. Stone. Also, looks like support comment logged in. It's been a while since I've seen support comment. Does this where he just like comments on every single video. Not a bot though. Actually just a person. I actually asked him if he was a bot once. I was like, are you a bot? I don't want to ban you. Nope, not a bot. Yeah. Unless it's very smart bot. Why is Stupid Skull a web domain? I was drunk and it's a long story. But I use it to track clicks, okay? That's honestly all it is. It's just a click tracker. I used to own skull.zone. But, you know. I almost bought skullriding.bike. But... didn't. I also have my first name, last name as a domain. I don't know. I own a bunch of novelty domains. But yes, the original theme of this channel was Stupid Skulls. And it still kind of is. It's still my mascot, more or less. I don't know why you'd watch the stream, because all we have is a bunch of stupid fucking skulls. No. I don't want to be a skull.moe, because I ain't moe. You can be moe. I should buy dwarf.com and see if that's available. But no, it's a stat tracker. That's all. Also, whenever people used to resub back in the day, I had the line of, or yeah, when I stayed subscribed for X number of years and all I got were these stupid skulls. Enjoy the stupid skulls. That kind of stuff. But you know, we have more emotes now and they're all dwarfs, so. It's become less obvious, but it's a archival thing that I like. And I'm keeping it, because I like it. I also think that, like, streamers having websites that's just like, yourwebsitename.com is a little silly. Like, if I just had, like, blindirl.com, that would be kind of weird to me. I also like the skull emotes. Also, Sue, if you're still lurking, just an FYI, that short that you uploaded is doing better than most of my DF News videos. Or I'm doing about as well as my DF News videos. I mean, I can tell you why. Don't panic. It's the first short you've uploaded. The first short you upload, they shove into the algorithm. If you have a decently established YouTube channel, it's been shoved into the shorts feed. Which means if it has good retention, it could just suddenly, for no reason, get 100,000 views. But if it has poor retention, it'll get a few thousand and vanish. Because I made my .com before any of those top-level domains existed, and because I like .coms, and because I don't care, and a lot of those top-level domains cost more. And stupidskull.com costs me $2.99 a year, so I'm good. I don't need to spend $40 a year or something. The like to dislike ratio is 43%. That's engagement. That's good though. Also, chat, let's see if we can fix Sui's like to dislike ratio, all right? I know nobody likes shorts, yeah? But open up this short and go give it a like. And if you click that link, it'll pop up like a YouTube video and not a short. You didn't watch it, but you liked it? I kissed a short and I liked it? What? No, that's not going to work. I give up. Been there, done that, got a t-shirt. Ate a Twinkie. Day now, shorts existed, and this was yonks ago anyway. Yeah, I remember you going on, you're like, why is my video of me I think it was the video of you flipping a coin. You're like, why is this video doing so well? Saw that happen yesterday on the stream. Yeah. Did your message send? What, the whyhaveit.com? The last thing I see you say was whyhaveit.com when there's so many other fun top-level domains was the last thing I saw you said. Hey, Taylor. How was my weekend? My weekend was pretty good. Unproductive, but good. Not productive in work ways, but productive in non-work ways. You actually, did you put a slash at the very beginning? Because that would stop it. If you just, like, select the chat box on Twitch and hit the up arrow, I think that's a default Twitch feature. It should like repost the most recent thing you said, regardless of if it actually showed up on Twitch. And then just like get rid of the little slashy. I don't know if you're on a computer or not, but I didn't see the message that you typed regardless. January of 21. Yeah, I think it was like right when shorts came out or something, but it got booted into the algorithm regardless, which was kind of hilarious. All right, let's get the last Etten cage built. .xyz tends to be very cheap. Yeah, because it's a terrible domain. Sorry, but like I have a .com because .coms are what I want. And no, I don't need a random variant on that. Thanks. Appreciate your feedback, but no, I'm keeping my .com and I'm not buying any more. Is that a zoo? Yep, it's a zoo with giants and ettins in it. I'm suddenly worried I accidentally crushed a net. I think I crushed a net in chat. Did I accidentally dump a net? Oh. Yeah, I think I accidentally crushed a net. Oops. No. Because I'm not paying for any... No, I don't. I definitely didn't. No, because I'm not paying for any more domains. And I've had this one for years, and I like it. So no. Please quit asking about different random top-level domains, because I just do not care. Well, that's a little awkward. You'd be weirded out if that link linked anywhere. I would be too, to be honest. Have I run out of stone yet? Does it look like I've dug through everything that could be dug based on the parts where I go underground? And no, I haven't even come close to running out of stone. I haven't even gone down to the 3rd cavern layer yet. Only the first 2. Why would I dig out everything that could be dug? Seems like a waste of time. Yeah, if you like Project Zomboid, go give Sui a follow. She's been streaming a lot of it recently. When you're not undergrounds? Well, I am about 15 Z levels above ground, because if you play Dwarf Fortress enough, you'll know that this little cube over here, right there, signifies that we're in the sky right now, because it's, 1, green at the top, which is +6. So we're 6 Z levels above ground level. And if I were to do this, you'll very clearly see the little cube moving towards the brown line. When we hit the brown line, we're on ground zeros. So this is the layer that your wagon spawns on. And then you can start going underground. And as you can see, the number at the top has changed color, and there's a negative above it. Instead of a plus, it now says -8, because we're going underground. And we're now 11 Z levels underground, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Now it doesn't matter what tile set you're looking at, because you'll just simply know where in relation to the ground level you are. The Great Green Moss Magma Tube, hell yeah. Is there empty out? Yerpers. You just learned something. Congratulations. It's not an easy feat either. Maybe a heal, but definitely not a feat. Yeah, and then above the layer thing is the moon. There's the half moon right now, right up here. It'll become a 0 when it's a full moon, so you can tell what portion of the moon phase you're in. Is that supposed to be a moon phase? That's absolutely what that is, yep. It's just like when the first screenshots of Dwarf Fortress Premium were released. I can open one. People were like, why is there a moon there? Like, why is there a moon? Like, look at this. Why is there, what? Oh, also it shows weather? Oh shit, I didn't actually realize that. That's kind of neat. Why is there a moon there? Was so many questions. People were like, just asking constantly. They're like, there's a moon. Why is there a moon there? It's like, because there's always been a moon there? Did you guys not know that there's a moon there? Yes, you could memorize the dates or literally stare at the moon. So, you know. Dwarf Fortress is this weird little game with weird little dated glyphs and things. But no, I mean, if I zoom out, there's lots of stuff we haven't dug out yet. Like, largely this area down here is largely empty. First cavern layer, second cavern layer. And there's all the way down to there. That's as much of the lava scene as we've seen. I like that more of those little details one used to have to dig for are a pain to see now. Oh, are plain to see now. I read that as pain. Yeah, no, I agree. But there's your kind of overview of Longdeath all the way from the bottom to the top. And then it goes all the way up to here, where I keep the bees. Vampire migrants? Depends on the world you generate. How common are vampires in your world? Very common? There will be a lot of vampires. Not very common, there won't be a lot of vampires. If you don't want a lot of vampires in your world, generate a younger world. You'll get more mega beasts and forgotten beasts and dragons and titans and giants and bears, oh my. I mean, bears will just be there anyway. But you'll get more big creatures. If you want more cursed creatures and evil creatures like necromancers and zombies and vampires and werebeasts, generate an older world because more of those big creatures will be dead. So if you want to fight vampires, were creatures, and lots of undead, generate a 500 to 1,000-year-old world. You want to fight mostly dragons and giants and whatnot, generate a short world. Absolutely. You could also just straight up share world saves. But yes, there you can share seeds, you can share parameters, you can share parameters and generate very similar worlds that are different shapes and looks and feels. All that stuff is tradable. You just remember back when you were playing before, it seemed like almost always there'd be a vampire migrant at least once before. The game's changed a lot in a decade. Yeah, well, I mean, world generation speed is like something like 16 times faster. Somebody did the math on Reddit. It's like 16 times faster based on their estimates. Because there's too much self-referencing stuff going on in world gen right now, and they fixed that bug, so a large world went from taking, it's like 4 hours to generate. It's like 4 to 5 hours for a large, long history world to generate on Zach's laptop to about 20 minutes. So, what a time to be a Dwarf. Yeah, no kidding. But, I mean, every version, the World Gen gets a little faster. Like, World Gen was weirdly crashy on the last version, not this one I'm playing on, but the one before this one, which is also one version behind. So 2 versions ago, I guess. World Generation used to crash at about the 800-year mark because dwarves would start trying to learn new languages that they weren't capable of learning, and the world would crash. It was like a weird, like, artifact from older Tarn programming. Like, things like that. It's like they would try and write things in languages they couldn't speak, and because they weren't allowed to learn those languages, the game would crash. But if you're going 150 years, that's great. It just means you'll get a lot of forgotten beasts. You'll get less necromancers. You'll get less zombies. You'll get less were creatures. You'll get less big haunted zones. But you'll get more like untamed wilds and, you know, that kind of stuff. Oh yes, dwarves learning assembly. I don't think that's what they mean. I think it's more like dwarves learning elfish, but elvish. I think we're into fall now. Stone, heads up. It's almost paperwork time. By the way, there's paperwork on the Discord. I don't know if you saw it. Crashing into fall. You saw it? Yep. Can you generate more history after the fort collapses? No. Actually, at PAX 2019, Tarn did a... Tarn did a panel with Zach. It was Zach and Tarn, and then the Kid Fox community manager at the time, Victoria, did a panel. And it was just like it was a live play session of classic Dwarf Fort and ASCII. And then they answered a bunch of questions. And one of the questions that was asked, which I think came in through Twitter, actually, was like, what is your dream feature that you could add to Dwarf Fortress? And Tarn said two things. He wants to be able to speed up time, turn on world generation again at any moment. So while in fort mode or out of fort mode, doesn't matter. Wants to be able to turn on world generation again at any moment, which currently you can't do. The other dream feature is he wants to be able to rewind. So you could go forward, make changes, rewind, make changes, go forward, etc. But, you know. Well, I mean, clearly because it made the game crash. But, you know, those are features that we'll probably never get. What was I going to do? I was going to do a thing. Early autumn. I can't remember. But for me, I think dwarves should be allowed to learn other factions' languages because it makes adventure mode a lot more interesting. Which I think the cause of it. Especially considering, you know, the elves are great. We trade with them every year in this fort. They're why we have a healthy population of unicorns. See? This isn't even a good biome. We didn't tame those. The Dwarf Lorian? I mean, I want Dwarf Doc Brown. Needs a beard, though. This has been a long Longdeath session. Jeez. We're at 8.5 hours of Dwarfs. I think we'll grab this paperwork, and then I think we're going to start Thief. Is anybody here actually excited about Thief? I'm excited about Thief. I'm looking forward to replaying Thief. At least those early levels that I've played in the past. It's human for ankle? Huh. Not a game that you've heard of? Have you heard of System Shock? Same developer. Yes. Like as in Looking Glass Studios Thief. Alright, that's not how this works. Let me know when you got it, Stone. And no, I don't mean Thief Simulator. Gosh. Seriously, Zack and Tarn are broke and taking 4 hours to generate a world because they actually use supercomputers and the dwarves are technically advanced AI that know assembly? What if? I don't understand the what if here. It takes me less than 4 hours to generate a world on this computer, so I can generate a large, long history world in about 2 hours. I have a better computer than Zack and Tarn are using for their testing. So there is no what if there. Oh shit, I should have done the slow scroll, I'm sorry. Let me know if I need to scroll back up. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm not sure if I do. I bet it goes to the sewer levels, right, Rolf? So we'll take 5 minutes on premium. I don't know, but I can't wait to test it. Bless them. I gave them a better mic at PAX West this year. I gave them my old Blue Yeti and stand and a cable for it. So that should help. So you got it, Stone? So instead of them, you know, using laptop webcam mics, which is what they've used up until now, they have a Blue Yeti, which is not a great mic, but it's certainly better than any webcam mic ever made. Ever. But chat room, I think that today has been a productive, good day for Longdeath. It's been a bit since we did the last one. It's been about 2 weeks because I got super distracted with Halloween forts last week. We're going to hopefully keep it on a once-a-week cadence again going forward. But good day with Longdeath today, guys. Stream's not over. We are done with Dwarf Fortress, however. So if you hate me and want to go watch somebody else, that's fine. I understand. Neridan or Cupo are on. Both fantastic channels. I recommend either of them. I'm not familiar with Florida Dwarf, but they got Dwarf in the name, so must be Dwarfy. So there are other channels playing Dwarf Fortress right now if you would like to go watch them. But of course, I would love it if you stuck around. Does the job okay? Yeah, it's an okay microphone. So yeah, no, they do actually have a better microphone now. It's an okay mic. But you have had fun with other fortresses, but Longdeath is eternal like? Yeah, definitely. Tolus, hello. How are you? But that's me for Dwarf Fortress for today. So we will be doing more Dwarf Fortress tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific. But till then, time to swap games. You're not dead yet? That's good. That is good. I'm glad that you're not dead yet. Congratulations on not being dead yet. Cheese time? Someone hasn't been listening to a word I've been saying for the last hour. It's okay. It'll be a